Fortunately for him, it has worked out. So, just a note to everyone watching for the moment. If you're watching this stream, this is a two-part stream. We have started the part 2 stream. Just go to the SimSpeed YouTube page. It is live now. This stream, part 1, will end sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So make sure to get on to part 2 if you want to keep watching the race from here. Making a note of that as we make our way down to the chase. Link to part 2 is in the chat. Head on over there, and that's where we'll be for the rest of the race.
Sean Campbell getting held up here by Tom Freer. He can't pick a lane, left or right. Eventually goes through the left. I can hear Ace Control caution at Skyline, so someone's cover cropper. Campbell makes that move, goes up to P number 7, and that is a car backwards just past the crest. And it's a full course yellow. Here we go.
Dan Stevens at the wheel of the ANZ Mustang, and yeah, here we go. Finally, the first full course yellow of the race. And
can we replay on board Tom Freer as that full course yellow was called? Because what we didn't mention with that is how careful you've got to be to not have an accident as you all dive onto the pit limiter. Let's have a look at the replay of what happened at the top of the hill, though, as well, to trigger this full course yellow.
I'm guessing puddle of death. Yep, puddle of death. Round he goes. Oh, got on the curb.
He almost had it.
That's an unfortunate placement of the hole in the boot lid there. In any case.
Well, I was going to say, after that Code Brown moment, the letter F probably came out of Jinx Shifters.
Yeah, probably. Oh dear. Well, fortunately, Dan Stevens has gotten rolling again, so I would assume that the full course yellow period's going to be ending soonish.
Right now, it started on the exit of turn 1, and now by the time they get to turn 2, they are back racing.
So now the challenge for Dan Stevens is to get back up to speed. So we'll be.
Two cars with black flags. The 12 and 7. What did they get black flags? Is it incident limit? Did they make contact and they've both gone over 25 incidents?
That's exactly what's happened there. We got confirmation from Jay in the background. So this, I believe, is this is where Tom Freer made the pass when the full course yellow came out.
Well, almost.
Or almost.
Low visibility, coupled with different drivers jumping onto the limiter at the different times. Look how close this is.
Oh, God! Oh! Oh, I had flashbacks to the time I totaled my Ford Focus in 2017. Goodness me.
And the safety cars come out because Riley Preston in the 7 is around at turn 2.
Oh no. Oh, that's big damage. That's big.
It's got no bumpers. It's got half a set of wheels. That thing is crook.
Oh no.
Yeah. Crook and cooked. So this is from the restart apparently.
Oh, and Damon Woods was involved in this.
Oh dear.
Car 1 has big front end damage.
So you see him just cresting in the background there. So they get up to speed here, and then Preston has, a car come up on him there. That was one of the, oh dear. Massive damage for both the number 1 and Riley Preston. That was one of the Vermilion Porsches that made contact there, wasn't it?
Wayne Burke.
Wayne Burke at the wheel of the number 12. So, yeah, that's far from ideal. We see Eddie Beswick jumping into the pit lane as well. This is Damon Woods' view of all of it. And he wouldn't have had much warning that this was happening. Off the inside there, and yeah, there was nothing he could do at that point.
No, the McLaren hits where the wall and the tyre barrier meet rather than neatly hitting one or the other, and it spins him back around on a little racetrack.
So we have Vermilion 1 and 2 at the front of the field. This is the view on board from Wayne Burke, and pit limiters go off there. Gets back up to speed, but
a couple of moves there from Preston. Made the big move to the inside pretty late, and then maybe faded back to the left after Burke had committed out there.
Yeah. And you get on the brakes for that corner in the wet, there's every chance that the car's going to jerk a little to the right, which appeared to me what happened to Burke as well. So, yeah, that's going to be a fun one for race control to work out. Reminder for everyone on YouTube, watching on YouTube at the moment, the Part 2 stream is up and running. This stream, Part 1, will be ending in a few minutes, so make sure to get on over to the Part 2 stream if you want to continue coverage of the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12 hour. For the moment, back under safety car conditions, and Vermilion Esports 101 and 112 are at the front of the field. Big dramas for the #1 Falcon sim racing team machine. Damon Woods getting involved in the contact between Wayne Burke and Riley Preston that brought out this current safety car. Absolutely massive shifts in the power dynamic in this race now that the rain's come down. Looks like also Preston went over the incident limit with that contact as well, just to make things worse for him. So far from ideal for the ERT McLaren. But Damon Woods really an innocent victim in all of that. It all happened so fast and with no real room or warning. The #1 Ferrari, who we expected to be the biggest contender for the win here today, has been put back to 28th position, spending 1 minute and 44 seconds in the box getting repairs done. Fortunately, it looks like they are still on the lead lap, so it's not quite over yet. We're only 14 minutes away from reaching the halfway point.
Important to note there, Reese, that 1:40 spent stationary means that Damon Woods, car 1, they haven't taken their fast repair. So they elected to just repair that car for now and keep it up their sleeve. Given the conditions and where they are in the field now, having to come through cars again, that is almost certainly the right call. Even if they are slightly down on pace, you want to keep that up your sleeve.
Yeah, very wise decision. And I think, honestly, in conditions like this, it doesn't matter if you can't maximize your pace because everyone's going to have compromised pace anyway. There's so much variance in lap time that comes from these wet conditions.
Looking again at the iRacing Bureau of Meteorology, it's about an hour before a chance of the rain stopping, but I think it's sort of 20 minutes before the rain eases. Not that the green color of rain is that much of an easing.
Yeah, and even after the rain stops, the track is going to stay wet for a while. It'll take probably the better part of half an hour before we start seeing a real dry line form and drivers thinking about getting back onto slicks. So we're in it for the long haul here in the wet conditions. This is how the race is going to be for the foreseeable future.
Porsche Cup also thrown on its head of late. Locked On Lads leading have quite a few GT3 cars between themselves and second. Ansel Sabo, Vermilion Esports, and Australia-wide break in third. Those two are close together. 9-5 in fourth, and TriStar. That car was a mess at one point, and it's back into fifth. Why am I seeing slick tyres on the Rapid Theft 65 and Momentum 708? Can't be.
I'm seeing it too. Okay, so is Jay.
They
It looks
had a
like
pit stop error.
looks like the One Performance Racing 144 might have done the same thing. Oh dear.
Can we watch them? Because even at this speed, slicks would be. I'd sooner ice skate in socks.
Well, ERT number 7 of Riley Preston has towed back to pit lane, and we're getting wave rounds done at the moment. But yeah, this is not ideal for drivers further back in the field. What I'm seeing as well is potentially, I don't know if this is an error in the way my timing's showing up, but potentially the Synergy WK&P number 14 may have slick tires on as well.
Yes, I saw that too.
Yeah, all right, so we're all seeing that. Man, this is rough. Yeah, potentially.
Not the 555 for
No,
me.
not the 555. No. Well then, time for us to get things rolling again very shortly. Wave arounds pretty much done for the GT3 and Porsche Cup classes, and so safety car pulls away from the field. We're going to get back to green flag racing here, but in mighty treacherous conditions. As things stand, the track is rated as moderately wet, but I would guess that in the cars it feels a little bit worse than that.
There is
So-
no way this is going to end well, given the dry restart.
No, certainly not. Joining us in the commentary box, having just jumped out of the car, Scott Rankin. Yeah, I'm thinking, Scott, you're glad that you're not dealing with these conditions right now.
No, and the first thing for me, my mind goes back to this time last year when we got into the rain. The tires have dropped and dropped massively. These tires will be colder than when they first rolled out of the pits on them. And boy, that track changed quickly. So this one's going to be about management. Visibility is none. Talking to Dan Yeaman, visibility was nothing with two cars in front of you at the chase. It is treacherous, but responding to anything going on around you is even more difficult. That's the problem at the moment. Critically, car leading the race, car in P2, and there's about 5 cars inside the top 10 have not taken adjustments at the pit stop to transfer their cars over to a wet adjustment. There's a lot of cars that have. So I'm looking at Eli Donaldson, Jacob O'Reilly. Sorry, we're just back to green, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, we are back up to green flag conditions, and the Vermilion 1-2 holds strong at the front of the field, but Tom Freer getting dispatched by Tyson Broad as there's overtakes aplenty into turn 1 here. Big move up the inside from Jackson Rihanna that's taken over the Summit SimSport Flash Graphics machine, making his way past Cameron Stubber. So they're through turn 1 okay. Looks like a reasonably clean start, but it's turn 2 where we'll start seeing the drama eventuate. Ryan Bettis in the One Performance Corvette round the outside of Dylan Walker in the Porsche for Momentum. Quite difficult indeed to get up to speed here. As you say, Scott, those tyres are going to be ice cold at the moment.
Yeah, and it's bravery. And back to the point I was making, you want to, for these conditions, you can make bars. So there's 5 or 6 settings you can really tinker with. There's all the ones you can tinker with in the car, brake bias, and both your driver assist, so ABS and traction control. That will help a little bit. The other ones you can tinker with at a pit stop are front and rear ARB and wing. We've gone for a little bit of a tweak just to soften off Venus a little bit, help it keep its feet planted nice and firmly and roll over onto the ground and a little bit more wing just to keep that thing nice and tidy as well. That's the problem. The guys who haven't made those adjustments, they're on a dry setup, a bone dry setup. There's no way you'd load this thing up at the start of the race for a mixed sort of conditions. There's a big chunk of this race you want a dry car for. Here comes an overtake as well. But that's the trouble, is that there's cars that are on adjustments and cars that aren't.
Yeah, Sean Campbell finding his way past Trent Allen there to get back into 4th place in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter entry. That McLaren has been consistently up the front of the running order. More passes further back in the top 10. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing to see in front of you on the way into the chase. And that is a terrifying experience when you're having trouble seeing in front of you and you've got the fastest corner entry in the country beckoning you in. Car off.
Triple two.
That's Kieran Potter once again having trouble here. Kieran was doing quite well in the dry conditions just before the rain came out, but it seems that triple two entry has lost all of its potential here in the wet conditions. The number 1 makes its way past.
There is a bit of a brawl happening inside the top 10. This is the replay on the inside, trying to go to the outside. Only little bit of dry line on the inside. Couldn't find it. Grab the grass. As soon as you touch that grass in these conditions, Scott, you're gone. You've got no choice, do you?
Yeah, and the problem is it's slipping.
Oh, turn 1. Sorry, turn 1. Brian Bourg just got turned by a diving number 1 Falcon racing car.
Oh dear. So that's the Momentum Porsche around. And just manages to get out of the way in time for the One Performance Racing Audi to get on him. Looked like there was trouble there as well for that Ferrari on the inside. Oh yeah, Beswick. Goodness me, 3 wide contact. Looked like is that one of the Porsche Cup cars that got involved in that? It is.
Essentially. Beswick is at turn 2. On the outside, there he is.
Oh. Yeah, Eddie Beswick getting turned, or having been turned.
There's actually no damage to that thing.
Huh. That's lucky. Very lucky indeed. But Jay says, wait till you see why. Oh dear. Have a look at... Let's keep an eye on this. Oh, round he goes, and... Whoa! Oh my god. Oh, okay. A little bit of a tap to the rear, but it looks like it didn't result in too much damage. That was perfect from Eddie Beswick. Obviously a big amount of chance involved in that, but certainly could have been a worse outcome.
There's no way we can show really any of these, but there are some incredible saves happening from almost everyone up and down this field. This is exceptional stuff from all of these drivers. These conditions are absolutely terrible.
Yeah, there's nothing the drivers can do to get a stable platform going. You're driving around the conditions majority of the time here. So the Eclipse car will maintain 29th as Andrew Perbrick and Mitchell Curry will be fighting in the Porsche Cup class for 5th and 6th, and Curry gets the run.
Puddle.
Oh dear, round he goes. Caught the curb, caught the edge of the circuit, rear end contact in a Porsche. That is disastrous. Does he make his way into the lane? He's going to get it done. Meanwhile, that's tough for Mitchell Curry. Car 268, meanwhile, appears to have gotten the incident limit. And the 999, and the number 65. The incident limit is being reached by just about everyone at the moment.
And it's not off tracks, it's car-to-car contact that's triggering that on 4 incident points per car. Oh my word! No wonder
he was really slow under the brakes there.
He was probably trying to figure out a way to get past the Porsche Cup cars, and unfortunately, the number 1 came steaming into the braking zone. There's a change for second. Sean Campbell.
Yeah. He's had big dramas here, Reese.
Yeah, Eli Donaldson had been struggling to keep up with Jacob O'Reilly. I noticed every time they were coming across the top at McPhillamy that the revs were spiking as they got major wheel spin through the puddle. It looks like Sean Campbell has taken advantage of that and moved his way past Eli, who ran super wide there. I am amazed he did not hit the wall just then.
There's actually more grip on the grass out there, I think, and that's what saved him.
Well, no, actually, it's not the grass. You can get beyond, so the rubber line, because of that arc through those couple of corners in that area, so we've got to Tyson Broad and keep an eye on him. But there's an arc where you can actually just get, it's nearly like a berm and a motocross berm. You get right side tyres on it, and all of a sudden the car will bite and come back to you. And that's what he's fine. The problem is, it's right against the white line. Check this out. This is Yeaman and Bathurst going elbow to elbow, and Yeaman just says, nah, I'm not interested, mate. There's a motor race at the end of another 6 hours from now, and that's what I've got my eyes on.
Yep, yielding to Ryan Bathurst there.
That
Driving.
Entrance to metal grade, you've got to coast it in because, as I'm sure you found, Scott, if you touch the brake or the throttle or the wheel going down onto metal grade just to the left of the white line, you're gone. There's no grip there. You've got to wait till the car grips up on the exit. It's the worst part of the circuit.
So basically the best way is for the guys sitting along at home, and I don't know if Jay can sort of cut to my camera here and I can talk it through in terms of what I've got in front of me. So what we're trying to do in these sorts of conditions, we have to stay off anything that is a painted surface. The reason for that, there's no divots actually sitting in the road for that water to go. Where there's no paint, the water just sinks into those little divots. There's actually a little bit of grip there. Rubber will come in and fill in those little gaps in the surface. If you've got a lot of road surface that looks like this, rubber will come in and smooth that all out. Dry conditions, that's great. More surface of the tyre to sit nice and firmly on that rubber surface. That's really, really good. In these sorts of conditions, anything that's a white line, no, you can't touch that. You can't touch curves. And like I said, it's the same as the rubber, but there's no grip. Rubber has grip, a little bit of grip. It's a little bit better than the white line. So what you're doing is you come in over the metal grate. I want to go the car left. I'm just going to flight it in. I'm going to come off all of my controls and just keep my steering wheel as straight as possible and just point that car until I hit another section where it grips up, and then I'll feed the wheel back in.
Yeah, super tough to get that done, honestly. And it is all about like knowing the track and knowing where that water's going to fall, right?
It's a 2 meter. You've got 1 meter to 2 meters to work with. That's what you've got to work with up there. And we talked to the guys yesterday about at the end of qualifying about what they were doing in the wet. I think it was, I want to say John Peasnick. It was sorry, it wasn't Peasnick. It was the other car, the Pulse Racing car that was inside the top three. And they said, I've got 2 meters to work with. Most times I'm going into the corners, I'm just going, I hope this grips. Because if in qualifying, you can take those risks. You can't take those risks in the race.
New leader, Sean Campbell, finds his way past Jacob O'Reilly into the chase. The Part 1 stream is about to end on YouTube, so if you're not over on Part 2 now, get on it. Link will be in the chat on the YouTube stream. Keep the coverage of the race going. Stay with us for the second half of the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12 hour. We now have 5 hours and 58 minutes remaining, and Sean Campbell has finally gotten some rhythm going. Made his way to the front, and he is leaving the Vermilion Porsches in the dust.
The 88 of Tom Frears off the road, rejoining at the chase. He's had an excursion.
It looks like Synergy 88. Been involved in quite a few dramas today. He's managed to get it rolling, nice and consistent, but yeah, it seems like everywhere around this circuit there's something that has the potential to go wrong, and you're seeing a lot of what Scott was talking about just before here. The amount of puddles, water build-up here on the racing line. Remember, this track is a public road for most of the year, and so you have a lot of those subtle bumps, divots, and waves in the tarmac collect water in the wet. It looked like it was going to be a great pass there from Tom Freer, but he ended up finding the grass.
Rub it in line and a bunch of puddles on the right-hand side of the road over there as well. The other thing I was just noting on that car, there's actually a small bit of damage on the left front corner. Comers and goers at this section of the race, and it always is, and I think the rain intensities actually might have just backed off a fraction. I'm actually starting to see little bits and pieces of the sky lightning and the track surface starting to lighten as well. Hayden Veld, obviously we've talked about his skill. I think you highlight it quite well there, Ryan, in the wet. Very, very good at that. One of the goers at the moment, Blake Fitz, in a lot of trouble, and you can just see we've passed through the heaviest of the yellow, getting back to green, and blue's coming back our way. So he is going to line up probably an hour away from dry tyres at the very least, but it is starting to come back to us and the pace is going to come back. But like I said, we've got Hayden Veld at the moment who's trying to apply some pressure. Blake Fitz is on the backwards. Ryan Betex is actually one of those other cars I really, really want to highlight. He's overtaken about 10 cars in the last 5 minutes or so. He is on the move.
Yeah, excellent form from Ryan Betex. This thing standing through Forest elbow. Yeaman is wide, and that's going to let Veld up the inside. Just behind them, Wayne Burke sees a chance for a couple extra positions, trying to make the move on Glenn Riddell. And looks like Riddell's going to let him go there. Have a look at the intensity of the spray. There is no way you can tell where the cars are ahead of you. Even the rain lights, the blinking rain lights, are barely visible at all. And out of the spray emerges the back of the Orbit Drop Bear BMW. 10 Yeaman, unfortunately not able to make an advantage on Blake Fitz or Hayden Veld, but down to the final couple of corners now. You'll see them all running roughly middle of the road on the way into Murray's. Look at the puddles, the reflections. Those are super deep puddles we're seeing at the bottom half of the circuit.
Oh, mate, this is stressful because my car's in this fight and I'm sitting here. Oh no, Wayne Burke. He's having a go. And it's absolute sand up the inside of turn 1. He's on actually the preferred groove when you drive it out the other side. Yeaman is going to have 2 tyres in the puddles. The car goes right in the puddles. You can't be up there, Yeaman. Take a breath. Settle it down. And this is the problem. Everyone's getting aggressive. Everyone wants a spot on the racetrack at the moment. Guys that are coming and going. Here comes Cito Riddell up the inside as well. He'll get an elbow at Griffins. Boys, no, I can't do it. I'm going to have a mental breakdown.
Yeah. This is not an ideal position for you to be in, Scott. You're up here watching your car have its fair share of issues, and there's doesn't that just tell the story?
I was going to say earlier, that explanation from Scott was amazing, but there were so many memeable gifs I could have made from the camera. I mean, just continuing now.
Oh, good Lord. Well, yeah, Yeaman is full focus right now, isn't he? He's always been someone like you can never quite tell how he's feeling in the car when we're riding along with him when he's driving. I mean, the occasional smirk, the occasional chuckle, but aside from that, he looks cool, calm, and collected, which is very difficult. Something's gone wrong here for the number 64 entry, Dennis Gatterich at the wheel. The Pulse car going straight on at the S's. Something has gone very wrong for him. Was this? Oh, he caught the white line through metal grey. Oh, that's big.
That's huge. That's huge. That's the rear end of the Porsche. Where do you not want it on a Porsche? You don't want it on the rear end. He is going to struggle to get that one back to pit lane. That will be dog tracking and giving him nightmares.
Yeah, it's all he can really do to keep it rolling as he tries to navigate the corners here. One of the Eclipse Ferraris coming up on him, but should be a simple way of getting him by on the way down Conrod Straight. Fortunately, we do stay green as the rain continues to fall. Moving back up to the battle for the top 9. Ever so briefly. Side by side on the exit.
Look in the background.
Heart attack for Scotty. Wayne Burke and Blake Fitz fighting over 8th place. Pass made by the Vermilion number 12.
Fitz is struggling in these conditions. He's been passed by quite a few cars in the last 3 laps. I think Scott's picked up on it as well. He'll also pick up on it now because his teammate's trying to go around the outside of him.
Yeah, this is not ideal. What do you do if you're Dan Yeaman? Blake Fitz on the inside will be first to the apex contact. Yeaman is sent slightly wide, but stays off the white line. Manages to keep the momentum up.
No, bring back Rankin Cam. There we go. That's a great line from Yeaman. Use the the less rubbered in part on the outside, turn it back across for the exit, but he just couldn't quite complete it. And now it's that one line part of the racetrack. Although he'll have a look, he won't go for it.
Oh, dearie me.
Wait for the car to grip up. Look up the inside into McPhillamy Park. There's no! Yeaman's through the puddle. He got out the other side. Yeaman's gone Oh my God!
How on earth did both of those cars stay on the circuit? I have never seen anything like that. I thought for sure one of them was going into the wall.
Well done, but that also needs to be said to Blake Fitz to hang on to that car in that position, and everyone's contributing. Everyone around the racetrack's contributing to little bits and pieces like this. But the thing is, we've just seen a whole bunch of guys get drive-through penalties. I'm watching incident points on my screen rack up, little bits. Oh no, not a big feel of me. Well, hands together for Blake Fitz. Honestly, the problem is what this is promoting from a driver's perspective. Dan doesn't drive like this. He is not this kind of driver that gets out there and gets the elbows out. He's the kind of guy who's going to cleanly put a race together, but do it at a really, really nice. He has to, because he's getting boxed in. So the aggression comes up. What does that promote? More risks, more contact, more leaning on each other. It's danger. There's a car off the road. I think that just went through the gravel trap though.
Yeah, that was Blake Fitz there. He went deep at the chase. So that's going to be
I can't. No.
positions down. Oh, black flags as things stand. I mean, they are coming out left, right, and centre. Jake Edwards currently with a black flag to his name in the One Performance Racing entry. Meanwhile, all of this is going on here for second place in the Porsche Cup class. Thomas Leprike is still holding on somehow to second. But Sam Muir in the 9.5 Sim Sport car is going to be making his way past shortly, I imagine, as there's Edwards in the background bringing the One Performance 47 Ferrari into pit lane. Antal Sabo, a driver we're both quite familiar with, Scott. Previous winner of the NZ Toyota 86 E-Cup and an incredibly fast driver. Currently at the wheel of the Vermilion Esports 32 at the lead of the Porsche Cup class. These guys are some 25 seconds behind him, and they are scrapping like it's the last lap.
Yeah, and that car is still not straight, by the way, the lead Porsche Cup car that Sabo's behind the wheel of. He is very, very talented. I heard whispers of this car and its driver lineup getting put together over a month ago, so these guys have been working on this for a long, long period of time. Worthwhile pointing out, I don't know if you guys would have noticed, but Rick Kuznetsov, a week and a half ago, changed stables from 9.5 to be a part of this Porsche Cup car. So he's in the Vermilion outfit to run Porsche Cup, and look at the support he's got at the moment. The problem is you cannot cover everything that's going on because it's happening everywhere.
Yeah, everything everywhere all at once, so to speak. It's pretty much impossible for us to give you everything that's going on right now. We can only focus on what's in front of us. Another car in the pits, Dennis Gaderick in there as well in the Pulse Melbourne Porsche.
Sabo's last lap, I'll just get one thing in before you, Ryan, 23.2. The next closest car, 26.7. He was 3.5 seconds faster than the rest of the Porsche Cup field last lap.
Oh, my word.
Crazy wet weather pace.
SimSpeed needs one of those mega walls with 4 or 5 different screens. It's off the road somewhere in the vicinity of the car we're seeing. Glenn Riddell. Yeah. He's dove. He's in the lane.
He's divin'.
You gotta be careful on pit entry too. It'll catch you out. Pit entry is mega wet. There's our mega wall, sort of.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Black flag for Damon Woods.
Just gonna talk about this car, Woods. He was fighting his way back through the field, but he's got a black flag for that contact we saw a few laps ago with Brian Borg down at turn 1.
That's a shame. The story has taken a very dark turn for that number 1 car, and it looks like it isn't going to be getting better anytime soon. It's going to be a drive-through for Damon Woods, and it's going to be a mammoth effort for them to try and get back into a competitive position from here. Meanwhile, battles going on in Porsche Cup. This is the fight for 4th. We've got Mitch Curry making his way past Jared Ambrose there in turn 1, and the 780 is now under pressure from the TriStar Racing 999. Brock Cat-Eye is going to get the run out of Murray's.
I think Eli Donaldson just had an off. Sorry to sort of cut away. He's just picked up an incident point black flag as well. Donaldson's got an issue at the top of the mountain. Yeah, he's in the fence.
Dear.
Donaldson's at the fence at McPhillamy.
Oh no. And that was the former race leading car. Vermilion Esports 101 managed to get back rolling again, fortunately, down through the S's. But to me, looks like on the way into McPhillamy Park, he caught the white line, and what a save this is. Obviously was helped by the gravel trap, but God, he was right out sideways.
All right, Scafey.
There we go.
Can we just reach around the commentary box and just make sure everyone's got their oxygen bottle plugged in? Because this is going to get worse before it gets better.
As committed as you'll ever see, the best in the business, the fastest corner in Australian motorsports. There we go. I think I've ticked them all off.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's Crompo, though, by a ticket to the end.
This has really cured my depression from crashing out of those races. This has been great.
Yeah, it's been mighty entertaining, this race. But you always expect that with the Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12 Hour. There's always some level of drama. Great racing to be had in both of our classes. Absolutely love when this race comes around every year. Donaldson has made his way into pit lane.
So, Antal Sabo just ran a 22.9. That's faster than about 3/4 of the GT3 field at the moment. That's actually problematic.
That's crazy. That's ridiculous pace from Antal Sabo right now. I don't know how he does it. And I mean, when we were watching him driving a Toyota 86 and absolutely dominating in the NZ esports scene, we thought the same, didn't we, Scott? Just like, how is he able to extract that kind of pace?
268.
Yep, and there's another car I saw up there as well. 297 is around, and I saw another car nearly off the track. We might go full course yellow here in a moment.
Well,
not cleared. It's cleared.
Andrew Perbrick for Locked On Lads 268. He's managed to get going again, but he was stopped in the middle of the road, and he got split either side. I'll tell you what, great avoidance. Great avoidance.
Good job,
for everyone.
Ryan.
Here we go.
Job.
Let the pictures speak for themselves.
Oh, just enough room to slip a Mustang through there on the left-hand side.
You see what that short circuited my brain?
Went around, so, and that was at the dipper.
Yeah. That is at the dipper. He gets back up to speed, but drama for the Vermilion cars. They managed to hold on to the pace very nicely in the wet conditions, but ever since that Orbit Drop Air Jupiter car made its way past, they've been encountering problems. On the run into the dipper, the rear end just let go, and fortunately, Berkey was able to keep it out of the wall and just get out of the way in time for the rest of the cars to come through.
That's a really tricky part of the racetrack, isn't it, Scott? Because in the wet, there is one line through there, and the dipper becomes so much more treacherous. Any sort of heavy input, steering throttle or wheel will turn you around, where otherwise it's normally pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's really measured down through there, because basically no matter what you do, you're going to be placing that car. This will be what's coming through to serve the drive-through penalty. You're going to be placing the car on rubbing line. So a while back, I want to say it's less than a year ago, it's probably about 8-9 months ago, back to Nürburgring last year, I was doing some testing in the lead up to the 24-hour last year. It takes about 2 hours worth of heavy rain to sort of wash away, but that was on an older update on the wet line and the wet track state. It might be a little bit quicker, it might be a little bit slower these days, but it does wear away. It just takes a long, long time for that to come. And the other problem you have in these conditions as well, it's worthwhile putting in your brain, is where's the marbles? Well, they're off the rubbered line. That's where everyone wants to drive. So what happens is, in those initial build-up of the wet conditions and races like these, you actually move across to driving on the marbles. So it's tricky, and the track comes and goes in a whole bunch of different ways all at once here.
Yeah, mighty tough in wet conditions. It's all Sean Campbell can really do to just stay on the line here as best he can. Make sure not to run too far onto the curbs or the white lines. Flicking back ever further. Looking at further fights, and GT3 is almost losing it as the number 56. Big trouble there for Gianni Lutsu. Yeah, he's an incredible driver as Gianni. He's mighty quick. Races karts in the real world, but it looks like he's going to have the run put on him here.
Around the outside, across the top.
Crazy stuff there. That's ridiculous. How on earth did he do that? Tim Hancock behind, and Tom Freer looking to try and take advantage, but Gianni Lutsu is on the move right now, and he's playing around with the rear end of that car.
Everyone's just having a go. And the thing is, you can actually dial the car into being way too safe in these conditions because you're still going to rotate the thing. You're still going to turn and yaw through the corners. There's another car around. That's one of the Pulse cars.
Yeah, that is one of the Pulse cars. But it's Cito. It's Glenn Riddell once again, and this time he's lost the front end completely. Struggling to get it back rolling again, but fortunately the track is clear. That's going to be another run into the pits, I'm sure, for car 164. It's not been a good middle phase of the race for them, has it?
And he's going to get a drive-through penalty as well for incident point limit for his troubles. So I think we're actually through the second half of the heavy rain now as well, which means, yeah, we are. We're out into the dark green now, and it's starting to fade off. So we are going to get clearer and clearer and clearer. This is up and over the crest. Yeah, he was in a slide before he even got there as he tried to... That's basically, he's tried to change the steering angle to get back to the left-hand side of the road for the elbow, and it hasn't complied.
Yeah, even in the dry, it's very difficult to manage the weight transfer over that crest. You know, I mean, having been to this track in the real world... Oh, hello. Ryan Bettis closing in on Sean Campbell. It looks like the Orbit Drop Bear McLaren's starting to lose some pace here. Ryan Bettis in the One Performance Racing 13. We haven't really paid much attention to him since the restart, but that Corvette is looking pacey.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah, I saw it. Don't mention it. Jay will in a minute, so...
No, not Jay. Well, Yemen's car has a 5-second penalty, but it's also been in the wall.
Yeah.
Luggage not required in a race car, mate. That's what we're just weight saving out the rear end.
I mean, surely you want a bit more weight over the rear in conditions like this, as Yemen is just really struggling. Well, see a 5-second pit time penalty come in for this machine. Yemen is really struggling. But Jay's saying it's not the fast way around the track through here. Oh, God. Oh!
So he's a little bit too narrow with the tip-in point. There's a puddle on the inside there. So what you've got to try and do through the kink up there is you're pointing the car where you want to end up. Again, exactly what we're talking. Oh, no, here we go. There's another one.
Yeah,
This could be a full course yellow.
That's the 222 once again. Kieran Potter. He's been really struggling in these wet conditions. I mean, a few of the times that we've seen him around, it's been due to contact with another car, but being at the cutting there, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a solo error, and that car does not look like it wants to go anywhere on
There's a gap
the
after this next
drivetrain.
Porsche Cup car. He's just waiting for this, so there's a gap now.
I don't think that car's got all 4 corners straight.
No, I think the rear's damaged. One of the
He's
wheels
on
has
the
been
racing line.
disconnected.
He's almost in the way where he is.
Yeah.
I want to be out there if I'm in these conditions. So just straddle the white. Don't touch it. Get one on either side of it.
Well, I'm sure we'll see notification from race control shortly if that ends up being a safety car. Project Endurance, Project 36 Endurance coming into the lane. Marcus Watson at the wheel of that.
No, don't try to move. Don't do it. Oh, that OPR car almost dropped it then.
The rear right is not connected to that car of Kieran Potter.
The problem here is you're now asking these drivers to make a big correction to their input into the corner on the rubbered in line. Well, they can't do that. So I think everyone. Oh, he was in the fence.
He's just called for a tow. So
yeah.
Oh, look at this pack. This is requiring. This is where spotters earn their money.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Rain's actually just lessened in intensity too, boys. Just as a heads up, I did just get a call that it's moved to light rain. This will probably be a safety car, and it's actually just been called as I said that. So.
All right, there we go then. Safety car out, and looks like Kieran Potter will be heading to pit lane after this incident. Just losing the rear again on the way into the cutting. It's such a challenging corner entry. In a GT3, you're basically flat out through the kink before you get onto the brakes, and that's in the dry. In the wet, you're lifting off maybe a little bit earlier, you're trying your best to get on the brakes properly to slow down in time for the corner, but if you're still turning at the time you get the brakes on, there's only one thing that's going to happen: the rear end's going to go.
Yeah, so this one's about compliance, and it's to do with, again, you're just trying to float it. So you say braking early, well, you're actually trying to just not really brake. You want to float it in. You want to minimize the inputs, because excessive inputs, you just don't have the grip to support that at the moment. And there's the rears and touching the white line. Bang.
Oof,
all on the right rear tyre.
That is the point where the rear right got disconnected. And even then, before that, it looked like the rear right was pushed in a little bit. You see how the rear left there is a bit more in line with the fender. That wasn't the case just before Potter hit the wall on the rear right. So I think that car had already been carrying some damage from one of its previous incidents. That could have played a part in the spin.
Good spot, I think, Ryan. Was it you that just picked that one up? Because that was very subtle, but it was there. You're right. This will be a really, really interesting point in the race. Bathurst is elected to stay out here. 23 laps into a stint. I think the rest of the field, Eddie Beswick has also stayed out. I'm seeing at the moment he's 15 laps into a stint, so he's elected to come through. And this is about track position. The further you are down the track, you actually pick up some visibility. So that's the critical thing.
Here's something else to consider, Scott. I didn't do any testing of this sort, so I don't know. You probably have an orbit drop there. In these conditions, I would have chosen, if I was pitting here, to keep the same wets on the car.
No.
Okay.
There's a couple, and there's some industry state secrets I am not approved to release. But there is a very specific reason why you would not want to do that. One of those reasons is the cut edge on you want a thick groove on the tyre. So as you get deeper into the stint, the tyre wears, your ability to actually clear water from underneath the base of the tyre. And it takes the tyre a really, really long way is the other reason. The problem is, I think we're on this set of wets for a long period of time, and by the time we get to the end of the wet in this cycle as well, we're probably on this tyre for maybe another hour to hour and a half, and I don't want to be coming down for a fresh set of wets for 20 minutes, is my problem. So if we're on this tyre for an extended period here in terms of strategy pickup, I actually want to fresh set of wets right now, because this is the least penalty I'm going to take. If I don't change them now, I have to change them at this next stop. So that's it. That's probably the main reason. But there's something in that as well.
I'm writing that down for the next one.
Okay, state secrets, Rankin. Get the what do you call them? The pull. Interrogation team. Yeah.
My theory, Scott, was the cold tyre warm-up in wet conditions is usually pretty painful.
Yeah. That's the problem. The big problem is it's got nothing to do with the tyre warmer. Basically, you're going to have to take a penalty, right? If you leave this set of tyres on now, you're going to have to take a penalty. If you put a fresh set on, you're going to have to take a penalty as well. But that penalty is the cold tyre warmer. If you've got a reasonably stable setup where you're quite okay on the cold tyres, that's your preferred penalty. The tyres fading off, less preferred.
Well, we also saw a problem for car 240.
Gianni Lutzu has got half a car.
Okay, it just keeps going. But while we're witnessing everything that's going on at the moment, this is what happened to the AITX Revolution iRacing Aston Martin. Caught the white line at Metal Grate right in the middle of the puddle, and this was under safety car conditions. They were still traveling at race speed at the time, but a massive hit, and that car was crabbing all the way down the hill. Fortunately, able to get it rolling again was Trent Allen.
I think you'll find Lutzu has done exactly the same thing.
Oh,
that'll be done. That
zoom
car
in
will
on
be
those
done today.
tyres.
They've burned their fast repair.
Mine says they might have been on slicks.
What?
It's been throwing mistaken slicks, I think, at some points in the data, but binning it on under safety car.
We can actually probably zoom in to the rear tyres.
well, that is not ideal.
So that's a bug, because you would not be able to go that fast
Yeah,
to
true.
get there.
Yeah. So they must have been on wets.
Must have been on wets. That's definitely basically in these conditions, wets are just undrivable. You can't put the throttle down. You're just wheel spinning constantly in these conditions. So that could not have. They would have if they were to have an issue, it would have been before then. They would not have gotten that far on a slick.
I'm not saying I would agree that what Scott said about changing tyres is right, but I would suggest that maybe this is caused by being on those car tyres.
Yes, for sure.
Both cars.
I agree with that. Well.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. Confirmed. Wet tyres on it. But, yeah, that Ferrari is going nowhere fast, apart from pit lane. And that may indeed be day done for the Eclipse machine, which would have been right up the top, were it not for various incidents over the course of this race. We do still have a few cars with their fast repair available, quite a few actually. The leading car to have already used their fast repair is the Eclipse number 53, well, media entry with Hayden Veld at the wheels, so they'll need to be careful. Eclipse still has 2 cars in the top 10, one of them being second behind Sean Campbell here, so it's not over for the Eclipse team. The Team OCE number 35 has had a wonderful time in these wet conditions thus far. Matt Thompson at the wheel, currently running in 3rd amongst the big guns.
That car 53 Eclipse, they've been holding on to that last gasp of life 6-lap one. That's when they took that fast repair. Sorry guys, but
yes.
Sorry about that.
No, absolutely. I totally understand that. That's a pretty significant point to make, actually. They're driving on a knife edge now, having to negotiate these wet conditions. The pressure is on massively. Making mistakes is going to compound in conditions like this. We are seeing some blue sky start to creep through, though. The rain is starting to scatter, and we'll be having a dry spell coming
20
in
minutes?
the next 20 minutes or so.
Half
Yes.
an hour. Yeah, half an hour away, I think, before the skies will stop. And from there, we're probably 15, 20 minutes away from getting back to green. So about 45 minutes, which means this safety car period, the problem is, and getting back to what we're discussing about tyres and the window that they're sort of in, I don't want a cooked set of tyres before I get to that window. And the other problem is, if you stayed out here or left the same set of tyres on here, you've got to get through this next little period where there's actually still quite a lot of water on track. Then you're coming down for a pit stop. For anyone who stayed out, they're not far away from actually taking a pit stop. They're halfway through a stint, so 15, 20 laps. That rain's still too far. We're going to be on that for too far into the future. It's not going to be easy swap over. So that sort of solves a lot of the tyre dramas. Anyone who didn't take tyres here, for me, is in trouble. It won't show it immediately. They'll be okay for the next 5 or 10 minutes, and then they're it's disastrous, basically, for those guys.
Yep. I was in a wet race recently, Scott, where pretty much this happened. Some switched, some didn't, and the first 5-6 laps you feel like an absolute hero, but it comes back so aggressively towards the end of the stint. The other point to make, well, the other question I wanted to ask, Scott, are you just waiting out in the commentary box until the rain stops and you can get back into a car in dry conditions?
No, I've done my job for the day. So there's a few cars up and down the field. So this is where we get into talking about strategy and how you actually put the race together from it. Well, actually, this is actually really important. Something that's just hit my head is your maximum drive stint in the car consecutively is 75 laps. We've just had a couple of safety cars at critical junctures in these pit stop cycles. I think Dan, actually just thinking about it, he'll be close to that 75 lap marker at the end of an hour or, a stint from here. So that's going to be a little bit tricky to manage over the next hour of this race. But what we set up with, and there's a few cars up and down the field who have 2 really, really quick drivers. And then I'm not going to call myself an AM, but I'm definitely not a pro. So I sit maybe into a bronze to silver category if we're talking driver category.
There's a term for that, Scott. Pro-am.
Yeah. It's pretty close. I'm probably more towards the AM side of that category, but I'm there and thereabouts. I'm actually really happy with the way I drove today. I'm actually over the moon with how well that's done. So I want to say a shout out to Harry Lillis, who did the setup actually on this one for Orbit Dropper. He did a mega job on the BMW. He's a big snout fan. a big BMW fan. Loves a big sniffer on the front end of his race cars. He's a huge BMW fan. Did a lot of work to make this car really, really good. So big shout out to him. But it's about setting your race plan up. And we were talking about it for a long period of time. I was nervous as all hell to start this car. I've got to be honest with you. I did not want to do that stint. But that's the best way to make the team work. And everything I did in those first couple of hours was survive. Pace was set. Not important. Keep the car alive. And there's a lot of teams up and down pit lane that are sort of like that. John Trott and the car that he's actually in, they've got to schedule that. And you saw Thomas Freeman do that on board that car earlier on. They basically got as many laps out of John as they possibly could in the opening stint of the race. They did 25 laps with Freeman behind the wheel, and then I think they handed back over to John Trott as well to get his laps out of the way. So the goal was clear my laps, and I ended up doing a fair bit better than we expected. But now we can go forward from that point in time. Dan's had a little bit of a wobble in this stint, so obviously things have dropped away a little bit at the moment. He's under the pump and he's got to recover from that. But if you've got a Pro-Am combination, or a couple pros and an Am, or you've got some drivers you've got to work through, that's strategy. That's how you set this race up. So you've got to walk through that. And that's really, really tricky about how you approach that. This is one way about it. The other way we could have done it is single stint for me, double for one of the pro drivers, single stint for me, maybe double for one of the other pro drivers, and then single stint for me or something. Some of those combinations or one of those combinations just to sort of space them out and work on fatigue management. Fatigue management is a massive part of this race. As anyone who's ever driven this knows, Bathurst sucks it out of you. It literally sucks the life and the concentration out of you. So, a couple ways to put that together.
Sounds like more thought went into your strategy than our one. We were
get in, drive.
get in, drive. Hope that you don't fall afoul of driver fair share rules. Now, it wasn't in the strategy.
Burn, fast repair.
Look, if there wasn't a car on my inside, I wouldn't have been in the wall. So, really. And I will point out, we got back into the top 10. And then we crashed again. So, it was a good 3 hours. We're going to go back racing on this lap, thank God.
And rain intensity peaked in the middle of the storm at sort of 60%, and it's dropped to 30, held at 30 for a little bit. It's now down to 14% and trailing away. Even when the rain stops and it's 0, it still feels like half an hour before any of this even starts to dry out. But that rain intensity is tailing away and will continue to do so.
I swear I just heard someone hit the fence, but I think we're all safe.
Yes, yes,
Oh,
you're
okay.
right. You're 100% right. I think it might have been Cameron Stubber. Yes, Cameron Stubber did hit the fence.
Number 30.
Death puddle, left-hand side fence immediately at McPhillamy.
I heard that down at Forest Elbow. Oh, Jackson Rehana in the grass as well. So, we're going to go back to a restart on this lap. Here's the replay. Can't really see what's going on. Oh, that's big. That's very big. So he'll have to limp back to the lane. And hope he has a fast repair. So the field resets. We go back to one of our famed chaotic restarts with Sean Campbell for all but drop their Jupiter, leading this race from Eddie Beswick, Matt Thompson, Jacob O'Reilly, Hayden Veld. They're the 5 drivers in the top 5. 4 different teams in the top 5. That's what you like to see.
Leading in Porsche Cup at the moment, Vermillion. Antal Sabo's lead has been shrunk somewhat. Still got a bunch of GT3 cars between himself and Australia-wide in second. 9.5 Sim Sports, Jaden Wilcox in third. Safety car is in the pit lane, so it's all in the hands of Sean Campbell, who's still waiting to go underneath the bridge down towards Murray's.
I reckon every time Campbell has restarted, he's gone about there. He's gone pretty late. So he gets on the gas, and can they all get through the last corner? Oh, look at that. It's just a big puddle across the entire surface. Checkups in the background as they all try to find some real estate, try to pick out their brake marker, peer through the spray, and make our way back to racing with just under 5.5 hours to go.
Jackson Rohana comes into the lane to clear and serve a black flag. Some flash graphics pull out of the way.
Oh, big run. Big run for Eddie Beswick. Looks to the inside on Sean Campbell. Battle on the brakes, and in fact, Campbell pretty much lets him go. And then they both dive to the outside to find some grip. So Beswick with a big wobble gets to the lead of the race.
rest of the field working their way up towards the cutting, spray picking up, the whole field having been compressed is really densely packed in this one quarter of the racetrack. Now the outside of the cutting still is where the grip is. They're looking for grip around the outside of Griffin's Bend as well. Battling side by side, Porsche Cups up towards the kink, which is the grippy side, and it changes when you're side by side like that.
It is tiptoe stuff on these first laps. Porsche Cup side by side. And that is one of the Eclipse GT3s getting its nose chopped by Daniel Yeaman. I dread to think what Scott Rankin's count looks like about right now. Oh, it's side by side, another car involved there. I tell you what, Yeaman picking his way through, didn't even know they were side by side, and suddenly want to merge from the spray.
Tell you what, that's the 56 car. I thought they'd already burned their fast repair. As it turns out, car 56 had not. They're back in the race. They have managed to take that one. A couple Porsche Cups battling just ahead of this. It's Russ Green and Jared Ambrose are going toe-to-toe at the moment. This is for 9th and 10th. And the next car on the road ahead of them is also in 8th place in Porsche Cups. So you've got Curry, you've got Green, you've got Ambrose, 65, 105, 780. And there's GT3s trying to work their way through as well. Yeaman's wide through the elbow. He'll try and pick up the throttle. Yotsu's going to try and have a crack at him. And you've got Porsche Cup cars. How do you pick where to go at the moment? Because you're trying to work your way through the Porsche Cups. You're trying to use the GT3's superior grip and the aero. But where do you go here, Dave?
Well, whether you go left, whether you go right, you head down towards the chase. Lutzu is going to look for a good braking zone off the slippery side. So he goes left, then they're going to have to come back, pushed up against the curb where the water is pooling. It's a dangerous place to be. On the outside there as well. Gap forms between this battling group and the rest. Beswick pulling away in the lead of the race. Field continuing to spread in these challenging conditions.
Watson just edged out Blake Warboys there through turn 1. They got very close to that puddle on the outside. So Warboys lost 2 spots there. Wayne Burke was very loose out of the chase, and that checked Warboys up. It was the battle into turn 2. Just in front of this shot, Tyson Broad is side by side with Jacob O'Reilly. Here we go, side by side into the cutting. You spoke about this, David. It's tricky. It's very tricky. And O'Reilly is going to go through as Broad darts back to the inside. What about this? 3 wide. Damon Woods trying to go up the inside of both of them. We'll get round the outside of Tyson Broad now as the racing line switches back in his favour. Very opportunistic there from the Falcon Sim Racing team, who are working their way back into this again after the black flag.
You're starting to see the sun and blue skies. The rain is almost over, but the track is still sodden, massive puddles in so many places. The spray is still gigantic. You're ages away from slicks, but you can see light at the end of this storm.
21 is at a crack over the last hour and a half, 90 minutes. It's been treachery. The light at the end of the tunnel, it comes, it beckons. Who's got pace? Who's got a car underneath them at this point in time? Thompson and Veld, side by side as they exit the elbow. And it might be a use of the elbows on the straight. Looks like Veld might have picked up a little bit more wing. Couldn't get the power down on the exit there of the elbow.
Well, Veld came off the inside, Thompson off the outside. The outside there's always going to give you a mega run onto the straight, coming off the non-rubbered in part of the circuit. Veld looking for a way through at the inside of the chase. Can't quite outbrake him, but Thompson wide. Again, using that wide line, working well in his favour here. And Veld watching these top 2 get further away. He wants to make use of his wet pace while these conditions last. At the moment, being held up. And if you look in the mirror, look at that menacing blue Ferrari of Damon Woods.
Pace is getting quicker on this lap just now. Beswick at 220.1. We're about to get underneath the 220s for the first time in a little while. Looking at the replay here. Whoa. That slick line on the inside has caught out the 101.
Eli Donaldson on that one. It just looked like he picked up the throttle on that rubbered in line just a little too aggressively. Looks like John
Tyson Broad ahead of O'Reilly, ahead of Daniel Poulton, ahead of Wayne Burke, but then Broad goes in way too deep into turn 2, Griffin's Bend, trying to cross underneath him. O'Reilly will get him side by side again, heading up towards the cutting. I think around the outside of the cutting in these conditions is actually a really nice place to be. If you can be gutsy and your nose doesn't get chopped off, that's a slide job if ever we've seen it.
That was really smart from Tyson Broad. Knew what was coming, cut it off before O'Reilly had a chance to execute that crossover move. And this is a very spicy train of cars. Daniel Poulton in there as well in the One Performance Racing 51. Antal Sabo in the Porsche Cup car, holding its own.
Well, we've sung his praises multiple times. We've repeated the chorus, gone to the bridge and back to the chorus on that one. They've figured out where the grip is for that team and that car, and he is driving superbly in these conditions. He restarted from the last safety car, very much further up the safety car train than everyone else in his class, and that has paid massive benefits. You can see he's leading by what was 11 seconds, becomes 12.5 seconds, and just probably increasing drastically until he starts to find a little bit of GT3 traffic.
Thompson rolled off there. He let Veld go. He'll let Woods go as well. So those two finally released. Wet weather experts. See what they can do with a bit of clean air. Although I suspect Woods will be trying to find a way past that Eclipse car in the not too distant future.
There's a drying line forming in just a couple of places here. So you've got the shiny parts that are really wet and some slightly duller lines beginning to form that are still wet but with less standing water.
They will become critical when, nowhere near ready yet, but when we get to the crossover point, because when you go to the slicks, you have got to stay pinpoint accurate within that dry line.
Sam Campbell goes underneath the 220, so he's just completed a lap that was 219.8, taken 0.6 of a second out of the lead. He's got to keep that up because otherwise he'll get caught by these two guys who are flying along.
Eddie Bestwick, he hasn't managed to pull out a lead since he took over that advantage from Sean Campbell. Campbell is shadowing him, less than half a second between them. 5.7 seconds then back to the Eclipse Racing car of Hayden Veld. 2 Eclipse cars in the top 3 now, and have a look at this.
But the spray's lessening. It's absolutely lessening. So this was all caused, but there's a couple Porsche Cup cars in here. Mitchell Curry and Blake Neck. And then there's another one in Hamish Barnhill. And the GT3 field are just slowly just sort of trying to pick them off. But the critical factor at this point in time is you want, if you're in multi-class racing, you want that line to widen. And the reason you want that line to widen, you can actually place the car down the inside. You can think about placing the car somewhere else. I think Barnhill just got the fence on the way up the hill there, and Urquhart's just ahead of them. This is 4th and 5th in Porsche Cup. And something's just happened. Black flag drive-through penalty. Car number 67, contact on lap 150. So that was only 11 laps ago.
That drive-through penalty for the race leader will cost you about 20 seconds. It'll probably drop him down to 13th or 14th or 15th.
Oh no!
Into the wall, collected by 2 cars. One of them, the GT3 of Thomas Freeman for One Performance Racing. Hamish Barnhill facing the wrong way at Skyline. And that all stemmed from the Eclipse car looking up the inside into McPhillamy. It put Barnhill offline and he couldn't escape the puddle on exit. He'll get it turned around here, but there'll be a lot of damage to that car.
Nearly did a sweet J-turn, but then he needs to turn it into a 3-point turn. But he uses that space really well. The paved runoff there, and we're about to see what Ryan Jones described, that he gets pushed wider than you'd want to be by the GT3s.
He almost held this. But he just... Oh! Excellent view! Can we get an onboard with the first car? Did he miss him or not?
It's wild. It's just wild everywhere you look. And the conditions are getting better at the moment. So that's just prompting a little bit more aggressive behavior. And again, you also still want to be aggressive through these conditions in terms of the traffic at this point in time.
That was Mitchell Curry that just parted the seas through McPhillamy and somehow escaped out the other side with 0 damage on the Rapid Theft Racing 65.
We are going to get to that. It sounds like this is what it will look like from the nose. They're too wide in front of you. You know something's coming, but you don't know which way to dodge. You can hardly see through the spray, and oh!
Well, he didn't lift.
Put it in the Louvre. That's amazing.
I think Jay's just earned himself a Simmy for best shot of the year. Oh, wow. Wow.
Beswick's pulled a little bit more space on track here, but still has the black flag looming. Campbell will soon go to the race lead. Damon Woods at 2:19.1 last lap is just absolutely flying. Given that dry pace is sort of 201, 202s, I got to feel like the slick tyre crossover's got to be somewhere around like a 214.
Car 12, bent on the right rear, no rear wing. He's had an issue with McPhillamy, and yeah, we're getting towards that crossover point, but it's not time-based, it's what you can see on the road base, but that track state has gotten so much better in the last 5 minutes. It's significantly better. Wow, mate. He's in for a new car, I think, at the end of this lap. I don't think that 12 can go any further.
It's going to be lethal to drive right now. This is how it happened at Reed and Sullivan.
Wayne Burke had not been having a good time of it. Every time I'd seen that car, he was sideways and having a tough time. And, oh, wow. I think that was Marcus Watson who's just missed him. And, the 88 got the wall on the inside, but they got away with it.
Beswick serving the penalty. You know what? I think the lane loss is less than I thought. He's going to come out potentially battling for the top 10 here. Yeah, he's in 7th, getting up to speed. 8th and 9th are at speed. The pit lane loss is less when it's wet.
Yeah. Worthwhile pointing out, lap time is 20 seconds longer at the moment than it is in the dry. I'm sorry, 15 seconds longer, which means your average pace in the pit lane second.
Check this out. On board, Brenton Hobson. Well, hit the wall on the right, and then car left. Oh. Car right, go left. I reckon that is the best avoidance we're going to see all day.
Because he was right on the limit of avoiding the car, and then it lurched forward, and millimeter stuff. Damon Woods gets down into the 218s, 218.5. Lap times are tumbling quickly. There's more drama for Team OCE. This BMW's been in and around the top 5, but that thing's crabbing. It's got big damage. So he's driving into the pit lane and he'll clear the track and will remain green, but unfortunately they've done the...
Oh no.
Oh, Wayne Burke, not again. Rear wing, not attached to Wayne Burke's... Oh, sorry, I want to replay. Don't worry about me.
Oh.
Wait, settle down, boys.
For the second time. He's going to join us live again.
It's been a while. Yeah, how does this work again?
Well, first you watch the live pictures.
Well, you know, going back to replay to add some juxtaposition to some incidents, you know, you get caught out. Oh, hey, Scott Rankin, you'll never guess it. This is definitely live. That's the replay of Thompson, but in live pictures, Daniel Yeaman has had dramas. At the top of the hill. He's just rotated that car back the right way.
He was there for a fair while too. Still he could. I think he's touched the white line up at the grate is what's triggered that one. He's done a mega. To be anyone that's driving around in these conditions, that was atrocious for a long period of time. Anyone that got through that without damage has done a phenomenal job.
We've got a couple of BMWs missing boot lids. So Fergie would be disgusted because there's no junk in the trunk for any of them.
And this comes back to what you were saying earlier, Ryan, that you've got to straddle the line. You've either got to be left of it or you've got to be right of it. You can't be on it, and Dan was sitting on it when that car let go.
Exactly. But, I mean, it's such a minor mistake. Like, this is literally inches. Just kisses it. Have you got a faster pair left?
Yes, yes.
Curiously, Yeaman has continued on here.
I think he's got to. You've got to get to that crossover point. That's the problem. If you pit now, you're going to be back in 15 minutes.
It'd be worth going back to the radar as well, because you can see that we not far away from a complete cessation of all of the rain. There we are, clear weather coming from the bottom right. Just the very last drizzle of rain falling on the racetrack. The wetness measurement, as in the amount of standing water, has dropped from 67% to 50% just recently. So most measures of how much water is on the track suggest that it's clearing. And this is the race lead. Damon Woods, I reckon, is going to go underneath a 218 here. Look at his lap times. You can't quite, but he's gone from 220s to 219s to a 218.6. He's about to complete a lap where he has been absolutely closing in Sean Campbell, hand over fist, multiple seconds over the laps cumulatively. Woods is going to get to the timing line there. And he gets another 218.6.
No surprise, Woods has come, well, he's been electric in all these wet conditions, but in these particular conditions, because this is almost exactly what we experienced yesterday, Scott, when Woods absolutely blitzed them.
Yeah, and it's these changeable conditions. The problem is at the moment, he's got to manage getting around this track, getting through the spray. Whereas, Sean Campbell ahead has got a clear racetrack to look at, but it's getting better. It's getting easier. The problem is transitioning racetrack. These two are absolute masters at what they do. That's why they're in the race lead. Woods has had to drive through the field so many times today. He has had to hoist that thing on the back of his shoulders and go for it. He's been aggressive across the top. He's been aggressive down through the straights. He's been aggressive at the chase. He's had to go everywhere, just about everywhere. So in the back of your mind, in the YouTube chat, let us know, where do you think Damon Woods is going to have a crack? Where is he going to try and get this one done? Because, boys, as an Orbit Drop Bear fan, I think our days are numbered.
I would not even fight this if I was Sean Campbell.
You got to. It's the race lead, mate. You got to.
There's car on the
hello,
locked
on the wall there. That's
268,
Andrew.
I think it is.
Andrew Perbick. That is a less than ideal place to be right now. And I think he's just going to get away before Eddie Beswick comes across the scene. Oh. All right, back to Woods and Campbell. Here we go. Woods ranging up, pokes out, tries to get a look at where the turn-in point is. Covering the inside. Well, covering the inside, but also that's the racing line in these conditions. And it's working in Campbell's favour there. Woods climbing up over that curb. And now into the last corner. Is the door going to be left open for Woods here? Campbell isn't covering. Woods down the inside. Into Murray's corner. Oh, slides it in, backs it in. They rub on the exit, and Woods has almost gone through, but the job's not done yet. Still nothing between them on the run into turn one, both fighting for the grip. Under brakes, and Woods finally gets it done.
Gets just a tiny bit wide on the exit. Campbell's going to come back at him up Mountain Straight. But you've got to say that when Damon Woods can get some clean air, he can be quicker than Sean Campbell. He's closed him in. He's managed to get that move done. Falcon Sim Racing Team, the #1 car that was so fast in qualifying yesterday in conditions like this, is now back to the lead of the race.
That was, I think, the right amount of fight from Campbell. He didn't roll over, but there's no point white lining it for 5.5 hours.
No, it's just that element, isn't it? The comment that you made a couple minutes ago, and I have no problem with it either way, by the way. But if you roll over and just let the guy have the race lead, no, that's not on for me. You've got to fight for the race leads for the win. You've got track position at the moment. This is the replay for that 268 car. They've had a rough day. The locked on lads, just too much speed down to the dipper. To be fair,
Nice.
Done reasonably well.
I did that yesterday in qualifying. I did not escape without damage.
Looks like they have got
Super close there afterwards, but then they're looking at that nice little space. I mean, I can't reverse parallel park that nice.
Oh, live pictures. The drop bear car has had huge dramas. Oh, Damon Woods. Am I live? I'm live. Damon Woods is gone around at Forest Elbow.
The lead changes again.
I had to make sure I wasn't on a replay there.
No, thank you. This is becoming a really difficult turn.
He's got to find a gap, and there isn't one. There's one after this group.
He doesn't even have enough traction on the grass to flick spin the car because he can't get enough forward momentum to actually flick the car, but eventually he gets going again. How far has he dropped? That looks like 10th place. Well, I'm seeing 36 seconds behind Sean Campbell now. Massive time loss. You'd sooner take a drive-through.
Inside of the brake.
Yeah, that's big. Car 164. Backwards, almost facing the oncoming traffic. Another case of white line fever.
You'd almost reverse to the pavement, but he's got it around.
The right rear tyre on this car looks sitting funny.
So this is what happened to Damien Woods from the lead of the race.
That is why I don't like the inside line at Forest Elbow in these conditions, because it is so treacherous down there.
Well, that's white line. We're just about to talk about white line with car 164. That was the white line on the exit of the Elbow. Did you see that?
Yeah. It also crosses over the rubber. See, you've got it from both sides. Now, 164, we don't even need to tell you that this is exactly the same thing we've seen so many times in this race.
It's just the right rear. I think he kept the right front mostly off that line, but that is a massive shunt. And the right rear on that car, he is reasonably speedy down to the exit at the moment of the chase, and he'll be heading down to pit lane. So he's maintained speed for Glenn Riddell. Car 47 picked up a drive-through penalty just recently as well.
I can't believe that didn't blow the motor for Riddell, and then he was able to get going again.
Yeah, and then we'd have a safety car, and that'd just reset the race and neutralise it again.
My thing says 1% rain is the intensity right now. You can still see it from most of the cameras, but the radar says it's gone. So surely in the next 5 minutes it all completely clears. The blue line that you see in the lower part is the rain intensity, not how much standing water there is or how pooled it is or how slippery the track is, but how quickly the rain is falling. So it appeared very quickly, slowly trailed off, and now it has ceased, and we're just left with bathtubs and bathtubs full of the stuff that'll take a while to clear.
What I find interesting on the forecast is the chance of rain going down. Obviously, we expect that, but at 2:15 it goes back up again. So is there another band of rain potentially?
Yeah, it's percentages though. We just got to wait for that to hit us. So the problem is, and this is how rain works basically in the actual weather.
Pit block.
And yeah, in the background, yeah, having an absolute go. But the way that effectively it works out is that there's a 25% rain chance and a 75%. Basically, the numbers that you're working with on a forecast are somewhere between the bottom end of the scale is going to be above 1 millimeter or something like that to actually trigger a percentage chance in rain. So it's not actually a percentage of how much rain a percentage chance of rain. It's a percentage of how much you kind of really get is the way forecasts work. And there's a minimum threshold. If it's only going to rain 0.1 of a millimeter, it won't show up as an actual rain chance. So as you get closer to that, it changes because basically you get a more accurate picture of what that's going to look like. So the timeline that we get on the bottom of things is and isn't accurate at the same time, because it's just sort of saying there's a chance there'll be a minimum of 1 millimeter of rain, there's a 10% chance of rain or something like that. And then as we get closer to it, those cloud systems have to form to dump that rain down, and that's what we're going to wait for.
If Sabo was in a GT3 class, he'd be in the top 10 fastest cars on track right now. But he's leading Porsche Cup and blowing them all away. Genuinely massively impressive. Let's take a look in GT3. Jack Whittis and Blake Fitz. They just did 2:25 and 2:24 last lap, which is 3 seconds slower than Antal Sabo.
Wicked job. Absolutely wicked job from Sabo. And Sabo's won that series as well, but he's also gotten out and gotten into more driving in the real world at the moment, and that's sort of been the big progression for the Kiwi. Stubber's just going around. I just got it stopped raining call, which I think will start from the elbow, and we'll see this track actually dry up. And I'm actually seeing a dry line forming, like the actual road is starting to show signs of a lack of rain on it in very narrow bands across the racetrack. They're stubborn at first. So.
That's an awkward snap. Turned hard left into that fence, trying to correct it.
Yeah, it makes you look silly, doesn't it? Because the steering input's doing nothing until suddenly it goes, oh, you want to turn left. It's like malicious compliance to make you look foolish. That when you do eventually turn into the slide, it goes, oh, I'll grip on that then, and snaps you the other way.
Well, now comes my least favourite part of rain racing, Scott, and that's identifying when to go to slicks and subsequently staying on the dry line. It is so difficult, and around here it's going to be very, very treacherous.
Yeah, so this next phase of the race, to walk you guys through it, and what you're going to start to see is we see these guys toe to toe. Jack Wittes will never, Ryan, you know this probably better than anyone. Wittes will never let this go. He just does not have a yield button. That does not exist. The man could have, he'd have 4 limbs missing, and he'd be saying, nah, my head's not chopped off yet, I'll keep going for it, to quote a Monty Python reference for you all there. But the next phase of this race, what you're looking for is you're looking for a clear, defined, dry groove across the entirety of the racetrack. Why do we talk about that? We've already talked about the rubber and how it gets laid down across the race surface and that there's no gaps for that water to go. Well, the slick tyre requires compliant, smooth, flat, dry bites into a rubbered-in surface. You're going to see that start to develop. The racetrack will go back to looking like racetrack. It'll start to get this real grey colour. And if you'd have been talking to our good friend John Heinhoff earlier this morning, one of the things that he said last year when he was working on this event with us is he said this place has got one of the darkest surfaces of road anywhere in the world. It's why it takes a lot of heat during the middle of the day. It's why the track temperature gets quite... So it's actually a little bit darker than most other circuits around the world. What will happen is once you get a complete line, and it has to be 100% of the way around the track, you can move to a dry tyre. Any earlier than that, and whatever section of the racetrack it is that doesn't have that line, you have zero grip. It is not it's mildly off, zero. If there is a line that is dark in any way, shape or form, as if there is water on the surface of that racetrack, there is nothing. What that then requires in compliance from a driver is you have to be physically the most disciplined you are ever going to be throughout the duration of this race. You must stay on that tram track. We just said you've got to have a completely dry line 100% of the way around the racetrack. Well, now you've got to park the car on that. You cannot leave it.
In the wet, if you drop a tyre off into a wet patch, into a puddle, you could probably survive. In fact, you're most likely surviving. In the dry, if you drop half a tyre into a puddle, especially at McPhillamy Park, or a wet patch offline, you're in the fence. I mean, these are probably the conditions where we'll see the most accidents.
So what's going to happen now as well is these tyres, where they're not cooling anymore. They're starting to come up, they're starting to go off. And what happens is actually down the straights is the tread blocks actually move around on the tyre, on the surface of the tyre, as we're keeping an eye on the difference in lap time between our leader and P2. Sorry, my apologies, it's not even leader and P2 at this point in time. It's Damon Woods.
You'll blink and it'll be P2.
Back out
you
of
look
this,
away,
yeah.
and when you come back, Damon.
This car has been up and down all race, but I tell you what, at no point has it not been one of the fastest cars. Talking about the number one.
So one of the strategy things here now is Eclipse Sim Sports Core Temp in third are going to have to stop for fuel soon, and they are not going to be able to stop for fuel and go to a slick tyre. So then it becomes the Ryan Jones question again of, do I just leave these wet tyres on for another 10 laps, or what they do with that?
So go ahead, Ron. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, right now, if you have to pit, you have to go wet. You have to keep your wet
New
tyres on.
Used wets.
You keep your wets on because you've got less than, I don't know how many laps. I'm terrible at that, but your time you lose is going to be at least 25 seconds, Scott. You're not going to gain that back before the slicks go back on.
Yeah, so pit stop to put tyres on somewhere around 20 seconds, so that amount of fuel is going to go back on board the car. The problem is you're going to be coming in soon to change back off of those, so you need to create another 20-second window of fuel into the car to get a slick back on. So there's strategy that goes in both ways from both ends of that. You've got to think about fuel, not just the tyres, and what you're going to do in the strategy.
You think they might go 3/4 of a tank at this stop?
They would. Right now, if I'm in their car and I'm making the call, I'm throwing 40 litres at the car and leaving the tyres on. And the reason I say that is you can leave tyres on in these conditions. However, these tyres are cooking right now. These tyres are overheating. So what happens is if you actually bolt a fresh set on, the warm-up phase is really easy because you just throw them at the car and they're good in a lap, basically, and then they cook. So what happens is you get this really cool, I've got a heat and pace, and it's good. You get one lap, if that, at the moment. So if you want that, throw the tyres at it, but it's a tricky because you go from tyres that you already understand to tyres you don't, and that's, that can sucker you into overdriving.
Damon Wood's lightning progress towards the race lead has encountered a little bit of traffic here, so he's no longer the fastest car on track because he's had to slot into the speed of some of these other drivers, including the Porsche Cup leader.
The other thing to consider, there's a lot of, we'll call them A drivers in the car right now. A lot of these blokes started the race. I would assume a lot of these blokes want to finish the race as well. However, driver time is a consideration, but putting a new driver into the car now in these conditions on the switch to slicks, I'd be cautious about that because these guys out there, they have the experience, they know exactly where the puddles are, what the grip level's like. You plug someone in now, new, for the first time, they've got to try and identify that in the most challenging part of the race.
And this is the conversation. Basically, at this point in time, the talk and the chatter, and I guarantee you, 95% of the field will be talking about this right now, is if they've got to put a new driver in, educating, okay, puddle here. And what will happen is if I'm a co-driver that's about to jump into a car, is I'm sitting in I'm basically watching a cockpit cam for the entire lap. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm adjusting myself. I'm not feeling it. I'm probably phantom driving the lap. It's just ghost driving it in the cockpit just to feel everything out. This is one of the things you can do in the sim, you can't do IRL. Blake Fitz, who's had his struggles through the wet period. Probst is another one of the Momentum. I believe that's a Porsche Cup car. No, that's a GT3 with the rear end. So this is Jack Witters for position. So I'm phantom driving it at the moment just to get my eye in. But it's talk. It's constant talk, constant chatter, constant information. Ryan, how much of a fan of Jack Witters are you? Because I feel like I'm about to give you free rein to give a character reference. It's going to be a strong one.
Well, Jack's a very fast driver.
He is. I agree with that.
And I think I've told him this to his face a few times, so he won't mind me saying it. I think he gets in his own way a few times. There's as you said earlier, it's all fight, there's no give.
Yeah. Car round, P-Cup, P8. P-Cup is around.
But, with that said, I rate it. You need those drivers. And, a lot of the time, it works. It works really well. With that said, he's just rolled over there. and Blake Fitz has cruised on through. Good on you, Jack. I rate that. I really do rate that, Jack. Great job.
Well, we can't be right 100% of the time.
That is the most sensible piece of driving I've ever seen from Jack Witters.
Australians haven't seen the last of Jack Witters. There is something coming with his name. I'll tell you that for sure. He is actually, by the way.
Racing have just caught a bit of the white line there, heading down through the S's, and before the dip, my goodness, before the dipper, they'd already lost it.
So just another comment on Jack Witters. I believe he's Tom Bewley's P-Cup engineer for this year.
Correct.
There you go. He is an engineer. He gets out there. He's handy on the tools. I got to meet him at Bathurst last year. Lovely guy. Absolutely lovely guy.
Made us some nice V8 sets last year as well.
Actually, I've got another update on that one. Jack Flahovich, team manager of Momentum Sport, told Jack Witters to not be dumb. Directly his words. I didn't put that. That's the direct quote from Jack Flahovich.
See, it's not just me. They've all seen it.
This is where you need that relationship with team managers, don't you, Ryan? Because you get trusted a little bit. Oh, I love this because there's so many moments in this race that happen off camera that are important to that, and that's one of those ones that you got to chat to the guys up and down pit lane and get the story of the race and the important elements, and that's just one of them.
And I feel like I can say this given I made an ass of myself in this race as well. So, I mean... Oh, that was a squirrely OPR car. Ryan Bathurst getting up the inside of Dylan Walker, another one of the Momentum Racing cars, and he goes on by. Momentum Racing, maybe I'm in the wrong circles, but I haven't seen a lot of them. And in this race, there seems to be a lot of them.
And they were top 5 early in this race. I think they got 2 cars in the top 5 for qualifying as well. In the wet, things have been a little bit more muddled and mixed. Are you noticing what I'm noticing here, Ryan? That a lot more people are braking on the rubbered racing line rather than down the inside?
75% of the way there, I think, to a slick tyre right now. We are not far away. It's probably
the track.
Griffins to McPhillamy that's not right. Everywhere else is ready.
The track is lightly wet. Generally at the start of the race, if it says it's very lightly wet, you gamble on the slicks. So we're very close. I would say
it's tried to expand the dry line there in the braking zone of the chase, and it didn't work.
We don't know what everyone's fuel range is, but if you had to pit this lap because of fuel, what would you do?
It's too early.
Wets for another 5 laps minimum.
5 or 10 laps, yeah. It's still, like I said, it's 75% of the way there.
Problem,
not 90.
The problem is, if you stay on the wets past the crossover point, the amount of time you lose per lap is, especially around places big as Bathurst, is absolutely monumental.
There are cars out there that could gamble. And that's probably the way to think about it, is I'd be looking at Damon Woods because he can read a track quite well. And I'd just be watching what he's doing. Is the instant he pits, I'd follow him in. You'll see Tyson will just roll over here. He's not interested. He's not interested in this fight. They've got a top 5 going. They want to keep a top 5 going, and that's their target. Tyson has done a mega job in this car. Again, this will be me sitting here and waving my purple, yellow flag and saying, oh, gee, what a great job they are doing. But it must be pointed out that car was at one point in the 30s. I believe Ratsu drove it up to the back end of the top 10. Actually, it was about 15th spot before he handed it over, and then the rain come down, and Tyson has driven that car into the 5. That is a great drive. That is a phenomenal drive.
Blake Warboy more than a second faster last lap than Jacob O'Reilly in front of him, so he's driven up to the back of this Porsche. It's Porsche versus Porsche for Synergy WKMP versus Vermilion Esports 112. So then, having closed in, you go, what part of the track am I faster than them? What part of the track can I take a different line than them and still be faster to be able to get around? That's what he's thinking about right now.
How's that dry line through Metal Grey? You can hear how much more input with the throttle and the brake he's able to use going through that dip, where normally it's a coast until you get to the gripped up part of the circuit. Watching along from a chopper cam, you can see the dry line, but it just fades out at a couple key points of the racetrack, and that's what concerns you at the moment. What doesn't concern me, Reece Gardner's back.
Hello.
No, very concerned. That's a problem. Right? Did he show his ID on the way to the box? Someone check that man. Is he allowed in here?
This is his ID.
He owns the box, actually. That's my bad.
Yeah. Well, my belly is full of macas, and my lovely partner Rosalie got her Phoebe figurine, or her Rachel figurine that she had been looking for. So very happy man at the moment. And hearing, taking us 7.25 hours to start talking about food on the broadcast from Jay Kennedy. That is, dear.
Damon Woods with a really rare mistake just there. Lets Tyson Broad back through.
Gonna have to try that one again. But
with that mistake, Damon Woods was still the fastest car on track.
That's pretty crazy. Setting a 2:19.2. Tyson Broad with a 2:18.5 on the previous lap. We're going to see exactly how that happened. And at the chase, big wheel on the puddle, and then up on the curb where it's super slippery. Not ideal for Damon Woods, but ended up recovering from it well enough.
At the next corner, he goes in deep down here at Murray's. So he tries to brake on the regular line, tries to turn in a little early, and just walks out wide. And with those two mistakes, he crosses the line and still does a 19.2.
Fair enough from Damon. Even on a bad lap, he's still pretty quick. Battle continuing between Brian Borg and Eddie Beswick here. And what an up and down journey it has been for the Eclipse Sim Sports Core Temp car. Last time we saw this car, saw that Ferrari, it was in the wall at Griffin's Bend, and it looks like he's going to get up the inside of the Porsche Cup machine as well. Dispatch that very quickly. The lap times are starting to come back up a little.
And basically made that move on the inside of the cutting, which has been rare up until this point, but clearly that part's also drying up.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it looks like the inside of McPhillamy, but you see how much of a wide berth they are giving the curb. It's quite interesting to see how hard they decide to push that. Our leader, Sean Campbell, has had 0.4 of a second taken out of him on that previous lap. Hayden Veld in the 53 Ferrari is absolutely motoring right now, making up half a second or more per lap. So we're going to be seeing that gap for the lead narrow quite a bit. Yeah, it is interesting to see that, as Jay pointed out, it's taken us this long to start talking about food on an endurance broadcast. We're usually in it by a couple hours in.
In the first hour, I did look at the sunset and say, sunrise, and say, once you can see the sunrise, it's time to have breakfast and open a can.
Yes.
No,
and then
it's still night before we can see classes last night.
That's true. That's true. But it was a drought of about 6 or 7 hours before we started talking about food again. We do have some news from race control. Unfortunately, one of our cars, I think, is going to fall under the auspices of race control for drive time violations. We won't say who it is just yet, but we'll wait for the graphic to show up on the screen.
That's a tease, Reese. That's a big tease.
Oh, it is. Hey, it keeps people engaged, right? We have already
that's
seen...
commentary clickbait.
Yes, it is.
Reese is about to tell us all that you can actually pay to get this news early by clicking on simspeed.com and paying the $5.
Yeah, correct. No, not correct. Don't do that. Although I wouldn't say no to being sent a bit of money. Unfortunately, the number 5 entry in Porsche Cup has already been disqualified for the driver share infringement. Not enough laps between stints. And just to remind you all, one of the rules is that drivers, it's trouble for the ERT McLaren, drivers need to stay out of the car for a minimum of 25 laps between stints. And unfortunately, the number 5 has fallen victim to that particular rule. Driver share rules have always been a point of contention in the Sim Bathurst 12 hour. We've had many drivers make the argument that they are not needed. But it adds a little extra bit of variance to the race. It forces you to plan out your stints a little more effectively.
So Urquhart did 14 laps out of the car in between handing off to Robbie Bradbury and then getting back in. That's why he fell afoul. And to your point, Reese, driver share rule, from my perspective as a driver, don't mind it, but I would like to see a time rule instead of a lap rule.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
I can give you an update on why do and don't do that. So in the real world, it's actually really, really easy. Individual drivers have individual timing trackers in NatSoft, and there's a lot of different ways that they can actually track that. In the sim, there is actually no administrable way to track driving time directly. And so therefore the only thing we can do is track laps because that's all there and actually really easy. So you could do it, but you'd need a team of 3 and probably a NASA scientist to be able to do it.
Well, if you're watching and you're a computer scientist and you want to invent a time tracker for iRacing driver sticks, you've got some money to be made.
We're not saying that we have the budget for that, budget. We do not have the budget.
We can give you some cookies.
It was spent on Reese's partner's Phoebe toy. Unfortunately, that the whole budget, it's gone.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's our shoestring budget spent, and yes.
I hope the budget went to a fancy new chair for Jay.
Well, it depends what you mean by fancy. If you mean milk crate, yes.
I thought he upgraded from a milk crate to a milk crate with a pillow on it.
Who's got a pillow, Jay says.
Damon Woods has just put in one of the quickest laps I've seen in this drying track, 2:17.5. Now, I threw 2:14 at the wall as a potential crossover number. Often what happens on a drying track as far as the lap times are concerned is they get quicker and quicker and quicker, and then they sit at a bit of a plateau, and then they start to tumble. And I think we are getting close to that lap times start to tumble zone. What will our race leader do as they have to stop? 23 laps in the stint, is this deliberate?
I would go slicks. Our first car in is the
He's on
leader.
slicks.
What a gamble. Brave.
And it looks like he is going for slicks. Connor Nixon's going to be jumping in the car, and he's going. This is going to be one heck of a sighting lap for him. He's going to be the one, being the one cutting vines out of the way in the forest. Be quite interesting.
So Connor Nixon, what a baptism of fire. I don't think he knew he was doing this race until about this time yesterday.
Yeah,
now, he has to get in about this time yesterday. He has to get in on this drying but still wet track on some cold slick tyres and figure out where the hell the damn grip is. He's out on track now.
Let's watch him. I want to see how this goes.
I want to see this.
I can tell you that adjustment was even later. That was about half an hour, 45 minutes before the start of the race today, and it was due to Josh Banks, who was scheduled to be in this car, had an unavoidable conflict come up that he had to handle, which he had to leave. He didn't have enough time to clear his minimum stint. Otherwise, they would have done it with Josh Banks, which was as scheduled. So
this is now a train simulator for Connor Nixon. He has to stay on the train tracks.
That's it. Have a look at the steering inputs. He is soaring away at the wheel, trying to find out where the limit of grip is. I can't imagine what he's going through right now. Dry line is looking pretty good there across the top, but as the guys pointed out just a short time ago, you start coming down through the S's and through the dipper, and the dry line effectively disappears. Still very wet up the top there. There's absolutely no room at McPhillamy Park. You're basically driving on a country road at that point. This is where the speed comes down.
He's making it look easy, though. Doing a very good job.
Crossed over. This is absolutely crossed over. The only other point of the track that is not ready is maybe the start-finish straight, but you can get away with that. It's provided you don't run wide, you're gold. This is if this wasn't ready, he wouldn't have made it this far. This is absolute. We've missed this crossover by probably 2 laps.
Woods has reacted. He's the next car in.
All right, here we go. Now the cycle is going to begin. The track is apparently dry enough for slicks, at least on the racing line. So let's see how everyone responds. Car 55, meanwhile, the Summit Flash Graphics entry with Jackson Rihanna at the wheel, having an incident here with the number 10. This was at the cutting. Big move up the inside from Jackson Rihanna. And he ended up getting a bit crossed up on the exit too. Ultimately made the move, but not without a little nudge to the side.
The no surprises, Falkenson racing team are going for slicks. Everyone who pits now is going to be going for slicks. Eclipse are in, or should I call them slicks?
You tried.
No, I shouldn't. The answer to the question is I shouldn't.
That was terrible.
Responding to awkward
Cody
situations.
Deeds jumping in the car.
I've got a question. Unfortunately, I've got to jump out. I've got some stuff I've got to try and get done this afternoon. But I've got a question for you guys as we get through this period. And this one will go out in the chat as well. And this is going to be food related.
Ooh.
It's my prepared question of the day. How do you like your Vegemite on toast? And Jay's got a graphic for us that we can talk about.
Oh, okay.
We're going to prepare that and work on it in the background at least, so that we can at least have a discussion of the most Australian sim race about what everyone's preferred application of Vegemite is. But the other half of this discussion is for those of you who don't know, I got divorced about 2 years ago, and I've been dating a new partner in that time. I've finally come across a red flag. It took a long period of time to come across this one, but I can tell you the red flag moment was she's a little bit under the weather at the moment. I had to make her breakfast yesterday. I had to make her Vegemite on toast. What is the worst possible way that you can apply the following 3 ingredients together? Toast, butter, and Vegemite.
I don't know, but for a moment there, I was concerned you were going to say the red flag was that you had to make her breakfast.
No, she's sick. She's on the weather. I'm going to look after her.
I'm glad that wasn't the red flag.
No, it wasn't the red flag.
No.
This is 2026, mate. We're better than that.
Well, for my money, the worst way to do Vegemite on toast would be not enough butter and way too much Vegemite. You got to strike a balance.
Well, that's not the issue. It's the order of the application.
Oh.
I have made the toast, and at her request, applied Vegemite, and on top of that...
Oh, sorry to interrupt. Connor Nixon's just gone around out of the chase. That's drama for the first car to go on to slick tyres. Car looks undamaged for the moment, but it was a really scary moment for Nixon. We might have to leave the Vegemite discussion another few minutes.
Well, you know what? He was trying to go past another car, and that's the problem. As soon as you have to go off that line, chaos.
Not ideal. We'll get a replay of that shortly. But more cars in the pit lane. We've seen the One Performance Racing 13 find its way in. Brenton Hobson and Josh Perween in Synergy and Vermilion, both in pit lane and going to slicks. Here's what happened here. Keep an eye on the rear left. There could potentially be damage here. So Connor Nixon trying to find his way past this car here, and rear right, yeah. That was big hit there to the concrete wall on the way there too. So visually the car doesn't look too damaged, but I think there may be some issues with that car now.
Yeah, the fastest car the lap previous to that, Tyson Broad went at 2:15 on wet tyres, but now Dean Mackay, One Performance Racing 13, has come around on slick tyres with 2:15.7. So that's crossover. The fastest car on track by 100th of a second is on slicks versus wets.
Yeaman still hasn't taken his fast repair. I know this because there's still no boot on that car.
Yeah, not ideal. John Peacenik jumping back into the Evolution Racing Team 555. Pit stop complete for them. Seeing a couple of the Porsche Cup cars in the pit lane as well for their requisite wet tyre application. Antal Sabo is still out there in the Porsche Cup lead on the same set of tyres he's been on since the last stint. But yeah, we're expecting a steady trickle into pit lane of many drivers to get their wet tyres on.
And lack of driver aids in Porsche Cup, or as much driver assistance in Porsche Cup, I wonder if their crossover doesn't come a little bit later.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an option, because yeah, the Porsche Cup tyres are a harder compound than the GT3 tyres, so they probably wouldn't deal as well with the drying track. Yeah, their crossover point probably will come a little bit later. Quickly then to Scott Rankin's point about Vegemite toast. Well, I would agree with you, Mr. Rankin. Applying the Vegemite first would be a bit of a red flag. I think if you don't let the butter melt a little bit before you put the Vegemite on, the experience just isn't the same.
Well, let alone you have to use 2 knives. Like a little bit of butter gets in the Vegemite jar, that's okay.
Yeah.
We're not too opposed to that. But it led to me going yesterday, I don't know what, I've got a great question for Australia and to all the sim racing fans sitting out there. How do you like your Vegemite? On a scale of 1 through to 6, 6 is a nice even swirl right across the middle. There's no gap showing. 1 is you swipe the knife a couple of times, like you were trying to sharpen the knife really, but the Vegemite on it for some unknown reason. And then 3 and 4 being reasonable applications. I'll pass this around the commentary box. I'm a 4 to a 5, boys. Dave,
One is embarrassing. There's no such thing as homeopathic Vegemite. Six is a bit try hard, to be honest, that you've gone into every single corner. So for me, if I'm going to have Vegemite, it's because I want to have Vegemite. So 1 is out, 6 is trying too hard. It's a 4 for me, but I'd take a 3 or a 5.
Me personally, I usually find myself around the 2-3 area, but more on the side of 2. I do like to go pretty heavy on the butter.
I don't want Vegemite.
All right, you're out. Bye-bye.
I did actually want to ask this question once we had access to Sperry, so maybe you guys will have to harass him a little bit later on.
Yes, I'll make sure to pass that on. We've had more pitters from the front of the field meanwhile.
Look at the number 1's lap time.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Cody Deeth, a 2:09.8. We are below 2 minutes and 10. We're well into the crossover point by now. Synergy 14, One Performance 51, Project 36, they are all in. And getting their dry tires back on. It just leaves Orbit Drop Bear Mars and Momentum Racing 788 up the front of the field. And this could get a bit leery here. The number 1 is boxed in a little bit coming down the straight here and making the move for what is almost the effective race lead, but not quite. Cody Deeth just needs to make his way another few seconds up the road, and Matthew Bowler will be the car that he'll pass for the effective lead.
Net race leader, yeah, is Matthew Bowler, highest running car on slick tyres at the moment. That loop moment for Connor Nixon has actually been mega costly because it's cost him a 20-second race lead. They nailed the timing on getting those tyres on, and then they lost 10, 15 seconds, maybe put a bit of damage on that car. This is the real battle for the real race lead right here.
And all the way across the top of the mountain, throwing up the spray. Just trying your best to balance the car across the curbs here. You see how much tighter Cody Deeth was cutting the curb there on the way into the dipper. He was almost rubbing up against the wall on the way in. He's pushing hard. He knows that this car is fast. Those tires have well and truly switched on by now. And look at the beautiful straight run he gets out of the elbow. This may be a move at the chase, but in these sort of half-wet conditions, it's way easier said than done. Fortunately, the dry line's a little bit wider there, and it looks easy as pie there with the slipstream and Matthew Bowler potentially just letting him go.
Perhaps everyone else coming in now to make the change to their slick tyres. And whilst come in, Momentum Racing still on wets are now going to come in. You don't have to look too far back to see Cody Deeth is shortly going to take the race lead.
And we'll say our goodbyes to Scott Rankin, who is now going to exit the commentary box to attend to what must be done. It's always good to have Scotty in here with us. One of the best commentators on the scene, in my opinion. Had the pleasure of working with him plenty of times. And potentially, he's off to talk some tactics with Dan Yeaman. Remember, Mr. Rankin is technically a competitor in this race, and Ryan Jones was.
He did. Thanks for that reminder, Reese. He didn't leave his mic on, did he? We listened into the team tactics.
No, he's not. He left the channel. He left our Discord channel. So
It's a shame.
yeah.
Who's a good lip reader?
Yeah. Are there any people hard of hearing in the chat? Well, I mean, I suppose if you're hard of hearing, you can't hear us. So that's
Auto-generated captions.
kind
There
of
are subtitles, I think.
auto-generated though, and they can be a little bit off at times. All right, so Momentum Racing 788, Hector Pecorini jumping into the car is, oh dear, that is Teo Sorono spun at pit exit. This is awkward.
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh dear! One of the McLaren's involved too. Pecorini just finds a way through on the left-hand side, and it looks like he's going to have to wait for the McLaren to get going as well.
If you drive backwards on pit lane, you'll be DQ'd, so he's got to Austin Powers this. Oh.
As he spun up the tyres to accelerate, his left sides were on the white line.
Ah, yes. The white lines are ever present around this place. He does get going, but that's going to be about 30 seconds at least of time lost for the Vermilion entry. Real shame, but manages to get away from it without too much damage. Meanwhile, Josh Perween in the other team car has got Brian Borg for very close company, and Borgie still has yet to jump into the pits and change to wet tyres, to slick tyres, sorry. Now, we were mentioning before that a car was in danger of fouling the driver time rule, and it's the One Performance Racing number 51 that has fallen victim to that. That car was running up in the top 3 a bit earlier, but Stuart Ellis only waited 24 laps between stints, and of course the minimum amount of laps you have to stay out of the car is 25. So unfortunately, One Performance Racing number 51 is going to be very shortly disqualified from this race. We've lost another one of our heavy-hitting competitors there.
I know how he got caught out by that, because the last lap Stuart Ellis completed was lap 60. When he got back in the car, it was lap 85, but not 25 between.
Yeah, big shame. But
because he still would have been in the car to complete lap 61, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it comes about because of where the start-finish line actually is relative to the entry to the pits. Like, effectively, the start-finish line is almost perfectly in line with the pit entry, if not only just after. So that can result in some confusion, especially if your pit box is either before or after the start-finish line. As John Piesnick, once again, some problems for the ERT 555 Lamborghini. Gets back rolling, but that looked like quite an adventure through the sandpit at the chase. Oh, there it is. Caught a puddle. Goes spearing off.
I am shocked that no one has grabbed the McPhillamy puddle on these slicks.
Yeah, I recall last year in particular, it was almost every single lap we saw someone catching the notorious puddle of death at McPhillamy Park, but I'm surprised that we haven't seen more of that. We have got the meme ready, apparently. Multiple people have. Jay is pointing out to us behind the scenes. So that's pit stops complete for everybody, and looks like the majority of the field on slick tyres once again.
Yeah, and how quickly the track has evolved. We went from sort of 217, 217, 217s to, whoa, someone's done a 214, Cody Deek a 209, then he was 206, so he's just done a 204.9. So in the space of 10 laps, the track went from not ready for slicks to, oh yeah, only 2 seconds off a completely dry track.
Solid. Speaking of memes, Mr. 6th place Brenton Hobson is currently in 6th in the Synergy Sim Racing 88, but could be looking at a 5th place very shortly if Bradley Ratu allows him the opportunity. Got the One Performance 13 Corvette, Dean Mackay at the wheel just behind them as well, and that Corvette has been looking rapid pretty much the whole way through today, hasn't it?
Just seen a incident for Lockhart Brownlee at the Dipper.
I saw that too.
So he was trying to round up Felipe Cabrera, and unfortunately just got wrong-footed and got out into the wet stuff. There you go.
You'll see it here coming down through the Dipper. Cabrera with a wide entry out. Brownlee cuts to the left, but then unfortunately there's no grip on the wet there on the outside of the racing line, and it looked to me like Lockie just tried to turn right and the car just didn't respond.
And the Dipper claims another victim, Peter Wilkinson, now in the 268. I think that 268's been around at the Dipper a few times today. He gets it rotated, pulling back the right way.
Yeah, the Locked On lads have not had much luck with the Dipper today, have they? This is how it happened. The other orbit drop there, BMW right behind him there. Oh, and that actually was the battle we were looking at just before. Hobbo and Mackay there behind Ratu. And, well, fortunately, neither of them really got involved. Mackay falling back from Hobbo and Bradley. Unsure exactly where that came about.
Crazy how narrow this tram track is, though, because they've got pure dry track grip, but only in this one lane that you can see, and then they can't track out McPhillamy Park. They're narrow on the way into the chase, so they can be super grippy, just as much grip as you're ever going to get, but only in this narrow line that isn't quite expanding to a proper dry racing line yet.
Well, the track temp's only 23 degrees. That's probably playing a factor.
Humidity's not insane, and the wind is blowing from the southwest, and the sun is out, so the factors other than just the race cars on the track should still be drying out the rest.
Car 105, Russ Green, has had an accident at the Dipper, which stemmed from him avoiding the 788 of Hector Pecorini having an accident at McPhillamy Park.
Well, we'll be getting that to you very shortly. A lot of interesting stuff going on. We'll be getting a replay for Josh Perween first, though, because this apparently was a massive problem for him up the top. On the curb, yeah, that's fine. On the other curb, that's fine. Right here, hello, Puddle of Death. It's been a while, and a massive, massive hit there to the wall, pirouetting down the hill, and he somehow manages to right it.
Brilliant.
Not without a big hit.
No, but still, it's always nice when you end up facing the right way and still rolling after a spin. But I think Josh Perween will need a change of underwear in the meantime. 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. And the battle is still ongoing for the last position in the top 5 here between Bradley Ratu and Brenton Hobson. You mentioned a little earlier, David, just how this dry line works and how narrow it is. Lights off, so that tells me the track has been pretty much declared dry. It's almost like I'm reminded of tarmac rallies, right? Like the Monte Carlo rally and places like that. You're driving down these really narrow tarmac roads at really high speed. I think it's the same sort of deal here. You just have to be so precise. Goodness me, that's massive there for Pecorini.
Watch the next car come through. The 105, he has to go through the shortcut. It puts him on the wet stuff, and eventually drops it.
Round he goes. Oh, God. And that's the front bumper gone.
Pecorini actually come out of that better than 105.
Yes, he did. Bit of a lucky escape there.
Fastest car on track last lap, Dean Mackay, who dropped back from this group, then has picked up some pace, closing them back in, 205.4. These
Nicely
are
done.
both closing Josh Pilwing, who I think did sustain just a little bit of damage, or at least a big dent to his confidence. So Hobson and Mackay are hunting him back.
They're just coming up on some lap traffic here. Stuart Shaw in the AITX Revolution Aston Martin. Also got Jaden Wilcox just up ahead in the number 95 Porsche Cup car. Won't be much trouble getting past Stuart Shaw, but coming down to the chase, seeing Josh Perween just up ahead of them. Perween, of course, collecting damage from the incident on replay that we saw. He's been losing pace lap on lap. He's only been able to manage sort of mid to high 206s over the last couple of laps, and these guys are catching him at a rate of knots, about a second faster per lap. And Mackay has just about caught up to Ratu and Hobson again.
Yep, let's see what Mackay does here. 5 flat, just beginning to catch this group. Had to negotiate his way past the Revolution iRacing Aston Martin, who did a really good job. You saw them sort of 2 tyres in the wet stuff up against the white line, trying to offer up a decent racing line to the leaders to get past him as well. So that was really, really considerate and well done.
Into the pits for Rapid Theft Racing number 65. The entire front end of that car is missing. I am going back on my end to see what happened to Lachlan Pryke there, because that can't have been good, whatever caused that.
If it's the puddle, I'll put Vegemite on before my butter.
Did I say 5 laps ago we haven't seen anyone come unstuck at the puddle? Did I tempt fate there?
Yeah, I think... Oh, God, he got on the curb as well. There was nothing he could do there. My goodness, that's one of the drop bear BMWs that got involved.
That is massive.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, so that's 3-4 cars now in the last 15 minutes or so that have caught the puddle.
See, the track was
manifested
wet.
that.
Oh,
And
car in the wall. They just went past him. Benjamin Smith at the dipper, and he's requested a tow. So, safety car.
Oh, dear.
Is what's most likely.
Yes, surely a safety car, I was going to say.
So, Benjamin Smith, obviously coming unstuck, coming out of the dipper. Whether or not there was another car involved in that, I'm sure we'll find out momentarily.
We've seen a few make a mistake out of the dipper as well, though, because water is still holding in the grass and the curb, and if you push just a little bit on the exit, you can catch that. But he was in here. Oh, no. Tell me the starts there. Yep.
Oh, whoa, my goodness. A little bit of understeer at the wrong moment. Oh, God, that's massive. Yeah,
Was he on the brakes?
It's hard to tell. Safety car has been called in the meantime. Smith did try to get it rolling, but with the rear right not attached to the car, he didn't make it much further down the hill. Yeah, round he goes again.
Good heads up from the Eclipse car. In fact, they would have been on the wet stuff. Would have been very easy to find the fence. All of those cars driving around him.
Yeah, that was the 297 that went around him. Gavin Simpson at the wheel of the Frog League Juiced Racing Porsche Cup entry. And there's an immediate response from Eclipse Sim Sports, at least the last 2 running cars for Eclipse. Eddie Beswick and Marino Morella have brought their cars into pit lane. This is a good time to get a splash of fuel. Whether or not they change tyres remains to be seen. I think it's too early in the stint, really, to think about changing tyres. Meanwhile, this is Matthew Bowler's view of that schmozzle. Ben Smith trying to get back up to speed, and then through the dip at the dipper. Round he goes, and yeah, very good heads-up driving there. Only just lightly grazed the wall on the left-hand side.
I think everyone who's had the opportunity has chosen to pit with this safety car, and Cody Deeth, oh my gosh, he's going to make a pass on the entry there if he can. One of the next cars that came through in the dipper as well. This is like, oh, which way do I go? That side, squeak through.
Driving there from Simpson.
But almost everyone who's got the opportunity is choosing to pit with this safety car, even though they last stopped about sort of 9 or 10 laps ago. It looks like second place is in as well. So almost everyone with the opportunity is taken.
Car, Marino Morella in the 56 had a spin on pit exit. Very similar to what we saw earlier. But fortunately for him, he managed to do a quick flick spin and get it going again without losing too much time.
Yep, that's why it's often good to have a traction control toggle button mapped.
This will be a really interesting restart because, as we've seen, it's still absolutely treacherous offline. As David alluded to, the dry line, as we see the replay,
Whooped.
White line.
it would seem that being in one of those early or late pit stalls is a bit of a disadvantage because they're having to cross over that white line as they get on the power.
Yeah.
To finish my point, dry line, still pretty narrow in places. Going to compress the field up for this restart. People are going to want to make overtakes, but where do you make them without drawing on to the wet part of the racetrack? Going to be really interesting, and I'm going to watch it from the couch. I'm going to love using levers. It's been the longest 30-minute commentary stint of my life, but it's been fun, boys.
Good to have you, Ryan.
You love it.
Yeah. Might do this again.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a full-time thing with you going. But our thanks to Ryan Jones for keeping us company in the commentary booth after his car unfortunately exited the race in a violent fashion. But all the best, Ryan. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the broadcast. So, it's just myself, Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me in comms, with Jay Kennedy producing behind the scenes here on SimSpeed TV. You're watching the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12-hour. The foremost event of the year, big endurance event in the AusNZ sim racing community. We are currently behind the Logitech G safety car for a good raft of incidents as drivers have had trouble adapting to a drying track. The weave is on, and Joshua Horton, the next car to pull into pit lane. We have Hector Pecorini in there as well. Stephen Banks in the Pacific Esports Racing number 17, touring out of pit lane. Rodrigo Mies in the Momentum number 78. We've got more cars coming into pit lane this time.
And I wanted to cover what's happening with strategy in Porsche Cup as well. Everyone in that class went to slick tyres about 2 or 3 laps after the GT3s did. So Vermilion Esports here, they went to slicks 3 laps later than Falcon Sim Racing did, than the leader in GT3 did, and that's echoed pretty much through the field. In the last 7 to 3 laps, the Porsche Cups went to slick tyres, but they did have to wait a little bit longer because of their lack of traction control and as much downforce. They needed the comfort and safety of the wet tyres for just a little bit longer than the GT3 cars, with all of their aerodynamic downforce and assists and everything, that are ready to chance it on the slick tyres just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and as I pointed out earlier, the Porsche Cup car runs a harder compound of slick tyre, so it's not ideal getting onto the slicks too early in those particular cars. But now in order behind the Logitech safety car, we're having some quite long pit stops for Mosaic Motorsports, Momentum Racing, and Orbit Drop Bear Venus. That's a nearly 2-minute stop for Hector Pecorini in car 788. Makes me wonder if, well, we did see him get some damage up the top of the mountain earlier, so I think he might have just been getting those repairs done. I am seeing that he is still on wets on my timing, but we might have to go for one of your wonky camera angles, Jay, to really get the full story. But if Pecorini is still on wets at this point, that's far from ideal, David. The track is definitely good enough for slick tyres at the moment, and I think you're just going to be costing yourself time now.
Well, the tyres have tear themselves apart. They'll be graded Pecorino.
Yeah, I was wondering when you were going to make that kind of joke. In any case, Hector will catch up to the rest of the train as seeing the 999 TriStar Racing entry in Porsche Cup make their way into the pits. Good opportunity for Blake Neck and the crew to do that. They are going to try and, I think, sort of back calculate the stints to the end. Still going to be Vermilion Esports leading the way in Porsche Cup, with Jed Van Hemert taking over from Antal Sabo. And we should be seeing the 95 Sim Sport number 95, Jaden Wilcox, at the wheel, making their way past. No, actually, they won't. It appears there's quite a bit of difference on track between our 2nd and 3rd place cars in Porsche Cup, around 2 minutes or so.
This happens sometimes based on where the safety car grabs them, and if people pit when they hear the call of safety car, or they stay out.
True.
And so it's multi-class racing, and if you end up between your class leader and the safety car, if you end up between the safety car and the outright leader, you get waved around. But if you're between your class leader and the safety car, you have to wait until the wave buys.
True. Update on Hector Pecorini. Jay has checked in the background and confirmed that Hector is on slick tires. So that's another glitch with our timing software there. Into the pits for Orbit Drop Bear Venus, Lockhart Brownlee. He only spent a lap out, but hearing an incident limit black flag probably going to rear its ugly head for them.
And he'll see if he can get a spare boot lid fitted under safety car here, and they can afford to spend a minute or two trying to get that sorted. Oh yeah, I think they got one.
Yeah, getting some repairs done gradually.
Now what are they going to do with all that junk inside their trunk?
Well, we'll have to wait and see on that. Just coming up on 4 hours remaining in this race. No more rain on the horizon from what I can see. It is still going to be quite cloudy. The chance of rain does go up slightly though at around 2:30 p.m. in sim time. It's currently 1:56 with maybe just another small patch of rain on its way. The rest of the race should be cloudy but dry. So keep your eyes peeled on the weather radar if you have access to it. I know I'm certainly going to be doing it from my position in the sim. The track temperature has been steadily increasing now, back up to 27 Celsius, which is more or less what we'd expect for optimum conditions. See the rain on the graph there, almost looking like a brake application on a telemetry trace.
You can see the effect that the rain has on the track temperature, because the track temperature started to deviate from the air temperature. Then the rain came, saturated it, the rain eased, and then there's this window of about 30 minutes there where the rain had stopped, but the track temperature was still cold. And that was when we were clearing the standing water. And then once the standing water was cleared, the track temperature began to rise. And so the track temperature, the worm in green, tells you a lot about what the state of the track was. The further it is from the purple line of air temperature, the drier the track is.
Love the fact that we can apply all of these graphs and graphics to show you all what's going on out there. Wave arounds done for the moment. And we should be seeing one more lap under caution conditions behind the Logitech G safety car here. They're still pulling to the left-hand side of the circuit, so I think there's a couple more wave arounds still to do. But regardless, another check-in on fast repairs. So amazing to note that the Falcon Sim Racing Team #1 has not used their fast repair at all. Matthew Bowler and the Eclipse Sim Sports Bowler Media team #53 have used their fast repair. We also see that Jackson Dial and the Project 36 car, they've used their fast repair as well. In Porsche Cup, TriStar have used their fast repair, but everyone else in the Porsche class down to P8 has yet to use it. And considering the amount of Porsche Cup cars we've seen with damage, that's quite substantial. They've been willing to tough it out.
So here comes the Porsche wave around. That 9.5 car is third in class, but had been split from their class leaders just based on where the safety car was, where the outright leader was. So Jaden Wilcox is going to make great advantage of this to come around to the trail of the safety car train.
Just having a look through, see where our top two in Porsche are presently, just making their way through turn 2 as the TriStar Racing 999 and has one GT3 car behind them, make that 2 in line with the number 35 BMW. We also have, oh, interesting to note, we got a few other cars coming down onto pit lane as well. Pulse Tuning Lexus, Summit Flash Graphics, and the Vermilion 101 have all made their way onto pit lane, and those are cars outside the top 20. So, good idea to jump in now. Henry King bringing the ANZ Mustang in, as well as Ewan Baker in the Pulse Melbourne Lexus Porsche. Oh dear.
They've lost a position.
Uh-oh. That's not ideal. Spinning under safety car while trying to catch up to the rest of the train. That is a disastrous mistake for 9.5 Sim Sports.
Yeah, and we've seen it happen multiple times before. Once you waved around, you know, you're free to push, right? And a bunch of drivers have and made mistakes in that situation. You've kind of got to go 98% speed when you're waved around from the safety car, because going 100% speed, little mistakes like that happen, and that's where he loses the position. It's 100% fair game on the safety car wave around to pass spun car here, so that has cost him the spot to the 405.
Yes, there were some other Porsche Cup cars making their way past there, but they were not on the same lap. So, in terms of position, they have only lost one spot there. So, field forming up again. With all of those wave rounds done and dusted, I think we should be seeing the Logitech safety car pull away very shortly, but potentially we'll be waiting another lap for that to happen, because usually it's around this point in the lap that the safety car starts pulling away. So we'll be under caution for a couple more minutes. But from there, looking like 2 stops to the end at least for our GT3 competitors. And our Porsche Cup drivers, well, I don't exactly have the numbers in front of me for how long the Porsche Cup cars last on a full tank, but
just 1 or 2 laps fewer than the GT3 cars. So I think if it, in the theoretically possible situation where it stays green from here to the end, it's 3 more stops for everyone.
All right, and now for the last lap under this safety car period, we are joined by Brenton O'Brien from Australian Sim Racing Group. It's been quite the fun day. Nice Sunday of motorsport here, Brenton.
Well, how good is it? This is a sensational event. Thanks for having me up. It's just a sensational event, is it? The Bathurst 12 Hour. It's such a iconic race on our calendar, and it's good to see so many competitors, and the teams just get stronger and stronger every year, don't they? And you know, there's certain drivers that are going exceptionally well. And, you know, the Vulcan car's been up and down more than a yo-yo, but it's certainly, you know, when it stretches its legs, it's going to be very hard to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been quite the last couple of years for Australian Sim Racing Group as well. You know, the Supercar Pro Invitational Series, expanding the Pro Invitational Series roster with the GT Series and Sprint cars coming up this year with Oceanic Dirt Sim events. A nice level of expansion in 2026.
Yeah, no, we're running Porsches this year. We've got the Moser Porsche Invitational, Pro Invitational. So really looking forward to that. That starts April 1st. So we've already had our qualifying. We've already got our outstanding field of 45 drivers. Really looking forward to that. And the Pro Invitational, the Logitech Pro Invitational, starts this Wednesday at Sebring. Iconic round again. Sebring always brings out some fantastic racing. So looking forward to what 45 V8s can do around there.
It's a big year ahead for the Australia-New Zealand sim racing community once again, but it's always nice to kick it off here at Bathurst for the 12-hour with Oceanic Sim Racing running the type ship that they do. It's we've seen a lot of variance on strategy as well, and it's been amazing to see how the drivers have tackled these wet conditions. How have you found it, Brenton?
Well, we're running the 2 cars today, the ERT7 and the ERT555, and we had the ERT7 in a really prime spot. It was actually led a lap in the top 4, and then it got tripped over a little bit yeah, in the wet conditions, and suffered some substantial damage. And the boys still had a quick repair left, but they didn't turn it on when they had the tow, so that left them in the pits for about 14 minutes. And makes it a long day to get back from there. Oh, got an incident there with one of the Eclipse cars at the top under the safety car. It's an unusual one. And the 555 with John, Reese and Dan are just plugging along in the Lamborghini. P18, I think they started about 34th, back on the lead lap. Car's a lot better on the dry than it is on the wet, so expect that to start moving through the field fairly, nice and easy. There's still almost 4 hours race to go, so still a long way to go.
I mean, are you having a heart attack at the same point every lap when they come across the puddle of death? Because I know that I know I do a big clench every time they come through here. In fact, that's exactly what's happened to Marina Morella there.
It's funny you say the word, am I having a heart attack? Because I literally had one 2 weeks ago. Thank you for that. I thought you knew for the one sounding that. No, don't want to have any more of those. Not much fun. Yeah, look, it's something that I really hope iRacing get right, because we've seen it at various Bathurst 1000s, either at Scops or in the Pro Series, where that water just sits there all day and obviously doesn't need to. So hopefully that'll get sorted soon. So yeah, look, it's a worry, there's no doubt, and it's going to catch a lot of cars out, especially as the fatigue kicks in later on and cars want to start to get a bit racy around the Porsches. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what this restart can do, because safety cars breed safety cars, and there's already quite a bit of eagerness at the back of the field.
That they do. Thanks very much for joining us, Brenton. We'll catch up soon.
Thanks.
Brenton O'Brien there from Evolution Racing Team, and also representing Australian Sim Racing Group. Green flag is out and flying, and we are away again. Here for the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12-hour. The Logitech safety car pulling into pit lane, and we are now back up to full speed. Cody Deeth leading the way for the Falcon Sim Racing Team, with Matthew Bowler in second place for Eclipse Sim Sports Bowler Media. And now, back up to racing speed again, David. We'll be trying to suss out where the dry line is, as into the pits comes Marino Morella with the damage that he suffered there. That is not ideal for Eclipse Sim Sports number 56. You see the weaving going on here, especially for the Porsche Cup cars. They want to get their slick tyres up to temperature. You need all the heat you can in these drying conditions.
And I'll give Morella a hint, be careful exiting the pit box as well. This track looks pretty raceable now, to be honest. Not only is there a dry racing line, but the rest of the track is drying out as well as we go. That just a little bit of breeze, a little bit of sun, a little bit of track temperature, and we're just continuing to dry off most parts of the racetrack, which will not only let us survive, but hopefully let us race. The top six have bolted clear of the rest of the field. And behind this Synergy Porsche is where the action is. Smoke in the air.
Oh, Dean Mackay.
One performance, 13.
Yep, Dean Mackay in the one performance car, stopped in the middle of the track, and McPhillamy. Oh, this is bad. This is not a good spot for him to be in. And that's resulted in a couple of cars having to take tours through the gravel trap. Is that crabbing? It looks like it is. The rear bumper is a kilter as well. There's a Porsche off in the background. What on earth happened to Dean Mackay? Well, we were unable to get the exact moment there from the static cameras, but, oh, he's going to spin it round again. Hopefully he can get, oh, wow. Yeah, the rear end of the car is falling apart, and it looks like the wheels are not quite attached to the car there. It just let go on him. He was on the dry line, maybe put half a wheel off into the wet.
You can be on the brakes and it just slides through the grass.
God.
Momentum.
Yeah. One of the Momentum Porsches there cleaning up Dean Mackay as the rest of the field scrambled to try and find a way past. That is rough. He's managed to get it rolling again, thankfully, but look at how hard it's crabbing. That's not ideal at all. We will escape another safety car, but I would imagine, especially as drivers continue to push the limits here on this drying track, we're going to be seeing more and more incidents like that.
Quite $1 for every Momentum car with a meatball flag right now. $2, which is probably enough to buy some meatballs at IKEA. So a few cars did get entangled in that. A few of them, I think, had to go wide to find a puddle line to avoid Dean Mackay. This is on.
Oh, God. Billy Mole getting sent wide in the Synergy WKMP Sim Sports 14 there. And he'll be brought rapidly in touch with Damien Johnstone, who's in the sister Synergy Sim Racing car, the 88. And rapidly getting away from it is Kane Ryder in the number 81 Team Max Boost entry, which still holds the fastest lap of the race of all. This is the onboard here for the 788, which was the first one to come up on Dean Mackay. I mean, honestly, what do you do in an incident like that? Like, it was muscle memory took over as, oh dear, that is live. Kane Ryder is around in the Max Boost Lamborghini. How he managed to hold on to that, I have no idea, but now he's back to 9th.
A huge moment lucky to get away with. Now Billy Mole is all over him again. And Conrod Straight, there's a couple of damaged cars limping their way to pit lane from the previous incident we've seen. This is the Momentum Porsche. Felipe Cabrera, I'm pretty sure, is driving that one. He comes into pit lane. This car from Dean Mackay is stopped on Access Road. That property, Lochinvar, was actually for sale not all that long ago. You could have bought it for about $6 million.
Tiny bit of coin. But you would argue a bargain for being right next door to the greatest racetrack on the planet. Unfortunately, Dean Mackay, I'm sure, will be requesting a tow from race control, unable to make it back to the pits. Whether or not we'll see another safety car out of it remains to be seen, because he could still get that car rolling. Whether or not he'll be able to do that now remains to be seen. He's back in the pits. Now the question is, was he given permission by race control to tow?
Race control said something, I suspect, based on he was at one of the access roads as well. I think something was said. Joshua Horton, Vermilion, trying to have a go at Damien Johnston's Synergy, and has got the move ahead. Move happening here. Rodrigo Mies was battling Kobe Jones there. This 88 car is under so much pressure right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Was the one on the attack in the last stint when Brenton Hobson was at the wheel, but Damien Johnstone back into the car for first time in a bit, and on a track that he's probably none too familiar with conditions-wise, trying to fend off everyone behind him for 12th spot. This pack stretches all the way down to 19th. But where do you make the move? Still some spray being thrown up there just off the racing line and just skirting the edge of the puddle. Albert Fernandez, the wheel of the Mosaic Motorsport number 10 there, is pushing the limits ever further every single lap here. No run down the bottom of the hill. Well, that's defensive though from Johnstone, moving a bit narrow there. Matt Bailey, the last car in that pack in 19th spot. He has the world ahead of him.
Looking at Josh Perwin, is there still some lingering damage on this car? I think they stopped with one of the previous safety cars. Not a long stop. It might have been able to tidy up this car a little bit. It doesn't look too bad in any regard, the lap times or how it's tracking or anything. He's in behind Project 36's Jackson Dial right now. A new benchmark gets set by the leader into the 203s.
Yeah, very good pace from the drivers at the front. The Momentum Racing 778 is back in pit lane after only one lap spent around. Looks like not all the repairs were done for Felipe Cabrera. And we're almost effectively confirming race over for the One Performance Racing 13. Dean Mackay still has not emerged from the pits, still towing. But we'll see if they'll be able to get back out there and at least see the checkered. Meanwhile, battle for the top 10. Kane Ryder has fallen back outside it. He's had a lot of trouble on these last couple of laps. Has Joshua Horton, Billy Mole ahead.
Spun and continued in 9th and we're ahead of Billy Mole. Mole's gotten past. Now Joshua Horton has gotten past. Last lap at 206.6 from Kane Ryder. This car actually holds the fastest lap of the race at the moment from a long time ago.
Synergy 88 at turn 2. Damien Johnston is facing in the wrong direction. He's trying to correct that. Looks like a couple of the left rear, yeah, and it looks like a couple of the body panels are loose as well on that Porsche. So fortunately the track is mostly clear in these early stages after a restart, but it was contact with Lockhart Brownlee that put him out of that. Brownlee maybe with a slightly optimistic dive at turn 2, sending Johnston into the outside barriers.
That car's going nowhere. It's only got one-wheel drive. I'm surprised it even made its way off the curb. Look at how that happened.
He was trying desperately to stay on the dry line and hook it in to the camber on the inside of the corner, but Brownlee was sticking the nose in. Yeah, once again, that car is not going anywhere. And from battling for the top 5 to this, once again, it's only a matter of minutes that separate the highs and the lows in this race. We're seeing a tow being requested.
In one half of the lap. This feels like a good VSC candidate.
It does, but the tow has been requested.
Place.
It is a difficult place, a bit far away from any wall openings. So perhaps might justify a full safety car, which has just been called by race control. We are back under caution once again.
Still not close enough to the top of the next hour for everyone to cut out a pit stop if they stop here. Look how close first and second are in this Porsche Cup category, with a bunch of the GT3s clearing out, and then the most recent safety car, Blake Neck, TriStar Racing, just behind Vermilion Esports. I used to race Blake Neck a lot in the Porsche Cup car back in like 2017, 2018. He used to do the 4-hour VLN races, and it would be me and him in the Porsche Cup class for lap after lap.
Blake Neck, a former teammate of myself as well, spent some time with Fusion Sim Racing some years ago. So, big question is, when was the safety car called, Jay is pointing out, because have a look at this. The TriStar car was actually ahead at that point, but despite that, if the safety car was called before the pass was made, then potentially Vermilion might have to give that back, but we're not entirely sure. I suppose it'll have to be the word of the drivers that we'll have to keep an eye on.
It's possible to go back in the replay and see when the race control blob appears on the radio calling the safety car. So it's possible to determine it pretty granularly.
Of course, I don't have that information available to me because I normally turn voice chat off when I'm commentating. But
I've got it, but I don't think my poor PC is going to handle me trying that. Both Vermilion cars pit. Now, they did this at some of the previous safety cars as well. They love just take every safety car to top off the fuel tank. So Zach Kerr and Tao Sorono both hit the lane. We get a lot of cars from Porsche Cup. TriStar stays out. Vermilion pit, 9-5 pits. So second, third, fourth in the lane, depending on how you want to slice it based on who was leading when the safety car was called. But it becomes irrelevant now because TriStar stay out, and a lot of the other cars in class take this opportunity to pit. Now, Vermilion taking a 22-second stop is probably fuel only. 13 seconds for Australia-wide racing, probably fuel only in that class as well. You'd expect to see more like a 30 or 40-second stop if they took fuel and a brand new set of tyres. Porsche Cup car pit stops take a bit longer.
Indeed. We can welcome Dan Yeaman to the broadcast
The bootless
booth.
wonder.
Oh, yes.
We can't welcome him to the broadcast boot, though.
No, we cannot.
Actually, yes, we can. The door's wide open.
Oh, yes, indeed. We have a boot, their car doesn't. Well, didn't for a while. Dan, you've had quite a few adventures on your way around the circuit. You were actually in that BMW at the time the rain started falling. It was obviously not ideal conditions out there.
No, certainly not, Reese. It was hairy. Probably the roughest 2 odd hours of driving that I've done of late. So yeah, not ideal to go chasing a bit of pace as it started getting slightly better, only to trip up at the cutting as well as the grate. But thankfully the car's still going. We've been able to keep the car repaired without having to sacrifice the fast repair as well. And we keep pushing on now with Lockhart in the car, hopefully.
Yep, Scott Rankin spotting for him. So, the race thus far, I know that you've been largely focused on your own operations in the race, Dan, but from a broadcast perspective, it's been a really entertaining event. We've had a lot of safety car interruptions, has to be said, even before the rain came. But the track drying now, the puddles still present at either side of the track. I'm sure that you were well on your drivers to make sure that they didn't make those mistakes.
I've made that mistake enough times, or actually once before, in a pretty certain Spa-Francorchamps once upon a time. So yeah, fingers crossed from here. We'll make sure to stick to the groove that's opened up, and thankfully it has widened up at most parts of the circuit. So we should hopefully have some opportunity to not just have to run a tram track for the next little while. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting part of the race, I think. And yeah, whilst it's been plenty caution interrupted, hopefully this isn't the return of a bunch of safety cars, given that we did see a pretty good stint there, even with all the rain, where we weren't really doing a ton of safety car transiting at that point in time.
Your car is in the lane now. Lockhart Brownlee bringing it in just as race control closes the pit exit. So Lockie's going to have to wait for the train to go by before he re-emerges back onto the racetrack. For the moment, we have reached the 200th lap of this race, and wow, I mean, I've done quite a few endurance events at Bathurst, David. You know, I've done the Bathurst 1000 for V8 Scops every year since it started. I've been on for the Bathurst 12-hour for quite a few out of the last few years, but it always amazes me that we cover as much distance as we do in these races. The mileage that we get is insane.
Yeah, so just past beginning lap 200. So when this is completed, that is 1,200 kilometers. So we've still got a lot of time left. We've had the rain, we've had safety cars, and yet still we're ticking off the laps.
So wave around's the beginning.
I think we've had an incident in the safety car queue, Jets, between the Pulse Tuning 164 and the Momentum 778. But they've just rejoined from the side of the road there on Mountain Straightaway. Both looking a little worse for wear in the process. Let me confirm that one before I say any more, because I just spotted them parked up.
Indeed.
And being told we've got something nasty coming, and I can already see what's about to happen here, I think.
I've just seen it on my end as well.
Oh,
that's not ideal at all. William Plough, the Pulse Tuning Lexus Melbourne 164. Check this out. So they're coming up to the safety car queue now, and William, unfortunately, gets into the wet on the right-hand side of the circuit, catches the grass as well, and then absolutely smashes into the Momentum 778.
Can I get the Pulse Lexus's perspective? Right
You
there?
probably wouldn't have seen it coming.
Well,
They're saying, well, he'll get us an even better look.
I'm trying to see if the other car started pulling out of line and it spooked him.
Maybe some chopper cam action,
So-
which we haven't seen much of.
Lead lap cars are meant to be on the left.
Oh, it was
In the middle,
of
and
the
then
road.
jinx right.
Well, regardless,
and
William
critically-
Plough.
Sorry to interrupt, Reece. On that note, the 778 is currently taking the wave around as well. So I think actually what we've got here is a case of the 164 was moving up the queue to get to the wave round position, and the 778 has come out late from the queue to take that position as well.
Yeah, that might be it. Bit of a miscommunication between them, but yeah, I think regardless of what happened. William Plough was going to spin that thing when you're that far over onto the wet. The dry line has widened quite a bit on Mountain Straight, but it's still not completely out of it.
It's wide enough if the car is either at the left or in the queue for a wave around, not halfway in between, and you've got to swerve around them into the wet.
Oh, the joys of a drying track. 3.5 hours remaining, and the wave arounds will begin anew here. Finally finding their way around the rest of the queue is the Momentum Porsche Cup car, I believe. Yeah, I think we're at a point now in the race where, you know, it's been too early in the stint for drivers to really think about going into the pits. No need to really take service. And the track is going to keep drying in the short term. No need to think about changing to wets. And fuel strategy pretty much sorted for now as well. So on board the 718, or 778, sorry, across the top of the mountain, this is Felipe Cabrera Loyola. Gets a bit squeezed with another car into the puddle of death at McPhillamy. And it's always difficult. Like, you know, obviously the rule is to stick to the left side of the track when wave arounds are happening, but when you're making your way across the top like that and you're already offline and you've got to deal with the puddles on the outside, it's not an ideal position to be in.
No, got TriStar Racing pitting now on this lap from the lead of Porsche Cup. So the lead goes back to Vermillion. TriStar had stayed out while second, third and fourth pitted. Now they pit, in fact, 2 laps later. I think that's a driver change. Got Cadet in to replace Blake Neck. And TriStar will be 4th. And the others in class have been waved around. So Momentum, Frogleap Juice, Locked On Lads, Australia-wide, Momentum will all get waved back around to be on the lead lap with Vermillion. And this sometimes happens with successive safety cars, is very, very quickly gets a lot of cars back onto the lead lap, particularly in Porsche Cup, which has got a bit more spread.
Worth pointing out as well that in the midst of all those Porsche Cup cars, the One Performance Racing number 13 has been able to make it back out on track. Dean Mackay has resumed running. So, good to see. However, they have lost their position on the lead lap. They might have to wait for the next safety car, if it comes around, to stand a chance at getting one of those laps back. It's a long road to recovery, but I think back to Bathurst 1000s in the past as well. We've seen bigger recoveries from cars within this amount of time remaining.
Yeah, I mean, 3 hours, 29 left. You could even watch a whole James Cameron film or one Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, or one Oppenheimer.
Might be able to squeeze in Shrek 1 and Shrek 2.
Get a British conspiracy thriller mini-series in as well.
So this has been good for the Vermillion Porsche Cup car. We're looking at your Porsche Cup race leader. We have got Australia-wide just behind them on the same strategy. But everyone that we've seen in this 32 car, Ansel Sabo, Jed Van Hammett, they've all demonstrated sort of race-leading pace. And I don't think they'll be too worried about having the 405 behind. Be hoping that the GT3 cars in front of them clear out without giving them too much bother.
Well, the pace car, the Logitech safety car, has pulled away from the field. We're going to be getting this restart going, Dan. What would your plan be here with the ever-continuing drying track?
think the biggest thing here is even for drivers like Cody Deeth, Matt Bowler, Brad Ratzer, Nixon, Jackson Dallas, our top 5 here, for example, you need to just make sure you're not taking too many risks. You've got track position right now. Yes, we're talking 3.5 hours to go in this race, but you need to start really trying to ensure, especially for the cars that may have gone up and down a little bit in this race, that you consolidate your position as much as you can now, so you're not on the back foot all of a sudden by pushing too hard and putting yourself out of place at an awkward time for your strategy.
Well, chance of rain has gone to 0% within the next half an hour or so. It looks like the track's going to be staying dry as the green flag flies, and Cody Deeth leads us away for restart number, I have no idea. There's been so many in this Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12 hour, but Matthew Bowler is right on the back of Cody Deeth, a breakaway from our 2 leading Ferraris as the GT3 field gets back up to speed. Evolution Racing Team 555 there, making their way back up into 11th and on the lead lap. With the issues that car's suffered, that's been a mighty fine recovery thus far. Also from the One Performance Racing Audi of John Trott. Meanwhile, the Porsche Cup leaders on, Jed Van Hemert and Drew Hanstein. Vermilion and Australia wide, battling with one of the Vermilion GT3s. Maybe helping out their sister car in Porsche Cup a little bit there by splitting the difference between our Porsche Cup class leaders.
Because this was the thing that was going to be a problem for Van Hemert, is if there were some slower GT3 cars in front of him or they didn't fire their tyres up. And I think as much as his teammates helping him now, might not have been helping him on the very initial restart.
Oh no!
And this is a car that was leading.
Rock Cat Eye spinning in the TriStar 999. Yes, they were in the lead when the safety car came out, but oh
no.
dear, big drama across the top. That's John Trott that's gone around in the One Performance Racing Ferrari. And that's going to be some big damage for him. Looks like the rear end of the car is destroyed.
Vermilion have a black flag and a meatball. Leader of Porsche Cup now also in trouble. 32.
And it's an incident point black flag for
And
our
a meatball.
Porsche Cup leaders, and a meatball flag in the Vermilion esports machine. Look at the right hand rearview mirror. It is dangling off the car there. It's going to be that trade between the 2 Vermilion cars in our separate classes, but Jed Van Hemert's going to have to bring that thing in for repairs.
Yeah, he clipped the 47. We were looking at the 32 and you saw the spray from the McPhillamy puddle in the air, and you knew someone was going to be in trouble down the road from that, because you don't go deep into that puddle and come out. Trott will be able to bring this one back by the looks of it, but not without, significant damage. It's missing a whole bunch of the clips from back there. There are meatball flags waving for 3 race cars right now. We're going to see how it all began.
Yeah, and this was just understeer into the McPhillamy Park puddle across the curb. No grip there. The 101 Vermilion car was involved, and that's where Van Hemert got him. You saw the front end go up into the air. That was a huge bounce for our former Porsche leader, which is now in the pits getting those repairs done. John Trott going to cut across the gravel trap at the chase, and I don't blame him one bit.
He's going too fast for the damage that he's got, and I don't know where he's going now.
Yeah, the track's that way, John. Good job. So this was on turn-in.
He's trying to do like 150 k's an hour when he needs to be doing 80.
Yeah, and the rear left of the car is destroyed at this point, so there's no way that tire's going to grip up. So, yeah, John Trott ultimately finding the gravel trap. We do stay green, though, which is good to
Bad
see.
for Van Hemert, who's in the lane getting that meatball repaired, has been stopped for more than a minute now, and very soon to go a lap down to their class leader. The car was almost all 4 wheels in the air for Van Hemert as he tried to take avoiding action at Skyline.
Big drama at the front of the Porsche Cup field. And they've already used their fast repair as well in the number 32, so not much more to say about them. Rodrigo Mies trying to find his way around the outside of Connor Nixon, meanwhile. This is a little bit dicey, side by side, with still quite a bit of moisture on the edges of the racetrack, but somehow Rodrigo's managed to get that done. we've also got news of a penalty for the second place running car in GT3. Weaving under safety car, Matthew Bowler has been slammed with a 5-second time penalty at his next pit stop.
You are news media, Reese, if you're calling 5 seconds slammed, but yeah, not what you want.
Certainly not.
You're like, is that smoke or water?
And he had cars coming up on him behind as well, so he couldn't really go too far to the right either. Dan, what's your perspective on all of that? Was there anything that you could have done differently if you were in that position?
From that on board, that looks like that was, two rocks in a very hard place to try and squish in between there. Van Hemmet, I do not blame him for trying, unfortunately not being able to find that gap. But the onboard, they didn't quite tell the story of the cars coming up behind him on the right-hand side, but certainly the way he was driving it, you do not point yourself at a stricken car at Skyline just because when there's an open gap you can take. So yeah, that explains all that needed to be said there, unfortunately for them. And as you said, the double whammy now of incident point penalties and having to fix a meatball on the car. As I think we had the 708 Cup car now also have trouble out of the cutting.
Oh dear.
Yes, they're backwards.
Oh yes, that's the Momentum and PRNZ machine. Zach Wentz-Smith at the wheel. I've had the pleasure of racing with the PRNZ guys in their little league. A good bunch of guys. They like to promote clean and fun racing. Unfortunately, there's been a slight problem for Zach on the way out here. Oh, very close indeed. A lot of avoiding action having to be taken by the cars here. All of them going to the left-hand side of Wentz-Smith. And yeah, he's managed to get it rolling. Good to see, but not without a little bit of damage. Henry King, meanwhile, with Stephen Banks, the two Mustangs in this field, and Marino Morella, who we saw spinning earlier under safety car, catching the puddle at McPhillamy, back up to 18th, but for how long? Got Lockhart Brownlee right behind him.
Track keeps getting quicker and quicker. Cody Deeth has just done a 2:02.954. Remember there was a time we were doing 2:26s, 2:30s, and suddenly they keep drying off everywhere except for the McPhillamy Park puddle, battling for the top 10.
Oh, that's a good move there from John Peasnick. A little bit borderline with barely enough room to squeeze by Billy Mole, but he managed to get it done. And now the 788 is going to get involved as well. Hector Pecorini trying, and oh, the Max Boost Lamborghini almost runs into the back of him too.
They're looking for an opportunity there at the cutting that just didn't quite open up. But you got to try to position yourself to be able to make the move if the driver in front of you slows, but they managed to pull it through on board with Kane Ryder here. Now look over the crest here that you want to come back to a late apex, not track out too wide, but the dry racing line is slowly creeping slightly wider there. You just don't want to end up with the combination of puddle and curb. That's what gets you in trouble.
Jackson Dial with trouble in the Project 36 Porsche and GT3. He's falling down the order, descending hard. Something's gone very wrong for them.
Back to the elbow.
Yeah, that's at Forest Elbow, just rolling almost back onto the racing line. He's going to have to wait a while to get this thing turned around. Oh. And that's how it was done. Contact with the 78 Momentum car. And it looks like a couple of the other machines, one of the Vermilion Porsches, collecting the wall there. Dial is back rolling. That's good to see. But that is a big blow to a car that was running solidly in the top 10.
Get a load of this, and they're too wide behind that as well. Massive
This is looking
pack.
pretty crazy. This is just outside the top 20 in GT3.
There's your Porsche Cup leader ahead of these GT3s, and then second, third, fourth, fifth in Cup are in that next group behind. So this is critical to how Porsche Cup plays out, etc. there. Drew Hanstein leading the way. He's got just a couple of cars in between.
You see here the the straight line speed of the Porsche Cup car. It's only a few k's an hour slower than the GT3 machines. So you've got to make sure that you're well past and don't do any too risky dives into turn 2. Ferrari versus Lamborghini, battle of the Italian marks. Kane Ryder and Matt Bailey still working it as Damien Johnston has to go wide. That's Reese Wakefield through in the One Performance Racing Audi.
Then you see it checks up Drew Hanstein as he exited the corner because they were slow. And then the next group are getting yet closer to him. Momentum Racing in 9.5 a second and third. And we do not have Vermillion back on track just yet. They're leaving the pit lane right now after 7 minutes of repairs. Still with a pit lane penalty to serve for the incident now that they've repaired their car from the meatball double whammy. But here they come, the mirror still dangling off.
Yeah, looks like there wasn't quite enough of a budget to get the other wing mirror back on there.
They're so expensive now. They've got blind spot monitoring and automatic defogging and stuff in them. There's no such thing as a $10 mirror anymore.
Change for the Cup cars, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hansie got absolutely swamped. He touched the puddle up over McPhillum. He had to then let the GT3s go, and now, yeah, Raymond Mallon and Drew. Sorry, what was it? What like a lap car apology. So just back to second place for now for Anthony Craig Schultz right there as well here. And they're now all over the back of John Merritt into the chase for Pryke just in front of this here, and that nearly ended up with nose to bumper, but they get through okay.
Yeah, a little bit of a touch there on the back of John Merritt. But he should gain a bit of time over these Porsche Cup cars and avoid any further run-ins. But Raymond Mallon, Drew Hanstein and Craig Schultz, your top 3 in Porsche Cup all together on track at the moment as the battle continues between Kane Ryder and Matt Bailey for 11th place. The top 10 battle just up ahead of them. Kiesnick, Mole and Piccarini all within a second of each other. We're all just trying to get back into the rhythm now after the safety car period ended. I can't believe it's only been a couple of laps since we went green. It seems like so much happens around this place. The race has absolutely flown by for my money. It's been non-stop action the whole way through. But now is the time where you have to consolidate your position, as Dan said before the restart, and try and find your way through to an end race strategy that puts you in the best position possible. With 3 hours and 15 minutes to go, at least in the GT3 class, with them being about halfway through their stints at the moment, we should be expecting 2 more pit stops from our top class. Looks like there's been a change for third as well. Rodrigo Mies has made his way past Brad Ratu for the final spot on the provisional podium. But all but Drop Bear Mars still doing quite well in fourth.
Full credit to Bathurst Regional Council. I think they've fixed the drainage a little bit. That McPhillamy puddle is slowly dispersing. It'll be the last place that there's water left, you know, like the bottom of the well or something. But we're expanding the raceable line everywhere. Cody Deeth is flying in the race lead. 202.649 is the fastest we've seen in a long time. 6 seconds clear. We get to these other battles throughout, and we are able to go side by side usually. Don't touch the white lines though.
Yeah, still quite a bit of standing water over the curb at the exit of turn 1. Seeing that Joshua Horton seems to have gotten a pit time penalty for contact under safety car. And it's going to be another blow for the Vermillion number 12, which now has Zach Kerr at the wheel in P17. The highest battle on the circuit at the moment is for 5th place in GT3. Connor Nixon and Kobe Jones fighting as, look, it's like it's a little bit of a serve there. That's the Vermillion Porsche Cup car that's just come back out of pit lane again. Now has the wing mirror completely fallen off. Rick Kuznetsov taking over at number 32.
Just got shoved into the runoff by Connor Nixon at the top of the hill. This is what it looked like from Nixon's perspective.
Be an interesting view for you, Dan.
Yeah, I've just seen that this one's going to do Colin no favours. That's looking for a gap where one never existed.
Closing speeds at the top are always a problem with Porsche Cup versus GT3. A lot less downforce that Porsche Cup cars produce. They really only have the front splitter and the rear wing to work with. GT3s have a bit more sophisticated aerodynamics, wider bodies, softer compounder slick tyres. They carry a lot more speed across the top of the mountain, and you do need to be aware of that. Battle continuing here for 9th. Billy Mole, Hector Pecorini, and Matt Bailey as Bailey catches the puddle on the exit of turn 1 once again. He's actually put some distance between himself and Kane Ryder now, and may be looking to catch up to these two Porsche 911 GT3Rs.
27 degrees Celsius track temperature right now is the highest I think I've seen it all day. Dive down the inside at the cutting.
Lovely job from Hector Pecorini. And that was a very clear move, nicely done. Taking advantage of the anti-lock braking system as well that those GT3s have. Rino Morella has been steadily fighting his way forward, still in 16th, but now right on the back of Lockhart Brownlee, and it seems with some Porsche Cup traffic across the top of the mountain, he might be able to close this gap.
Close quickly through the fast corners. Now watch out here for the car on the outside. This could be lethal.
Oh, and he gets into the puddle, up into the grass, gets on the brakes.
Oh, what was that?
Oh, that was Albert Fernandez, I think. The Mosaic Motorsport number 10.
Yes, indeed.
So that's right at the top of Skyline. And, well, he'll get rolling again just in time for the Synergy 88 to arrive on the scene. That was mighty surprising. Puddle of death. Round he goes. And, bit of a close call for the drivers with him. The number 35 BMW having to take a slightly more dogleg route just as that paddle we were riding on board with came through.
One of the cars in that group had some kind of clip. Yeah, not sure that sparks flew there. As we focused on.
Dear oh dear. Drama aplenty. It never stops at the mountain.
Critical lap number here, Reese, because we are at 90 laps to go, and 30 laps fuel range on a green flag is about the most you can do. So 10 minutes to the top of the hour. If you stopped now, you're not committing yourself to have to do an extra.
Yeah, that's correct. Looks like the majority of our GT3 cars are well within the range to do that. The only car that jumps out to me as potentially having trouble is Jackson Dial in the number 36 down in 22nd. 28 laps completed on that stint. So only a couple of laps away from having to pit once again. That may mean that Project 36 will need a splash and dash right at the end. Or, if there's another safety car, they can just whack it in 6th and clutch it whenever they can down the hill. This battle has continued to increase in intensity. Pecorini, Mole, Bailey and Ryder all together in this battle for 9th. It's also gotten close for 2nd and 3rd. Matthew Bowler side by side with Rodrigo Mies down Conrod Straight. Can Rodrigo get it done in the 78 on the entry to the chase? He'll just sneak by.
Mies has lit the fuse on this one, hasn't he? It was not that long ago we saw him diving down the inside of Orbit Drop Bear Mars at the cutting, saying, I've got speed to burn, I'm up past you for 3rd, now he's up past 2nd. He can't quite match what Cody Death is doing in the race lead. But if there are two cars that are untouchable right now in these conditions, it's Cody Death in Falcon Sim Racing Ferrari and Rodrigo Mies in that Momentum Racing Porsche.
Lovely stuff. Be a move there for the 788. That's going to be a dispatching of the Vermilion number 32 in Porsche Cup. This could make things slightly awkward for this 9th place battle. We're going to have to wait until the very exit for Billy Mole to get the run that he needs. but the Porsche Cup car will provide enough slipstream for him to draw alongside. Whether or not Matt Bailey and Kane Ryder will be able to do the same remains to be seen. Hearing as well news of a penalty for the Pulse Tuning Lexus Melbourne 164. That was for contact back on lap 199. So that was
199 was on
the
a
safety
safety
car.
car. I kind of disagree with that. They were doing the right thing per the wave around procedures. Got moved off the racing line by a car that was late to realise what the wave around procedure was, but there, more happened as well.
Regardless, the race control decision will stand. As the fight is by no means done between these two cars either. Car number 56, Marino Morella, getting chased by Zach Kerr. The exit of Forest Elbow is going to be very important here for Kane Ryder, who's had to really wrestle that Lamborghini back up the order. Looks like some distance being put between Marino Morella and Zach Kerr now. Now that the track is a lot drier, it seems Marino has a little bit more underneath him. And Lockhart Brownlee in the BMW is driving at his maximum at the moment. He's trying his best to hold on to a position in the top 15. We'll see if there's anything else that this car has to give. But for the moment, that Eclipse Sim Sports Ferrari just keeps getting closer in every braking zone.
Dan, do you know what type of headphones he's got going on?
Actually, unfortunately, I have not inquired about Lockhart's choice of headphones of late. Really, of the in-ear variety, though, I can say that much.
They kind of look like the in-ear monitors you sometimes see, singers or guitarists wearing, and I've thought I need a set of like that for commentary. Well, he thinks he needs a set like that for racing. Good teeth, man. Yeah. I've always been told you've only got to brush the teeth that you want to keep. And Lockhart Brownlee, he's been brushing those. Well done.
There we go. Giving us a little view of the earbuds he's wearing. Yeah, can't say I've seen much use of earbuds amongst sim racers. We do like our
a really good,
over-ear noise
well-fitted
cancelling
pair.
headphones.
A really good, well-fitted pair of in-ear monitors would probably be actually really good for what we do. But those get more expensive than than studio headsets do.
That they do. I mean, I guess you don't have to worry about sweat. That is a very common problem for me when I'm driving. I'm done with a race and I'm peeling those headphones off. It's not a very pleasant experience.
Actually, I've got a bit of orbit drop air whispers happening now, thanks to Scott Rankin. Those IEMs are about 3 years old, apparently. Lockhart doesn't actually know what they are off the top of his head. The comment here is cell notes, he thinks. Not familiar with that specifically, but there you go.
All right. Well, we will be saying our goodbyes to David Haynes for now. Thanks very much for joining us, mate. We're going to welcome Jake Sperry back into the commentary box, but thank you for your service, Mr. Haynes. You've been here pretty much from the very start.
Yeah, and last night, always a pleasure, Reese. This race has got so much for us in the final 3 hours. The pace ramping up on a drying track. The strategy is going to play out as far as the pit stop window might only be 6 or 7 laps away. And we're going to see, as it starts to get darker and cool off again, which cars are best suited.
Yes, no rain expected. Well, Sperry, you've rejoined us just after an absolute metric ton of drama. The entirety of the rainfall and the track gradually drying as we got back up to speed. It's we've still got plenty of battles to go, though, haven't we? The race lead currently down to 9.2 seconds, and Rodrigo Mies is really keeping Cody Death honest up the front.
No, it's just a normal race, isn't it? No, in all seriousness, what a brilliant run that we have got ourselves in for here to finish off the final 3 hours worth of running. Cody Death then 9 seconds down the road for a Falcon Sim Racing team car that has more often than not been dominating here at the front of proceedings. I've been keeping an eye on momentum. They've always had themselves with an opportunity, but the big thing for me is watching that number 53 car here today, Reese. I've been seeing them from the very beginning. They started this race at turn 2 facing the wall. So they've looked around and gone, well, we don't want to just face the wall for the entirety of our event, and they've decided to wrestle themselves back up. They've used the fast repair, but that Eclipse Sim Sport Bowler Media Ferrari is in a wonderful position right now.
Yes, they do still have a 5-second time limit to be out of their next pit stop. Jay says, welcome to the race, Sperry. The puddle of death is returned.
Puddle of destiny, some would say there. Just running a little bit wide goes Frog Leap Juice. So they're going to find themselves then in a bit of a pickle then at that stage. Here's Hector Pecorini. Then in 13th position, and the looks around from this Momentum Racing car representing El Salvador at the moment is Hector, looking behind at a Eclipse Sim Sport LDP X56, who are there behind. Now at the chase, a little bit of trouble then befalling one of the Momentum cars. On the brakes here, is this just going to be, oh yeah, just switches around there, Reese. And I don't know about you, but when you're getting to hour 9, hour 10 towards in a race, you're just starting to think about, well, what do I do after the race sometimes, rather than keeping the concentration level up. That's how simple you can see a change.
Yeah, absolutely. Pecorini, it's a little bit of a blow to the 788. They were on a very good run up until that mistake was made. Seeing that Kobe Jones and Connor Nixon have traded spots for 5th place in the meantime, the Eclipse Sim Sports Core Temp Ferrari is ahead of Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter now, and looks like this is going to be the second Eclipse car making its steady march back up the order.
So we're looking at we're looking at a mistake, and I think our producer's just seen here, Jay Kennedy, a very big moment. So let's take a look at this, and it's going to be up over the top, going in through the fast left hand. He's gone way wide, and is just about avoiding it. My word. Just about getting away with it. I wonder if we've got a Dan Yeaman hideaway-ometer on that one.
No, I'm surviving. I'm being asked if I'm okay. The answer is kinda. I also got to see Pecorini and my teammate Lockup Bradley passing by Rick Kuznetsov. That was a little hairy into the chase. So it's getting a little exciting out here now. Not in the ways I particularly want, but may do, I guess.
Dan, didn't you used to have fingernails?
Oh, I wish. But I definitely will have nibbled away at these ones that I did have today anyways.
Oh, it's tough. Tough times. And Jay has just seen the incident Dan was talking about down at the chase, so I guess we're about to see this again.
Sorry, I also need to note that the Momentum Racing 78 here, they have been given a drive-through penalty for contact on lap 205. So here's a look at what's happened at the chase, and this is going to be the look about of it. Fall into line. Is there going to be an angle? Oh, what a pass down the inside.
Oh. Very nicely done. You're right, though. Momentum Racing 78, the current second place car with Rodrigo Mies at the wheel, has been black flagged for contact about 10 laps ago. So it's far from ideal for them.
Car stopped.
When they were passing Jackson Dial. Yes, I remember Dial falling down the order. Oh dear,
hello.
looks like the Eclipse Motorsports, not Eclipse Sim Sports machine, has also had a problem. Daniel Thompson, we saw him getting into the car very recently, and he's had some trouble coming down the mountain. 35 BMW drawing up behind them.
I don't think you need to be a prophet to understand what's happened here. There is a puddle on the outside of McPhillamy Park. It is not draining, and you're going to see this here. Gets on it, and it snaps. And how has that stayed out the barriers is the even more impressive part. It's just brushed against the wall there over the top of Skyline, and that is all. So wonderful car control there to keep it out of any further trouble. And I think everyone now is looking at a track that is quote-unquote mostly dry at this moment. And Reese, I don't know how you feel about it, but a mostly dry track is not a dry track.
No, far from it. You know, in terms of percentage of the racing surface that's dry, yeah, vast majority of it. You see down the start-finish straight here, it's only really the very edges of the racetrack that are an issue. Careful. Oh, but yeah, when you're actually pushing those limits, when you're getting to the edges of the racetrack, like you have to do a fast lap around any racetrack, that's where the troubles arise. Even just a little bit of standing water at the edge of the track there, even with the driver aids available in these GT3 cars, is enough to cause some problems. And the curbs still aren't ideal either. That's Pecorini falling behind Marino Morella now, back to 16th.
Yeah, you've seen the change here, and at the cutting, Marino Morella will see that Hector Pecorini doesn't have the stability at the moment, and I tell you what, that just gave you an indication of how it goes. So look how wide you got to be, and the steering wheel, oh, 1, 2, 3, there, soaring away. I tell you what, he would have made a lovely chair if he were a carpenter.
Certainly would have. But only chairs we have are the spectator ones right now, across the top of the mountain, and I'm sure those gazebos will be making their money back with the amount of rain they've had to deflect over the course of this race. Kobe Jones under pressure from Connor Nixon, then trying to make a run back at the Eclipse Ferrari at the bottom of the circuit here. Under 3 hours remain, and it looks like Rodrigo Mies is going to come in now to serve that drive-through penalty the 78 has been hit with. He's going to fall outside the top 5 as a result of that. So Kobe Jones and Connor Nixon find their way past Josh Perween and John Peacenik as well. Just to draw your attention to that ERT 555 Lamborghini in the background, I'm amazed that they've been able to make the kind of recovery that they have. We saw them quite a few times, especially when the track got wet, facing the wrong way, getting damaged. Nixon going to have another go at Kobe Jones, but nothing doing at turn number 2.
So we look at that 555. They were at one stage in this race 2 laps down. They fought their way back up to get themselves into play. I think this is that these drivers right now in P5, P6 and PA, basically teams adversity 1, 2 and 3. Because you've got to remember here that the Eclipse Simsport Core Temp car had to miss the start entirely, and so they had to run from the back of the pack at the very beginning. And then you look over at Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter here, and Daniel, just talk us through the difficulties that the Jupiter team have had in getting the members that they've needed in the team.
Yeah, a bit of a unexpected change of the lineup, quite literally this morning. With Josh Banks having to pull out of the car on short notice, and Connor was able to step in to fill that seat. It does also put us in a bit of a strategy question mark for that car in particular. They've still got to make sure we adhere by the minimum and stint requirements as well for Connor, to make sure that he gets enough laps in this race, and the team can then sort of put their best foot forward. But at the same time, apart from that incident up the top with the Vermilion Porsche Cup car, whilst Kuznetsov was aboard, probably 10 laps ago or so, it's been a pretty tidy stint from him, from what we've seen here on screen at least.
Yeah, so a tidy run that we have noticed in at this stage is Kobe Jones, who has gone a little bit at the start of his career from team to team, who was part of the HJR team, and now he's got himself nice and comfortable here at Eclipse, and with a very good group of drivers out there he's pushing. But Connor Nixon is really going to try and set this race up and say, look, we're happy with where we are. We've got cars in the top 5. The Eclipse are sitting around and saying we've got a good opportunity, but here comes a think in the door. Half a jar, but half a jar is not enough to make a move. Here will come the attempt now for the cutting here towards the inside. Doesn't have the angle.
Connor's been a fan of taking that narrow line into turn 2 as driver change in ERT 555. John Peacenik out of the car, Reese Gasol back in. 29 laps complete on that stint. We're seeing a lot of cars pretty much everyone in the top 10, save for the Summit Flash Graphics 55, approaching the end of the 29th lap of their stint. So we're not far away from seeing a raft of pit stops as Nixon and Jones continue to fight their way through traffic across the top of the mountain. So, yeah, expect a ton of pit stops to come through in the next couple of laps with about 2 hours and 50 minutes to go.
Yeah, so these hours now, you're looking at playing the game of countback. And so I think, Reese, when you're sitting down, you're looking at strategy, so long as you are trying to understand where am I going to be with an hour to go, your race basically evolves with structuring backwards to go, okay, well, I'll pit at this time. And a lot of these safety cars have made a change to that, and they've basically put a lot of issue into it, as well as the driver time rules which are out there, which indicates that you can't do more than 75 laps out there, which means everyone's stuck on 2 stints. Here we go for TriStar Racing. Brock Cadday, who's no stranger to a commentary box, as there goes the number 13 car, which is, believe it or not, 4th position there. That One Performance Racing 13 that at one point in time, Reese, had only 1 wing mirror on it after it collided with an upside-down car during a safety car period.
Yeah, it's been a long road up and down the running order for the number 13, and also for that TriStar 999 too. They were fighting for the lead of the Porsche Cup class before the last safety car came out, and unfortunately they had a spin and ultimately had to settle for 4th place in the running for now, having that One Performance Racing GT3 between themselves and the class podium. Kobe Jones, he's been absorbing all of this pressure from Connor Nixon over the course of this stint. These guys are going to be pushing the stint a little bit further, it seems, trying to just shorten that last pit stop as much as they can. David Haynes was saying just before you came back about how with 3 hours to go and 30 lap stints or so, we're expecting this to be the 3rd last pit stop that the drivers will have to take. So rapidly getting into that territory of you need to be setting yourself up for that final stint.
And critically here, as we watch Kobe Jones just starting to pull a little bit of a gap now here for Eclipse Sim Sport, about a 5 to 6 car length advantage onto Conrad, and now just pulling away. This is where we're seeing now we've got a pit stop here in the Porsches for this point in time. It is Australia-wide Racing Yellow who are in with Mick Polly, who is going to be taking service there. They will take the fuel and then the tyres out there as they go, and flashing lights then from Marino Morella, who will be hoping that it's not there. Billy Mole, in his opening stint for Synergy WKMP Sim Sport, had a lot of spins in the early goings, but Kane Ryder right now will be looking around at it with the cover of the day there. He can't necessarily call himself Knight Rider, but at the moment he will be certainly trying to do what he can right now, Reese, to hunt that Lamborghini into 9th place out there on the road, leaving a little bit of time with the 2 cars there, Vermilion and Orbit Drop Bear, trying to get themselves into play as well. And I look at that Orbit Drop Bear Venus car, I see it up in 12th position, a lot further ahead than the Jinx Shifters car, and I think I won one over the likes of David Haynes in our top trump battle.
Yeah, indeed, Jay Kennedy confirming you did win that one. Yeah, Lockhart's been doing a good job of keeping the pace up here. We had some word from Scott Rankin just a while ago, thanks to Dan Yeaman for pulling that little bit of information over to us. Very hot in Lockhart's room, and he can't open his door, so he's overheating a little bit. He'll probably be hoping that some of that cool air from around the racetrack can somehow metamorphose into his reality, because the clouds are staying over the circuit right now. It's going to be overcast for pretty much the rest of the race from what I can see, maybe clearing up a little bit around 4:30 p.m. in sim time. That's about an hour and a half away, but we've got a very solid track temperature that isn't rising all that much. No sunlight hitting the circuit right now, so we're in a bit of a stable condition at the moment. We'll see what happened here in the Logitech G replay to this Porsche Cup machine. Oh, God.
Car number 95. going for a bit of a ride up over the top of the hill. And we've seen that quite a bit in terms of that running. This number 95 car is the 95 Sim Sport machine. So they've had a bit of damage. They've basically been playing behind the 8 ball from the very beginning. They got themselves up into 3rd position right now. And Craig Schultz finding out why this circuit is very difficult. Now we got cars in. In comes Kobe Jones. Then for that stop, Josh Perwin will follow in from Vermilion, so they'll make the difference. Zach Kerr for what was a top 10, and now it's going to be a bit more. It's going to get that bit more, because that's wide through the final corner. You can't go much wide at the final corner, but you can go enough to go wide at the final corner, Reese.
Yeah, and still potentially a bit of standing water over the exit curve as well. That would have caught out Kane Ryder after going deep into Murray's. So now Zach Kerr will find himself in 7th place. Got 22 laps done on that stint. Lockhart Brownlee on roughly the same strategy, only a lap or so's difference between them. Ryder, on the other hand, starting the 33rd lap of that stint for the Max Boost Lamborghini. So we should expect him into the pits at the end of this lap. Pit stop complete for the Eclipse Sim Sports Core Temp car, 39.9 seconds, and it looks like a little bit faster than the Vermilion 112 through pit lane. So they'll hold on to that position at least, but big question is, will they be able to beat the Summit Flash Graphics number 55 and Connor Nixon in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car through the pit lane?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? And so you're starting to hope that you can get yourself through pit lane without any issue, that your service is going to be all standard, that you're not going to make any silly mistakes, you're not going to speed, unsafe pit entry, unsafe pit exit, all of that jazz. And critically, you're going to be out there holding your ground and not really having too much of a worry. Now this is where Lockhart Brownlee is going to need to get on the noisy pedal, because Jaden Green, they're trying to put and keep 2 laps down for Project 36, and they will comfortably drive their way around. But for Zach Kerr, he will be seeing Porsche versus BMW out there, and the Beamer has been for your team, Yeaman, maybe the better car out there that you've wanted to choose. And of course, I believe you've had to satiate the cravings of Sean Campbell, then for what he loves with the McLaren, and it's Connor Nixon, then currently down in the pits in said McLaren with Momentum and Jack Widders.
Yeah, BMW was going to be a pick. It's trouble off the top of the hill. Yeah, Troy Stone Street's off just before McPhillamy Park in the WKMP Synergy 14 machine. I didn't quite catch how he ended up already backwards by the time I saw it. So we'll get a replay of that, I'm sure, in just a moment, because that's obviously a little earlier than all the issues, and that's an exclamation from producer Jay Kennedy. Let's see what's happened here, and we're going to talk contact coming up.
Yeah, so Tony Baker here is in the Pulse Tuning Lexus Motorsport 164. He just carries a bit too much speed, runs along the bumper, and basically catches him with a poor bump. Stone Street ends up going around for it. He's found his way back up to racing speed again, but that's what we would call a little bit fruity there, Reese.
Yeah, and once again, the Porsche's not having very good luck with which end of the car makes contact with the wall. Once again, rear first into the concrete barrier, so potentially some engine issues may arise from that. This is the onboard view then of the Pulse machine as he came up behind Stone Street across the top. You see right there just a little rub, and I mean, at that point the car's fully loaded up. Any kind of contact at that point is going to be enough to overcome what little grip the tires have left to give. Our race leader gets into the pits now after 33 laps completed. I would expect Bowler and Ratu to follow him in here. So yep, Eclipse Sim Sports and Orbit Drop Air Mars on the way in. What does the 55 do? They're only at the end of their 31st lap. They could probably squeeze a couple more out of there. So do they want to get on the same strategy as the leaders?
I think you'd look around at Matt Bailey at this moment in time and go, I'm going on the same strategy. So that will be the top 4 all in at the same time. Makes your life very easy, makes your life very difficult in some respects as well, as we focus with Lockhart Brownlee for the moment. Daniel, before you were so rudely interrupted.
Yeah, so the BMW was looking like a car we were going to be pretty happy to stick with. And the builders, oh no, more trouble at the top of the hill. The 708
dear.
Momentum PRNZ Porsche's gone around. Just been clipped by one of, I think, the OPR GT3s in the process.
Oh, there's been a huge hit.
Oh, it's gone on.
Matthew Gerard's gone into him. And so Zach Wentz-Smith here. Caution over the top of Skyline is what they're hearing. And Zach Wentz-Smith here, this might be full cause, but I think that is far too damaged potentially out there on the rear left. And this could be a throw of the safety car that needs to come out. Zach's trying to find a way to stay out of trouble for all of these drivers to get off the racing line. He's managed that, but now look at the front. The car is completely broken apart here for Zach Wentz-Smith, and he'll know that it's going to be a very awkward moment trying to find the gap in the traffic, and he'll do so on his own. He's done well there to get it over to the left-hand side, over the top, and needing a couple takes to get down the mountain. Watch out on the rejoin here, because there's going to be 2 cars going by. Then there's going to be a couple more to wait to rejoin the circuit. Managed it brilliantly, letting Jaden Green and Marino Morella through. Zach Wentz-Smith, you've got to give a hats off there for that to try and save it. It's already clipped the wall once, then coming up through a metal grate, and then, oh, it's our best friend.
Oh, the puddle of destiny / death, whatever you want to call it. And he actually got a glancing blow on the way through as well from, was the One Performance Racing Corvette, actually. The number 13, Ryan Bettis, was at the wheel at the time. And so now there's pretty heavy damage to the front end of that Corvette too. The Max Boost Lamborghini, now Ocean Colangelo at the wheel, had to take massive avoiding action as well. But good on Zach Wentz-Smith for managing to get that car rolling. I thought for sure we were going to see another safety car out of that, but for the moment, he'll be able to make his way back to the pits and we stay green. This is Bettis' view.
Well, if I had a dime for every time One Performance Racing number 13 has hit a car that has been practically stationary out there on circuit, I'd have 2 dimes, which is not very much, but it's very weird how it's happened twice in this race.
100%. It's not ideal circumstances for the number 13. They've gotten the short end of the stick more than once in terms of how events on track have affected them. So we're starting to see those not final pit stops, but the pit stops on the current cycle coming around for most, if not all, of our top 10 as we check in with the 4th place battle in Porsche Cup. Raymond Mallon and Alex Marconi together here. Momentum have had some very good runs thus far in their respective Porsches in GT3 and Porsche Cup. But down into the pits comes the Pacific Esports Racing 17, and we're starting to see potentially a bit of a run happen from the ERT 555 on the 55. It would appear Matt Bailey has just brought that Summit Flash Graphics Ferrari out of pit lane, and Rhys Gasol is going to be trying his best to get it done on him. There's been a driver change in the Falcon Sim Racing Team number 1. Meanwhile, James Bomey is back behind the wheel.
Yeah, Boumé is back in. The British driver then is in. Pulse Tuning Lexus Melbourne currently piloting down the lane. That's Tony Baker behind the wheel. We saw them with that contact with Troy Stonestreet earlier on. This is a drive-through penalty for the issue there. So race control taking not the brightest view out there to that contact over the top of the mountain, and so they'll be now back on their way. They're currently 4 laps down out there, and they are behind the majority of the Porsche Cup class by 2 at this stage. Now Rhys Gasol and Matt Bailey together, Summit Flash Graphics and Evolution Racing Team, then 555 giving themselves a battle. Right now, I love this battle here at the moment, Rhys. It's a battle of all the 5s. It's 5 5s.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely stuff between these two. And it's once again a battle of the Italian marks here with Ferrari versus Lamborghini. Coming down the straight here, I mean, the balance of performance that has been put in place for this race has been so close that we haven't really seen any car with a significant advantage on the straights. Looks like a driver change going on in the Team OCE car. Matt Thompson taking over from Joseph Parkinson there. And they will likely be able to stay in contention for a top 10 as the rest of the field continues to cycle through their 3rd last stops. We're expecting The Vermilion Esports number 12 in next, potentially with Marina Morella, and the 56, and Reese Gasul goes spearing into the runoff area at turn 1.
Engine's gone.
That's it. That's it. It's done.
That might be a safety car because that's pretty
sure.
close. There to the racing surface, and Evolution Racing Team, they've done all that work to get themselves back from 2 laps down, a complete changeover, and look at that puddle there in towards turn number 1, and you wouldn't have expected that one. Bang, that's a hefty shunt.
Yeah, that would have come out of nowhere for Reese Gasul. He probably only realized in the fraction of a second before he hit that puddle what kind of mistake he just made. That's what happens when you're on a track that's almost completely dry, but there's still standing water at the very edges. And in an instant, they were turning themselves from one of the big success stories of this race into an absolute disaster, as that's the number 10 around as well, unfortunately. It would appear that there's been a few goings on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, that's Mosaic Motorsport and Albert Fernandez, who's gone around. Now, has there been some help here into the final corner, or is this just being uberly aggressive on the inside? Yeah, it's just a case of a turnaround of their own accord out there at this stage. Still, though, it's there on the outside and waiting for race control or anything to say about there at that moment. I think at this stage they are going to be looking around. Reese Gasul will have his head in his hands at that moment in time, but it still continues on here, this race, as they are getting the word in now to race control on what needs to happen. Zach Kerr, who's still looking around, and actually is probably going to be looking around at this going, please throw a safety car. Safety car is going to be is it? No, it's not. So not yet. It's a little bit eager there as we look through. 555 now are going to call for a bit of help then out there on track as they go through. There will be a safety car. About 5 seconds early, but we've got a safety car for it. And that's huge for Vermilion and Orbit Drop Bear Venus out there, because they will both know they're getting a cheap one.
Yeah, they are indeed. I just went back to check that incident for Reese Gasul again. He was traveling backwards at 91 kilometers per hour at the point that car hit the tire barrier. So no wonder the rear's been destroyed there. Pit stops coming in here. Kobe Jones has brought it in after just 5 laps out on track for Eclipse Sim Sports Core Temp. It looks like the One Performance Racing 13's jumped in as well. I definitely understand that for them. Hello, yeah, Dan pointing out that potentially tyres going on there for Kobe Jones. This is an interesting call, Sperry, them coming in after just 5 laps, but I suppose if you want to take the cheap pit stop, even if you're technically fighting for the lead, it's a good idea to do so. Still 2.5 hours to go and plenty of time to make up the track position you lose.
Yeah, it very much is. And Dan, I just want to get your opinion on this here, on the choice of tyres after just 5 laps. Of course, when you're looking around at the sets that they've got available to them by the rule set, it is unlimited what you have to work with. So changing them after just 5 laps, would you say you're not really doing too much to the environment? You get a good ornament out of it for someone who ends up looking down at the back of the garage at the end?
Yeah, that's what I would have thought to say there, Jake. And the main thing is also the time loss, because with 5 laps since the stop, you're only going to be putting in probably about 15 to 20 litres of fuel, whereas the tyre, and that should only take about maybe 8 to 10 seconds in these GT3 cars, whereas you're going to be sitting in there and... Pardon me, sorry, I've just actually been jumped back in the car for our Venus 682. I'll be sorting it out in a second, but... the issue there is that...
Go on, Dan.
yeah, like the tyres at 20 seconds. There's all that time you spend waiting around in the pit stop. And so that's time you're losing on track that you can't put fuel in unless they've maybe made some tweaks to the car whilst they were doing so. So an interesting call there from the Eclipse squad to make that extra stop there after just 5 laps and take the tyres in the process.
And Reese, an amazing call from Dan Yeaman there to double dip out there, get in the car and also chat to us.
Yes, one foot in the commentary box and 1 foot in the car. We'll leave Dan Yeaman to that. Jay Kennedy has brought up something very interesting. With the track temperature being altered like it is, could there potentially have been a tire pressure adjustment that they had to make in that Eclipse car just to suit the conditions on track at the moment?
Would that also go from driver to driver? So you're looking around for a driver that looks for confidence as Alexander Morris hits pit lane then in the lead of the Porsche Cup category, because you're going to get these massive fluctuation changes as you're going around the circuit. It's mostly dry. Dan, I do want to get your opinion on it, because those puddles, it's the equivalent of doing an ALS ice bucket challenge.
Yeah, I actually, whilst I was doing my wet driving, did straddle the McPhillamy puddle a couple of times to great risk and very fortunate reward to then go input neutral and keep it out of a spin or anything, whereas the reason we obviously see it now in the dry is we're pushing a lot harder over the top of the mountain. When we get in the puddle, you've then got to still try and get out of it, but if you just try and correct a little bit too much, and yes, we're seeing around and around, we'll end up going there at the top. So it's going to be very nasty here, where drivers like myself coming back into the car, if they've been out for a while and we're in during the wet, you've got to rediscover what the limits are again and where you can push like it's dry and where you have to still respect the puddles.
So, I think there was only one car that had stayed out in position then as they were looking forward to this. So, James Boumet is turning around and looking at the likes of Marino Morella, for example, who is out there and is currently leading this race for Eclipse SimSport LDP X56, who are doing a great job in terms of what they want this race to be, but their strategy is slightly different out there as they go. We lost the pictures there for a little bit, but we're all right. We're all still going at this moment in time. And just looking at their stint time here with Marino Morella, he will be due pretty soon to hand the car back over. So we'll be looking around at maybe that stint of going, well, I went last time from safety car to safety car quite comfortably in terms of strategy. So they are going for the track position now to go and maybe get the gain here, Reese, later, thinking, 2.5 hours to go. If we get enough safety cars out there, we could even save a stop.
Yeah, that's a good point. Get away with one less stop, and that could be the difference between winning and finishing outside the top 15. We'll say goodbye to Dan Yeaman. He's got to focus on his driving duties now, but we do thank him for joining us for a brief time up here in the commentary box. Yeah, we'll be keeping a close eye on this Eclipse Sim Sports Ferrari at the front. In between themselves and the race leader, we have 4 lapped cars. You may notice that James Boumet is not directly behind him. So wait for those wave rounds to come round, and we'll find our way to the battle on track. Having said all of that, though, Marino Morella, on the 29th lap of this stint, depending on the amount of fuel saving as the wave rounds begin, depending on the amount of fuel saving that you can do under safety car, he might be able to squeeze another lap or 2 out of this car. So potentially making it to the 33rd or 34th lap in the stint. Regardless, he will almost definitely have to pit under green flag conditions now.
Which isn't the end of the world, but you got to remember, if you're pitting under a green flag and everyone else isn't, with 19 cars on the lead lap, you're pretty much saying P19 is the number for me.
Yes, that's the lowest you could possibly go, and it's all uphill from there. So
well, and downhill. This is Mount Panorama. We go up and down in a circle, don't we?
Oh yes, sometimes we go up and down multiple times within the space of a single lap. The field then will resort itself as the wave rounds happen. I see the One Performance number 13 and Synergy number 88 getting their wave rounds done. That's going to be a good save for Brenton Hobson there, who you know, the highest that car has run was 5th. They were battling very well towards the top 5, but ultimately couple of problems when Damian Johnston was in the car, putting paid to that. Fortunately, they are back on the lead lap and they'll be able to get a run going again. Now we just need to wait for the Porsche Cup cars to be waved around the Logitech safety car, and then we can get back to racing.
Now, let's talk where the field sits in that regard, because Alexander Morris has about, well, it's currently being classified as a minute 53 out there at this moment. So he's obviously got the right side here of this safety car that's gone through. So Brock Cadet at TriStar in second, 9.5 finding themselves then in third, and Momentum 780 out there in fourth position. So the chase of those at 3 laps down will include Peter Wilkinson from the Locked On Lads racing team. They've got a very nice podcast out there that I do understand, Reese, that you have been a part of at certain points in time. I am still waiting for my invite in the post.
Indeed, if any of the Locked On lads are listening, get Sperry on for a show. Certainly a lovely group of guys, and more than happy to jump on their podcast again if they'll have me. Maybe the both of us could do it, Sperry. We could get something together in time for the next Max Bance, maybe.
Maybe we could. Maybe we couldn't. Who knows? But at least at this moment in time, James Boumet here, #1 car, a very, very quick driver in his own right. He is the current reigning World GT Championship champion, along with World Sim Racing. So he knows how it is to drive very, very quick. He is with a brand new team for this year, joining Falcon Sim Racing team away from Altitude Frame Esports. And so at the top level, you are getting a sense of just how good he is. And we're getting the understanding of what some drivers are willing to do out there in the racing over the course of this weekend. Week 13 is meant to be a quiet week there for some, as now into the pits goes then on that stop Marino Morella. So this will pretty much indicate that my free stop isn't quite as free as I want it to be, but it's still to an element within the parameters of what they were hoping for, with 2:26 remaining on the clock. But drivers like Rodrigo Mies, for example, have taken the ability to sit down and go, well, I am going to do this 12-hour. I'm also going to sit down and do the Ivor Endurance Series as well from Indianapolis.
Yeah, these international esports drivers, they're very busy boys, aren't they? It's always good to have them on board for our events down under, and to get a real comparison of where the Aussies stand amongst the international sim racing scene. We saw that as well a few weeks ago when the official iRacing Bathurst 12-hour went down. Some fantastic drives from many drivers that are in fact competing in this race right now. It's pretty hard work, honestly. If you're competing in these endurance events, you've got a few falling on the same weekend. It is a lot of time and a lot of effort that you need to put in to be successful. I mean, you know, I certainly didn't race at the level that these guys do, but in the past I've competed in endurance leagues and sprint leagues that have been taking place on the same weekend, and I was barely able to do it in my early 20s. I certainly can't do it now in my early 30s.
Well, you know, you sit down, it's not just for people here who are looking to get their sim racing fix from driving around in the car. It's for us commentators as well. I know I'm on an 18-hour work week this weekend.
Absolutely. Lots and lots of work being done.
Here we go. Oh, Hayden is incredibly relaxed out there for what his team are doing. Ryan O'Sullivan currently behind the wheel. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be that relaxed if I'd crashed the car in the early stages of the race. And you can see there behind, I wonder if we can zoom in and get a full look here at what Hayden's got, because it looks like he's got a bit of stuff at the background. I don't know whether that's a spare wheel that he's got sat there at the back in case something goes wrong. So look, you got the spare wheel there, Reese, and you got all sorts there. You got a baby's doll there as well on the right-hand side. Bag of chips, yeah. It's almost like the Generation game, a cuddly toy.
And Canadian Club as well, in the can there. Yeah, he's certainly... oh, yeah, I see the spare wheel just behind his left armpit there. combined with the shirt he's wearing, almost looks like a 1980s magazine photo shoot. Well, okay, we'll show you a stressed person, Jay's saying. Yeah, Scott Rankin.
He's not even in the car.
Yeah, trust me, honestly. Oh, hello. There we go. Scarlet, mate. Haydenveld's got quite a bit of relaxing to do now. He's done his job, but Scott Rankin is furiously working away in the strategy center at Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport, and I think he knows that we're that we're in on him at the moment. Oh dear. We'll let Mr. Rankin get back to helping his team out there. Honestly, the occasions earlier in the race where Dan Yeaman was in the car, Rankin was in the commentary with us. We had both of them up on screen on the cams. Dan just looking as calm as ever when he was driving, and Rankin just with his head in his hands constantly. It was hilarious. Go back to part 1 of the broadcast to see that. When this race is over, of course, we still have 2 hours and 22 minutes to go in the Player 1 Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12-hour. Race control, I believe, has cleared all the slowdowns, Sperry, so we should be getting back to green flag racing sometime next lap.
Well, sometime now, because the safety car is down in the pits, and James Boumet again going for the quick launch out there rather than letting it hold and delay and deliver at this moment. So they obviously want to have a bit more green flag running, and you can be a little bit tactical on safety car restarts. We saw early on how if you left it to the final corner and launched, there was a lot more of an opportunity for a crash in through the opening couple of corners. So they've got to be careful of that. There is a look down the inside further back as Ocean Colangelo, she'll lose out the place then to Matt Thompson. Team OCE make a move then through turn 1.
Did you see the twitch from Ryan O'Sullivan on the way into turn 1 there? That's what my little yelp was, and he almost did the same thing Reece Gasoul did to bring out that safety car period. That's going to give up 4th place to Josh Perween in the Vermilion Esports 112, but O'Sullivan immediately attacks back on the way up the hill towards the cutting.
Yeah, to turn 3 and 4, and so you're really getting this. Oh, what a lunge down the inside. Matt Thompson on this restart is looking absolutely planted. Pulse Melbourne Lexus blueprint by Alesco SSR. That's the car that started on the front row. Then has just seen that pass. Here's Stuart Shaw at the AITX in Revolution E-Racing 240. That is out there. That's the sole remaining one after what we saw with one upside down. Oh, no. All through the puddle and then some over the top. And there was not much more that you could have seen except the praying that no one went around on the restart cold tyres.
Yeah, it was Mr. Yeaman straddling the puddle at McPhillamy Park. Fortunately, he managed to get away with it, kept the wheels straight. Out onto Conrod now. Looks like the sun's back out a little bit. We are seeing those clouds clearing slightly in the short term. We should be seeing a little bit more of that as the race goes on. But there's the twitch from the 53. How was the car control there?
That is a very good 5 out of 7 there on the car control. Brilliant stuff then as they sort the 788 here of momentum. Brock Gilchrist trying to keep himself in this one here. Matt Thompson's got another one in his sights and he's not stopping. Car in front will look to make a move. That's the other car. Oh, there's contact there before Summit Flash, and momentum's Jack Widders then in the 78. So pushed the way through. Wayne Burke here is going to go through, and both of them there have got penalties. Wayne Burke and Matt Bailey. I think they've gone over limit there for that.
They have. Yep, incident limit. That's going to be a drive-through for the both of them. That's a real shame. That's going to drop them outside the top 10 at least. Still 2 hours plus remaining, but it's at this point of the race where you need to try and minimize errors like that. The longer the race goes on, the harder it is to recover from those kinds of issues.
Oh, it absolutely is. And so now you're getting the understanding of how... Oh, in the wall! There goes the other momentum car that jumps in. In fact, correct, yeah, it is. It's, Mosaic there. Albert Fernandez, the Spaniard, who finds the barriers going up in at turn 2, just with the tail, so it could have been so much worse, but critically, after that, that's about 4 or 5 places that you'll be unhappy that you've dropped, and suddenly you've got 2 Orbit drop bear cars that are on the podium here. Lachlan Capel and Sam Blacklock, and will they look at that McLaren as the fastest car or not?
This is the question. Out onto Conrod straight again. McLaren versus BMW. It's Orbit Drop Bear versus Orbit Drop Bear. And we'll be having a real rollicking fight here. This is what sent Fernandez almost around. Contact with the number 17 Mustang. Very lucky to keep it out of the wall there. Once again, we're seeing some great examples of car control and reaction time from these drivers.
Yeah, no move then here indicated at the chase, so they are going to stay happy with this then as they look to continue on with their push, and Thompson again's got another one done then as he's hailed off Wayne Burke, as now in comes Matt Bailey for the penalty, and now Wayne Burke will follow.
Yes, he will, and well, pit lane transit time generally costing you about 20 seconds or so, maybe a little bit more. As we flick back to the Porsche Cup battle, these guys have been fighting rough and hard the whole time. Daryl Carter for Momentum Racing got Alex Marconi just behind him. And they're the only battle for position in all of this. Most of the cars on screen at the moment in Porsche Cup are on separate laps. But this is close-ish between Alexander Morris and Brock Caddy. The lead only with about over a second between them.
Yeah, so Alexander Morris realising that this is maybe a bit closer than he wants it to be after this one here. Brocky's going to try and really hunt this down, as for the moment they will have Ryan Bettis in the number 13 trying to work a way forward up the top. Look at that Vermilion car. My word, Josh Perwin taking a shallow line gets, going over the top there through Solomon Park. So now you're looking around over the top of Skyline, back down the hill once again. Ryan O'Sullivan trying to get Eclipse back up into 4th place in that Ferrari, but we know that the Porsches are very slippery on straights.
Problem for the 67 falling down the order. Just watch the line that Josh Perwin takes here across the top of the mountain. That is very tight and actually gets over the puddle. Never seen anyone go that far to the left through that sequence. You're usually trying to swing it out wide for a faster run through the next few corners, but Perwin is evidently looking to try and keep any advantage he can here, under a lot of pressure from Ryan O'Sullivan. But the chase does not give the move just yet.
No, but over to Murray's, it's going to get a little bit closer too. They jam on the brakes, and again, this is going to be a sit down and go through. So, that's going to be Kobe Jones then, looking around at instant limit. Now here comes the pass for Bowler Media, straight down the inside, and that now puts them to 4th. A comfy pass at turn 1. A nice pass, I guess, is the best way to say it at turn number 1. So that one is going to settle itself then with a very easy attempt then at a move, and so they are now going to be thinking about the next phases of their racing and trying to get as much as they can from it. So through turn 2 and up to the likes of the cutting turns 3 and 4 out there. O'Sullivan can now eye up Sam Blacklock then as the next driver where a move is going to be needed. So we are getting the sense of where drivers are dropping back, and we do note that Kobe has had issues, and 5 seconds are going to be given to Daniel Yeaman for excessive weaving out there on track. Josh Perwin then having another little look here over the top of the mountain, back down the other side again it will be, and look at the way that they chase each other through this section. There's nothing like it in the world of sim racing here, as a chase up and down the mountain. And we note here, Reese, that there are penalties afoot for Kobe Jones on instant limit for Eclipse down in 15th, the Cortent car, and as well 5 seconds for Dan Yeaman for weaving a little too much.
Oh dear. Well, Dan Yeaman, usually the man in charge of the rules for some of our broadcasts here on SimSpeed, head admin of V8 Stops, but even he is not immune. to falling afoul of them from time to time. Heavy battle continues now between Ryan O'Sullivan and Sam Blacklock. A lot of big changes happening here in the outer reaches of the top 10, the top 15. My timing is telling me about 51 laps remaining, assuming the race would stay green, which is highly likely it won't. Sam Blacklock has all the pressure on him now. Orbit Drop Bear Mars has been pretty consistently running up the top here, and in fact, both of those Orbit Drop Bear cars, both Jupiter and Mars, have been absolutely fantastic in this race, but the Eclipse machine is starting to give a little bit more here coming into turn 2. Nice defense from Blacklock.
Okay, turn 2 you've covered off well. Now you've got to start wondering, can you cover turn 4? From turn 4, you're then thinking, well, oh, no, you can't cover it.
Good
Bang!
Lord.
Contact, 1 and 2. And that's going to bring Vermilion straight down the inside. And they're going to still rub and lean on each other. Blacklock's going to be unhappy there. He's stone-faced as he looks at Ryan O'Sullivan. Josh Perwian gets them both.
How good! That was fantastic heads-up driving from Josh. I have never seen that kind of pass be made coming out of the cutting. They were 3 wide on the exit. I still can't believe how they managed to pull that off, and they're all still rolling.
I think they both got to look at each other there, both Sam and Ryan, and they realise that they are not going to be happy bunnies about the way that has all played out. So that is very, very tough in terms of what they have been dealing with out there. And actually, you've got to give a lot of credit here for the way that there's been driving from Connor Nixon out there, because we're just getting word that he had a seizure 2 days ago, 20 laps of practice out there. And I will say that if you are struggling with seizures, I know it's a mandatory requirement in my country that if you have a seizure, you're not allowed to get behind the wheel of a race car for at least 6 months before you're allowed to get out there in a car. So out there for Connor Nixon there, that is an intense amount of work that is put in, and the dedication and credit for jumping in the limit that you've had. I wish you all the best and hope everything's okay in that regard. And obviously, absolutely stellar job on the work over the course of this race.
Yeah, of course, we can't forget that Connor Nixon just this morning wasn't even scheduled to drive in this race, but the Orbit Drop Bear machine did have to make those changes after one of their drivers couldn't make it, as Clipstone Sports Core Temp brings it into pit lane. This battle is still going on between Ryan O'Sullivan and Sam Blacklock, and this time Ryan manages to get by on the way into turn 2. Jack Widders is now the next Porsche, looking to try and make up some momentum there. Haha, funny pun of the team name. Looking a bit further back, we have the Ferrari trying its best. Okay, it looks like Jay was looking here. Alexander Morris, the lead of Porsche Cup. He's really extended out the lead now, 2.2 seconds. He's been consistently faster than Brock Caddy every single lap since the restart. Pulled out a whole second on him last time by.
Yeah, and that's sometimes the way that traffic gives and takes away. 9.5 a bit further back of that, and so too Darrell Carter at Momentum, then in 4th position. So that's the other battle going on in Porsche at this stage. Carter, last time by losing a bit of time, but overall 4/10 in the last 3 laps. We call that chipping it away and doing a good job. And you also feel at this stage, at your next pit stop, Reese, if you put a brand new driver in, they're good to go to the end.
Yeah, I think so. Just got to make sure that you don't fall afoul of the minimum driver time and minimum brake requirements, as we've seen a couple of cars have to be disqualified over the course of this race for that one. Battle for 13th then, Gianni Lutzu trying to make his way past Dan Stevens. This Eclipse Ferrari is one of the cars that's been on a pretty solid recovery over the course of this race. Dan Stevens, with one of the best looking rigs in the game, has managed to continue his fight with Blake Fitz in the Pacific Esports Racing 17. I believe the only 2 Mustangs in the field at the moment, and they're doing quite well.
Yeah, doing a great job here as he jumps in for ANZ as he was there with the likes of Henry Black's team out there. Aaron Gilbert has been along with him for a number of stints out there on this run. Basically in on loan from the Middle Finger Racing team out there, and he will know that he loves to get out there, getting some great sim racing. And on top of that, with the work that he's been doing, and you see it from a lot of teams, this is the sort of event where you go, oh, can I borrow a driver for this, that, and the other? And you go, yes, absolutely you can. I mean, how many times do we see it in the actual Bathurst 12 hour that you're looking around and you get all these big teams that come in and they go, can I borrow an Aussie?
Yeah, indeed. It's always good with these endurance races, seeing the alliances that form, if only temporary, between some of our biggest, most competitive sim racing teams. Car number 55, we were keeping an eye on before, and well, there's going to be no eyes on the circuit at the moment. That is not Matt Bailey. That is his teammate.
He's using the force.
Jackson Rihanna. Yeah, Jackson Rihanna having a solid nap. He's certainly a hard driver, is Jackson Rihanna. Very competitive in open wheel competition, and he's driven well in this race, as have all the drivers in that number 55 team.
Well, you'd be surprised how comfy a racing seat is, as I'm just getting word, a 5-second penalty at the next pit stop for Ryan O'Sullivan's Eclipse SimSport Bowler Media team for the argy-bargy that they had at the cutting. So that then has given them an understanding of what they're looking to try and deal with here towards the later stages of this race. It's going to be a tired one then for many of the drivers and the teams as they look to sort out what the end of this race will look like. And at least for the moment, a team that has been up, a team that has been down, but Matt Bailey at this moment in time, 20th position, and a bit of work to do now to claw on up the order. They've got the group then with the likes of Ryan Bettis, who is a lap down at this moment, and in front of them, Brenton Hobson, Stuart Shaw, all there, a little bit wide at turn one. Go a bit careful about that, but getting a good run.
And number 95 coming into pit lane. Looks like that
they spun again.
Might be another spin up the top of the mountain there. Yeah, the 95 SimSport machine currently in 4th will likely lose out now to the Locked On Lads 268. And the Dipper is always a troublesome corner, but when you're driving a rear engine car, it's even worse. The pendulum effect of the Porsche on full display.
Yeah, very tough, and it's the biggest amount of G-force that you go down through. You go and get massive amounts of positive to negative G as you hit down, and then the tyres, basically, once you hit the bottom of that Dipper, it just grips back up again.
Yeah, the compression, the elevation change is something you've always got to be careful of. Blake Warboy's looking on at Troy Stone Street as this WKMP SimSports number 14 of collaboration between WKMP and Synergy Sim Racing is the car that has had still in contention for the most pit stops of the race, as that's a problem for Stevens. Unfortunately, finding the... Whoa!
Oh, my. Oh, my. That could have been disastrous there, off the circuit, having to go through, and suddenly someone darting through the gap, having to abandon the corner. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's tough there. Looked like potentially Stevens would have caught the puddle at the top of McPhillamy, which... yeah, Jay confirming that he did. But it was almost a lot worse, apparently. So, still battling with the 17 Mustang. There's the point where he hits the puddle, and oh, good Lord. I'll tell you what, we need an onboard from that number 17.
What a save. And they're not even going to lose a position for it. What a save. Nearly comes back onto circuit. Oh, and that forces the abandonment of the ship as well. And it looks like we're going to say that is as tough as it gets. It was Momentum X PRNZ, the 708 Porsche Cup car, that had to dance its way by on the other side. But that is a massive, massive moment there for Dan Stevens. And again, it's proving that this track not draining as quickly as maybe some of the drivers would want to, and that you've still got to be very, very careful. Here's a look on board the Pacific Esports Racing number 17. It's Blake Fitz, who gets an eye full of spray, gets a car spinning around. There's enough smoke to elect a new pope, and he's able to save it.
Had enough time to give Dan Stevens a little wave as they went down the hill there. Very lucky escape indeed. So that's going to be a free position for Blake Fitz. Will find himself up into 14th place now. Been some good late race form from the Pacific Esports Racing entry. Still got Andrew Skordelis in the One Performance Racing 144 behind them. So the fight is certainly not over. Looking a bit further up here. We have BMW versus Porsche, and then something happening to Stuart Shaw at Forest Elbow. That car is crabbing. The right rear does not seem like it's fully attached anymore. This car has certainly been through the wars today. More exclamations from Jay Kennedy in the background.
Yeah, I think Wayne Burke's had something as well. So there's been an issue for Stuart Shaw as he's collected with Ryan Bettis and hasn't been able to keep himself out of trouble in the number 13, which currently, as I'm looking at that One Performance Racing 13, doesn't have any wing mirrors. But this is Burke then finding his troubles over the top here. We're going to look at this in slow motion. Look at how low the car is sitting there. It's even got a bit of rear right with getting a word on there. That's camber pointed the wrong way out there. If you want a car that is toe in out there or is showing camber in and then catches the puddle and then bang, noses it into the wall and round you go. Ryan Bettis getting involved then at the other one, and look, it's continuing all the way down, and it's a case of hitting every branch as you go there. But the issue that came through for AITX down at Forest Elbow, they got themselves a little bit busy in a very tough group.
Yeah, when you've got a tough group coming up on you up towards Forest Elbow, there's really not much you can do other than try to stay out of the way as best you can. Too wide at the exit of the dipper, we're hearing. The 88 getting past him there on the exit, and then everyone behind is trying to take advantage. The OPR Corvette diving up the inside, and contact is made and almost gets bounced back into the Eclipse Motorsport number 30. That's not ideal at all for Stuart Shaw, who's been on the wrong side of a few incidents today.
Yeah, it's been difficult, and you just have to try and hold yourself out there compared to everybody else, and you just got to take the lumps and the bumps, and that sort of is the way it goes. But I'll tell you what, Brenton Hobson here has been making some good time out there on track. He's got himself back to 17th position. He's only 35 seconds off the lead, and Albert Fernandez then is the next car to try and get by, running along this run towards the chase. They still can't take the natural line there because they got puddles on the right hand side, and because it's public road, you see it more often here than say a traditional circuit race. It's crowned, so you'll see the differences there as the look then comes to the inside. Fernandez has it scouted, but because it's crowned, puddles go to the extremities.
Yeah, that's right. That's one of the advantages, I guess you could say, of it being a public road. In the wet, the water tends to run off either side of the racetrack fairly easily. You still need to take very good care when running behind another car to be careful of spray. Matt Bailey has been trying so hard to find his way back up here. But Brenton Hobson, now back in Synergy number 88, is going to be working his way back into the top 10, I'm sure, with the kind of pace that he's had in the car thus far. Albert Fernandez, who we can't forget, a bit earlier on had that big slide out of turn 2, has gotten back into the rhythm. Did have to take avoiding action with the incident that Daniel Stevens had as Ryan O'Sullivan. Oh, the rear end is gone on the Eclipse number 53.
It's more than gone, it's non-existent now. That's a huge moment over the top of the hill. Another one in the puddle. He'd almost saved it, but he nosed it in, came around and couldn't quite hit the brakes in time as he came back across the circuit down at Skyline, and Eclipse find themselves in all sorts of trouble. Remember, this is a team that has used the fast repair early, and he's actually gone and spun backwards now, going down through the Forest elbow. So he might have to just take a tow here to get himself back out and going, and this is really awkward. And look at that face, a despondent one of, well, it's gone, says Hayden Veld.
Yeah, he was kicking back and relaxing the last time we were looking at him, and now, unfortunately, it seems he'll have to either get prepared to jump back in the car or have to face the disappointment of not being able to make it to the finish. We'll have to wait and see on that, but as things stand, it doesn't look like Ryan O'Sullivan's going to be going anywhere quickly. They're just waiting for a gap, I think, to try and get rolling. Clearly, the car can still move, but will it be able to get back to the pits under its own power? They had the advantage of going downhill earlier. Not quite the case when you get to Conrod.
Yeah. His hold station is the word. So we're looking at it there. He's been told to wait. He's going to try and get some help to go around. Or they might be looking at this as a potential to throw the safety car. But we're now looking at that thinking it's another car that's not going to be in position. Safety car is deployed as we take a look at the Logitech G replay. 9-5 again having troubles. They really don't like this puddle.
No, yeah, either that or the puddle doesn't like them. It's caught them on more than one occasion. Fortunately, they're able to get it rolling again. Worth pointing out, we did have Eclipse Motorsport, number 30, and the AITX Revolution E-Racing 240 find their way into pit lane. Looks like it's been a while there for Revolution E-Racing, but Eclipse Motorsport here in the McLaren, they put Luis Paulo Gallon back in the car. They pitted just before the safety car was called. I think they were aware of the incident for the Eclipse SimSport Ferrari, and got themselves done and back out there. Just 2 stints remaining to the end for that car. I think that was a pretty good call.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a critical part that you think that, okay, you needed to get your stop in. Now, leader is in, and it looks like everyone is now going to get a bit of service in. But Brock Cadday here has a black flag then over at at TriStar. And they're backwards. Sorry, Brock Cadday is backwards right now on the top of the mountain. That's why he's hit instant point limit under safety car. He's also tagged the puddle.
Yeah, that puddle, especially in these late stages of the race, it is not going to go away. And Jay just said, oh wow, in the background, which tells us this is going to be yet another spectacular incident. Apparently, Brock Cadday almost saved this. Into the puddle he goes, just catches the edge of it, and yeah, that was very close to being saved indeed, but just unfortunately straightened the wheel up a little bit too fast. So fortunately he's been able to get the car moving again, and still absolutely ripping it down Conrod. So evidently the damage isn't too bad, but they do likely need to jump into the pits just to assess it. Big amount of pit stops coming in from this sequence. We have had 2 cars stay out. The Vermilion Esports 112 with Josh Perwin at the wheel, and Ocean Colangelo in the Team Max Boost Lamborghini. They have not pitted. Just about everyone else has. Dan Stevens in the ANZ Mustang has also stayed out with about 10 laps left to run in his stint. But it's looking like, in terms of the GT3 class, at least just about everyone has decided it's time to come in for their second last stop of the race.
Yep, so this is going to be where everyone sits here behind the Logitech G safety car, and is now going to be sitting back and understanding here with 1 hour 55 here on our clock, which looks like just for the moment that it's stopped here on our graphics at this point. So we will try and get that fixed as quickly as we possibly can. I've got it as a minute 55.25 at this moment here as we continue on with pacing. Pit versus not pit. So Josh Perwin for Vermilion Esports feeling, okay, it's about half a stint. We're happy with where we are at the moment and our numbers. And you feel driver requirement forcing a couple drivers to come in and make that call. Damon Woods now into the car for the #1 Falcon Sim Racing team. So they've made that switch then and have importantly got themselves in through. Also staying out there, Ocean Colangelo moving up then into second position for Team Max Boost. So they're quite happy with her to stay in the car for the moment. And this is going to jumble things up a little bit here for the next restart.
Yeah, there is still potential, though, for Purween and Colangelo to make their way into pit lane under safety car, but I don't know if it would be wise to do that. The safety car period should only last for maybe 3 more laps at most, because we do have some waiver rounds to do in the midst of all of this. So run the stint out. Save as much fuel as you can under safety car. Try and extend it to maybe 32, 33 laps on a stint. That will likely bring us to about an hour and 20 to go. And a GT3 fuel tank will last about an hour and 15 minutes at full tilt. So, yeah, you never know. This might be an interesting call from Purween and Colangelo. They will have to do quite a bit of fuel saving when they get back up to speed, though.
They would, but critically, they're probably looking at 1 stop to go, and it's probably a half stop right now at this point. So I think that they'll be understanding that this is not going to be the sort of race where they're going to pick this up conventionally. They're trying something different, and 2 hours out, it is a bit of a throw of the dice, but there's not really much more that you can sit back and stay with it. So I think that's going to tell you all you need to know. You've got Alexander Morris still in control at Australia-wide in the Porsche Cup category. Momentum Racing then are going to be the team that look around and say they are second, but that's a category that has moved out a little bit, and critically, the fastest team in that category all day long, Reese, is a team that is currently 2 laps down in that category, and that's the Vermilion Esports Porsche Cup team.
Yeah, such a shame about the Vermilion team, as it looks like Ocean Colangelo has decided to actually come into pit lane there under safety car. Kane Ryder's going to jump back into the car there. So interesting decision there for Team Max Boost. That will leave Vermilion 112 at the front of the field. But yeah, the Vermilion Porsche Cup car, they had absolutely stonking pace, and were it not for the troubles that they suffered earlier, they would definitely be in contention for the win there. For the moment, though, it's between Australia-wide racing and Momentum for the very top of the Porsche Cup field. And we can't count out the second Australia-wide racing car, as well as the TriStar machine of Matt Arnold currently at the wheel of that one. They have a lot of potential here too. I think Porsche Cup's going to close up quite a bit.
Yeah, but you note that they have the penalty that needs serving, so they've got to make sure that that is also done through at this stage, and that will certainly be putting them back a bit in their effort right now. So as they go through with an hour 51 here to go in this race, and a bit of spare change that they set, I ask you this question here, as what great endurance races often are, and that when you get down to the nitty-gritty, there's always 3 phases to a race. How do you feel about the race starting? Are we all going to drive fairly and cleanly? And what are we going to deal with in the middle of the race? And how anxious does a field get at the end? The more anxious a field gets, I would look around at it, Reese, and go, end of the race is going to go one of 2 ways. It's either going to be smooth sailing, or it's going to drag like this, and you'll get caution, 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 and you're trying to be right place, right time, building through the cycles.
Yeah, I think we're going the second way at the moment, because it seems like we can barely get a full stint in without seeing a safety car come out. And I mean, the drying track plays its part in that. I think if the track was completely dry, if we didn't see any rain, we'd probably be seeing longer green flag periods. But for now, especially that puddle in the foreground there at Philly Park, seems to be claiming a lot of victims. But we'll see how many more safety cars we end up getting here in the final hour and 50 minutes. There's still all the potential in the world.
Yeah, and they are loading up through Metal Grate and into McPhillamy there with so much pace, and they're trying to hit the line that's going to get them the quickest. That, you know, you are going to have to flirt with it, basically, and not everyone's a big fan of speed dating.
No, certainly not. Wave arounds going to get completed here. Porsche Cup behind our overall race leader. That's the Locked On Lads machine with Andrew Perbrick at the wheel. And keeping an eye on drivers in the pits at the moment. It looks like Vermilion number 12 has been in there for a while. One Performance Racing 13. They've found their way in as well, down in 25th place. Tom Seath still in. Joshua Horton trying to get back out there for Vermilion, and looks like the Eclipse car that brought out this safety car has jumped on into the pits. Won't be seeing much more of them
So
for a bit.
let's have a look here at where the Porsches are in this group, because here's Alexander Morris. He's just coming up over the top for Australia-wide blue. You look at where Darrell Carter is just behind him, and that Momentum car then will sit. I will look back in the train. Two cars between them is what you're seeing here. You're then going back and saying, okay, one car back then to Alex Marconi, who will have Matt Arnold directly behind. So that's where you sit with your top four out there, and then Sam Muir at 9.5, then one car behind that. So the Porsches, believe it or not, we've seen them on the runs race where they've been on restarts a mile apart from each other. That's pretty close.
Oh yeah, I think this is the closest the Porsche field have been on a restart in a bit. Basically all of our top five are now within a second or two of each other, so we could be seeing some pretty massive battles form for them. They do have to take care of the GT3s that are a lap down or more, trying to pick their way through them. There are two GT3 cars for position separating 5th and 6th in Porsche Cup. Herbrick, of course, will be back on the Porsche Cup lead lap, I'm sure, with his wave around. But Jake Slade and Tony Baker in the Revolution E-Racing 240 and the 164 Pulse Tuning Porsche GT3 have got to get out of the way first. And it seems that Tony Baker just taking a little splash. He's going to try and extend the stint as much as he can in that car, hopefully for some kind of profit towards the end. Here comes the weave.
Well, they are weaving now to get the temperature into the tyres on a track temperature here right now, which is going to be at 24 degrees on a mostly dry surface that they have in Bathurst, New South Wales. No threat of rain is scheduled between now and the end of this race. Just a tiny bit of humidity that is going to add itself in, but now the chance to get the tyres warmed up for another restart here.
Yeah, of course they can't weave the whole way to the call of the green flag. We've had plenty of penalties handed out for weaving under safety car. Basically, in between the time that the safety car pulls away from the field and the green flag, you're not really allowed to weave anymore to get heat with the tyres. Even then, well, okay, we've been told that we need to check Scott Rankin's camera. We're about to see why. Okay, that's good. That's good. Get some sustenance in you. And there's a doggy as well. Got your pupper. What is he eating? Can you full screen that, Jay, before he consumes it all? I have no idea what that is. Is that? Oh, is it meatballs? He's eating spaghetti and meatballs. Oh, and he's got a stone and wood as well. Very nice to see. I quite enjoy that. But well, hello. Yeah. Of course, no fingernails left. Yeah, Rankin's been through it since he jumped out of the car. He's got plenty of reason to get a bit more sustenance in him. He's going to need all the energy in his brain he can before the race ends. Speaking of, Jackson Rihanna as well is also apparently awake and in the car.
Perfect. So, and actually, here's something you got to note as well. He was asleep with the light on. Now he's awake, the lights are off.
Oh, yeah, funny. Well, he needs full immersion. There is nothing outside of the sim for the moment. An hour and 45 minutes remain, and looks like we're going to be going green. Meatballs and roasted cherry tomatoes, apparently, for Scott Rankin. So no
Very
spaghetti.
nice. No. I think that you sit down and understand that Scott Rankin is a unit out there, Reese, and so I don't think he needs to have the carbohydrate load out there that is protein there at this point. So he is very much a protein for protein, I guess is the best way to understand it. But now Josh Perwin is now looking at this, trying to get up to speed, and that's so early. There's early, and then there's early. And Josh Perwin right now, I think, is that one kid in class who got here 2 hours before the exam.
Run away, says Josh Perwin, knowing that Damon Woods is going to be right on his tail as the green flag flies. And that's a bit of an oversteer moment across the curb. He's going to lose the lead right away.
Well, that proves it. You can't be too late on it, on the restart, but you can certainly be too early. And that, just trying to get some heat in, overcooks it. And Damon Wood, well, he will take his lunch money there for a move like that. Back underway then, here at Mount Panorama Bathurst, an hour 43 on the clock, as Sam Muir will go to the inside and will look around at Matt Arnold and go, that is also my position. Up the hill, then we work then towards the Griffin's Bend at turn number 2. And here comes the look then here, as it is going to be Andrew Scordilis in the 144 who holds out then against Tom Freer, and Freer going backwards through. Caleb Hyde jumping up now, that's another one.
Yep, another position up there for the Eclipse number 67, which has been in the wall across the top beforehand. And Scordilis and Hyde very close together through McReed and Sulman. Going to be catching up quick sharp to William Morgan, who's taken over the Pacific Esports Racing Mustang ahead. Meanwhile, incident limit black flag for car number 65. So far from ideal.
Rick Kuznetsov, sorry, he's found himself in the wall at turn 2. You can see the tyre marks there as he's gone into it, and I think he's needing to get a tow, and that is going to be a safety car then, so they're only going to get a lap.
Not even. They only managed to get onto Conrad straight before the safety car was called once again. Damon Woods just almost passing under the Fuso banner. Looks like there was contact there.
Oh, it looks like there was a bit more than contact there.
Yeah.
It looked like the end of the race.
Yep. Full on for Rick Kuznetsov. We'll need to wait and see, maybe get a couple other angles of that to see exactly what happened to Rick. It's a sad story of this car, one of the fastest in the Porsche Cup category.
Sorry, Eclipse Motorsport as well, up over the top. They're calling hardware failure, and so they've got a car that's gone around as well out there, which is over the top of Skyline. Luis Paulo Galon then is going to be in trouble there, and ultimately that is a massive shunt that they've had on the front of their McLaren, and they will also need a tow.
Wow. So 2 cars with issues there, and that's just after Luis got back in the car with them preempting the previous safety car. They would have been right on the money on strategy and probably would have been able to gain a few positions, but unfortunately, hardware failure gets us all in the end. This is on board with Lachlan Pryke. He's the car that ended up getting into the back of Rick Kuznetsov. Looks to me like braking a bit earlier than Pryke expected. Oh, that is quite a hard hit, and Kuznetsov sent spearing into the barriers. Pryke will continue on, but I think he'll have race control casting quite a shadow over him.
Yeah, look, you're tired. You're in hour 11 of a 12-hour race. Those sorts of incidents happen when you start losing the concentration, and so you're trying to judge that braking zone. It's not quite there. Now let's take a look at this one up over the top of Skyline here. So Luis Paulo Galon just jumping through here, has a few blinks first and foremost, which doesn't help, and then as the stutters come in, car just snaps and basically chucks it in the wall. And I wonder whether that is like, say, the USB malfunction there that basically drops it and then suddenly, bang, in the wall, and there's nothing more that you can do for it.
Yeah, that or a power interruption potentially. A power surge. There's ultimately many things that can go wrong in the sim. It's our equivalent of mechanical failures on a real world race car, except instead of blowing a gasket or something, you have your USB hub fail, or your surge protector fails on your power board. That's not ideal for Louise, an incredibly fast driver, and always an element in a battle that you need to look out for. One more replay from Tony Baker's perspective. We're going to see Louise have his failure, whatever it may have been, right ahead of him, and this was a nasty surprise.
Yeah, you don't like seeing that. You go, and suddenly a car's sideways, and you go, oh, okay, do I drive through it, do I not? And fortunately was able to pull to one side. I will note out as well, out there at this moment in time for you, Reese, that this is Australian sim racing, and there's a lot of big personality out there, so it's normally common that we see a gasket get blown in races like these.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, multiple. Just not of the automotive variety, more of the mental brainstem variety. I'm sure that a few gaskets have already been blown in this race. You know, drivers and teams falling under the auspices of race control for, you know, drive time errors, things like this. I haven't seen the message in the background. Oh, look at that! Alex has a sister. Excellent stuff. Congratulations to the Warboys family. Awesome to see. Blake, obviously feeling the fatigue, as we all are. It's been a rough time. We've been racing all day. For those of us here in the West, this race started at about 6:30 in the morning. So it's been a very long day indeed. USB motherboard failure for Gallon.
Look at that, spot on. And that's how quickly it can all go wrong out there as it all sets out. So Blake Warboys will be due to have a war girl at some stage in the not too distant future. End of August is the word that we are hearing then on that. And that is looking like ANZ coming down to pit lane. So Daniel Stevens with an hour 37 is looking like this might be a driver change then, and a bit of service that is going to be out there. So we'll fall to the back of the queue, taking that pit stop, and we'll go up on the jacks then, and we'll be looking to get a little bit of that service sorted. So the king of Henry James Racing is now going to jump in. Henry King himself, Reese.
Yes, jumping back into car 123. He's been feeding us some information from the event admin side of things as well, as has Peter Baxter over the course of this race. A huge thanks to them for providing us with that information. We also see Momentum Racing 778. Brian Borg has brought that Porsche into the pit lane. Only 2 cars to come into the pits on this particular lap. I suppose a bit of a damage report is half worth it here under the safety car as well. With coming up to an hour and a half remaining, we still have 34 or 33 of our cars still running in the race. Pit road opens and Felipe Cabrera is going to take over the 778 from Brian Borg. Joshua Horton also a little bit further behind these guys, but King jumping into 1, 2, 3. Retirements from the race. We had Team Jinx Shifters Brett O'Keefe a long time ago. Same for the One Performance Racing 143. These guys have been out of it for an incredibly long time. Player One Racing 1, Simline Race Surface, Rapid Theft Racing 73, and DPR Racing 11. The Frog League Juiced Racing Porsche Cup entry was the first one out. And we had Isaac Curtis at the wheel of the AITX Revolution E Racing 241. They went out some time ago. 93 laps ago, we lost Kieran Potter in the Proline Esports 222 entry. Blake Urquhart in the Pacific Esports Racing 5 Porsche Cup entry. They were disqualified for a driver time breach. Same for the One Performance Racing number 51. Benjamin Smith ending the Evolution Racing Team 7's race in the barrier. We also lost HTS Racing Yellow, One Performance Racing 47, and most recently the Evolution Racing Team at 555, plus the Eclipse Sim Sports Bowler Media number 53. We're also waiting to see if Rick Kuznetsov gets back out there in the Vermilion Esports Porsche Cup entry. So quite a big junkyard of cars in pit lane at the moment, but still with the vast majority of our field running here at the end of 11 and a half hours, I'd say it's a pretty good attrition rate.
Well, yeah, here at 10.5, this has been pretty solid, but they now understand that the safety car will be getting them back to green flag running this time by. It's already been given the signal to go off and away as they will drive then down Conrod at a just paltry 80 kilometers an hour, which I think is still over the speed limit around here. You'll be surprised how many people get dinged by the police around here for trying to set a lap on Mount Panorama.
Yeah, 60 k's an hour, the strict speed limit in both directions. This is a public road, and so it's not one way. And the police regularly patrol this place. You look hard enough around this circuit in iRacing, you will see the road speed limit signs. I think there's one of them just up the top of Reed Park that we might be able to catch a glimpse of when these guys get back to racing. So Damon Woods back at the wheel of the Falcon Sim Racing Team number 1. Just under 6 laps ago, their last pit stop, and that was the same for everyone down to 17th place in GT3.
Here we go.
Max Boost, the only car to come into the pits under that one as we are away.
Yeah, good launch then by Damon Woods, and he'll look at Lockie Capel there just behind Lachlan, seeing Jack Widders and then Dan Yeaman then in 4th position. They are back then into running at this moment in time, and they will feel that on this start they are looking for a very good clean launch as they jump through. Heavy on the brakes. Yeaman's going to be aggressive here on this restart by the looks of things. Then little slide there back in the middle of the pack for William Morgan, who's going to fall down the line for Pacific by the looks of things. So through goes Tom Freer and Andrew Scordelis then at One Performance, and up towards Griffins they are going to go. And there's a bit of side-by-side as well with Caleb Hyde and Dennis Gattering and Tom Freer then as they go through, but it's all clean at the front. Oh, it's trouble, and in going to the wall goes William Morgan, backs it in at turn 2.
That's way down on momentum on the way out of turn 2. This could result in some trouble up at the cutting if the other cars can't clear him in time. It's uphill, and so you're stuck with whatever momentum you have on the way out of the corner. If you're getting back up to speed, the entire track is uphill at this point. With Kane Ryder right in the midst of all of this, one of the cars to pit under the safety car a bit late on. Both Team Max Boost and Vermilion number 12s initially stayed out, but had to come into the lane, and now Vermilion Esports 12 is the last car in line in the GT3 class, last car on the overall lead lap. The Max Boost crew doing slightly better in all of that.
Project 36 in the wall, they've tagged, and now they're all going to scatter and scarper then. 1, 2, 3, all trying to avoid, and they've all managed to do so. So Jackson Dial, Tom C, and then Matt Arnold trying to get an 1,000,000 point turnaround. Track clear, so they'll be able to get that one sorted going again. And it's going to be an instant limit that's going to be hit for one of them out there. But critically, that was trying to deal with the Porsche Cups and being too aggressive around Momentum's Porsche Cup effort.
Yeah, it looks to me like Daryl Carter in the Porsche Cup entry may have been involved too. This happened to the number 17. It was a bit of an optimistic move in the midst of a very tight pack, but fortunately got up to speed very quickly, did William Morgan. Meanwhile, this Project 36 car has gotten back up running, but the amount of times I've seen that car make its way up the field and then fall back down due to an incident, too many to count at this point. Tom Seath is the individual who got a black flag for exceeding the incident limit. So One Performance Racing 13, despite their monumental rise back up to get onto the lead lap, are going to have to fall off it again potentially.
car 67, Eclipse Sim Sports Core Temp, been given 5 seconds worth of penalty for a tyre warming infringement. I would think, Reese, for putting too much core temp into their tyres, as Rapid Theft are going to get a penalty. That then is the 65 car then that is going to have to come down through, which is currently running in 3rd position in the Porsche Cup category after their hit that sent the chain reaction for Rick Kuznetsov.
Yes, the incident that in fact brought out that most recent safety car. So race control got to that, and it's going to be a drive-through penalty for the number 65 as a result of that. Battles going on here up the top of the field. Damon Woods has skipped away out in front, gap at about 2.8 seconds now, with Jack Widdis trying his best to make his way past Lachlan Capel. Orbit Drop Bear, Venus and Mars, though, and still joining them there. 3 Orbit Drop Bear cars in the top 5. That's quite impressive. This is what happened to the Project 36 car.
Yeah, so side by side with the Porsche Cup car, just the case of miscommunication, and they have requested a tow of Project 36 down at the chase, so we'll see whether they'll get it or not. They're in the grass, not the gravel down there, so I don't think they're far enough along to go and make that happen, so we might get yet another hour 29 left. And this is what we're talking about, a race that gets anxious because you've only got so much time to go and make moves. And so they are stranded there on the outside of the surface. I don't think they're too far away. I think this might have to be a call, and it's a full course yellow out there to allow them to get back moving.
Yeah, so in just a few seconds, race control is going to be counting down the seconds until pit limiters need to be engaged, and then give the Project 36 car the opportunity to either get rolling again or tow back to pit lane. And the full course yellow is in effect, down to 50 kilometers per hour, which is incidentally the speed limit in built-up areas in Australia. So that's going to neutralize the race for the short term, and unfortunately Jackson Dial, potentially he'll have to tow back.
Yeah, it might have to be a tow, and it's the only thing they can do. There is the 60-kilometer-an-hour limit that in about 28 minutes' time is the sign for all drivers, Reese, that there are 60 minutes left in the race.
Exactly. Very nicely done. But it only being about 8 laps or so on this stint, including the safety car laps for the majority of drivers here, I think we're past the point now where you'd want to get your final splash in. The safety car is actually going to help a lot of the full course yellow is going to help a lot of the drivers here. As long as they keep their throttle input to the absolute minimum, they'll be able to save a little bit more fuel. How much longer will they be able to extend the final stint? Might we see a few cars be able to get to the end without having to stop again? It's a bit 50-50 for me.
Yeah, so I think it's tough, and I think they're getting a lot of help out there with the position that they find themselves in right now at this very moment. But I also think that if you're looking around at it and you're running at 50 kilometers an hour over the top of the mountain, you're waiting for the clearance here, and race control have now cleared the car that is down there, so they're waiting for the drop and how they can get themselves ready, back and going. So there is Project 36 back in pit lane. So 5 seconds is given the call here at this point, 2, 1, and they will now get the green flag back out, and they'll be back up then to racing speed as they will look to go and be back onto power. Now, that will have cooled the tyre down a bit, and they've got to be careful about that now as they push through. Jack Widdis immediately needing to be aggressive in the Momentum 78 Porsche in the race for second.
Yeah, here we go then. It's a difficult part of the circuit to be getting back up to speed, because this part of the track, it's so dependent on your rhythm. You're dependent on being at the limit and knowing what the car's going to do. You get back up to speed, you often have trouble finding where that limit is again. Into the pits then for Tom Seath in the One Performance Racing 13. I don't know if that car's going to make its way back out onto the circuit. Gap for the lead. Now 4.2 seconds held by Damon Woods as Lachlan Capel drags Jack Widdis along and followed very closely by his sister cars at Orbit Drop Bear.
One Performance 144 have some side-by-side here, and they're down on a straight line. So Jackson Raihana's going to jump up as well and gain a place out there. But you're absolutely on this battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth it has to be said at the moment, where Momentum Racing, it's one of these cars doesn't look like the other, and the answer is it's 3 drop bear cars surrounding Momentum here in the top 5.
Yeah, indeed. Just need another car in between the Venus and Mars machines to make it a club sandwich or a Big Mac, potentially. A very tight fight indeed. And all of these cars are on the same strategy, very closely matched in terms of lap times as well. The best lap for the moment in this race, in this group, has fallen to the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car, 202.3 early on in the race. But 201.5 for Lachlan Capel a bit earlier. That is clearly the fastest car of the lot, at least in the earlier conditions. Ty Saville taking over the wheel of the Team OCE 35 BMW, a car that has been in the top 10 pretty much the whole way through, always contending, trying to make his way past Sam Chapman in the Vermilion Esports 101. Last position in the top 6. Look at the run he's getting across the top.
Yeah, very strong then heading in through McPhillamy, that puddle decreasing in terms of its use of relevance out there and dropping down the hill. Here, the Big Dipper, and this is where you try and get the power down off the exit quickly because it gives you a chance at the Forest Elbow. Toughest skill in motorsport, the Forest Elbow, the turn and brake at the same time trick.
Yeah, it's very difficult to slow down for the elbow, and you know, one of the commentary, oh dear, that's one of the Vermilion cars, the 112, Lewis Greathead, having trouble at the top. That's pretty heavy damage on the car. Looks like the rear left is completely shoved into the bodywork. He will still roll. It's hit both sides of the track, up the top of the mountain. And was this the puddle at McPhillamy doing this? It certainly was. 1 wall, 2 walls, and whoa, getting a little bit of a hit up the back there from the car behind.
And that would have been the leader in Porsche Cup that would have got into the back there. So that's going to be damage on the front of Alexander Morris's Porsche 405. So that's going to be huge in that race late. So Lachlan Pryke here is going to be given an absolute huge opportunity. Lewis Greathead trying to get it back and effectively playing a bit of early Windows 97 pinball out there going through. So that's going to be very tough. Here's the look then from Morris's perspective. Out there, 1, 2, where am I going to go on the brakes? No, it's come back across late. So obviously tried to predict the car holding to the right, and the car just came back left. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, certainly. I've just seen a few positions lost for the Momentum 788 as well. Dylan Walker has lost the rear wing on the car, and it looks to be crabbing a little. Problems into turn 2.
Oh, there's been help, and it's been with Byron Pierce from Eclipse Sim Sport, who have just helped to usurp them into the walls. So there with the damage to the rear wing, they're going to limp this one back, and they are going to need the damage repair on it too. So that's going to hurt, but ultimately this is where it happens. So looking outside, crosses the beam, down here, and he got alongside. You've got to give credit, he got alongside. Yeah. That's just a little late there to cover off the move.
Yeah, and that's the trouble with turn 2. We see it all the time. It has the harshest crown in the road across the whole lap, and so if you're trying to defend someone getting up your inside, you want to be on the right-hand side of the track through there. Unfortunately, the margin is so tight. You basically got to just straddle the crown in the road in order to get the run you need. So just unfortunate contact in the end there. I don't expect race control's going to have too much to say about that. Ty Saville, though, has a lot of company here. He's still catching up to Sam Chapman, but now he's got Byron Pierce looking for the move at Murray's, and he's going to try and drag Caleb Hides with him.
Well, why wouldn't you? It's your teammate. There's one, but he can't quite get the other sorted. Now I want to talk Porsche for a moment because the gap's half a second, but it won't matter that the gap's half a second because it's going to be Lachlan Pryke who's got 5 seconds worth of penalty for a tyre warming infringement, but he's all over the back of the damaged Australia-wide Racing blue car. This could be the move for position for the race lead to the inside at Murray's. Is this the defining moment of the Porsche Cup category? Because there's your new leader in play, and sitting on the back then is Tony Baker trying to get through. 9.5 have to stay within 5 seconds now.
That they do. Lachlan Pryke is going to have all the pressure on for him. We're expecting potentially one more pit stop for the Porsche Cup category, unless they can fuel save and really sip that petroleum. It's going to be all on for Lachlan Pryke to try and get that lead out to 5 seconds or more to try and cover that off. This pack has just continued to compress. We now have Dennis Gaderich and Tom Freer joining the fight. Freer in the 88 Synergy Porsche, as that's a move up the top of the mountain. Goodness me, Caleb Hyde's past Ty Saville at a place where you almost never see passes being made.
No, you don't see many up there, but if you're going to try and make a move, you've got to do it unpredictably. And Reese, that is just testament to where you look around at Eclipse at this moment. They just know better than anyone else how to make moves that people don't expect.
Yeah, and to be fair to Ty Saville, it looked like he did lift off. I don't think he's too interested in fighting these cars. He's just trying to preserve that BMW to the end and hoping the drivers ahead take each other out. There could be potential for that here, as there was almost contact there between Chapman and Pierce, the two Eclipse Ferraris flying in formation, trying to grab that 6th spot. Question is, which of them is faster, and is the faster car currently in front?
Well, they're going to have to work this out between them, and if they want to work it out the nice way, they have a chat amongst the teams and go, are you quicker or am I quicker? Let's try and work that out between us. I'd normally put Caleb Hyde in that mix. You turn around and go, if you want to do it the old-fashioned way, Reese, we can't talk to them, we've got to pass them properly.
Yeah, exactly right. Black flag race control for the One Performance Racing number 13. They did get back out onto the circuit, but they were over speed under full course yellow, so that's another drive-through penalty that Tom Seath is going to have to take there. And the 13 now pretty much the only car still running in GT3 outside of our top runners, but both of the Eclipse Ferraris are now past the Porsche there.
Million Porsche,
Sam Chapman, yeah. Very interesting indeed. Has he lost a bit too much pace there out of the cutting to fall under pressure from Ty Saville?
Well, it's tough here because now beyond that, you've got Dennis Gaterick there for Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alesco SSR. They're trying to get to 9th. Tom Freer. Remember that Synergy Sim Racing car about an hour ago was a lap down. They are now in 11th place. They have absolutely motored up the field, and they have been given a great lifeline to go out there and attack this race. We look as well at another car that's trying to make moves here. This is Kane Ryder, who's got Leo Dreyer, then the South African, to try and work a way through on at this point in time. And they've got the lightning fast Felipe Cabrera behind them for Momentum, who on the last lap took 2.7 seconds out of both of them.
Yeah, it looks like Josh Horton in the Vermilion number 12 behind is also set an incredibly fast lap time. Here comes our Eclipse pair of Ferraris past the Locked On Lads Porsche Cup entry. This is a difficult place to be, but fortunately, everyone seems to be making their way past him okay. Ty Saville having to take a little bit more avoiding action than he'd ideally like, but as long as you nail the exit out of Hell Corner, you are pretty good for the majority of the lap.
So, with that in mind, if you can just navigate the traffic here, get yourself a few clean laps in, you're going to have some confidence then as you're heading towards the final hour here, with an hour 16 remaining here on the clock. Andrew Perbrick has done very well to get out of the way of this group that has been trying to run forward, but up the hill they will go once again to the cutting, and Sam Chapman here has just extended the legs, realised I lost 2 places to 2 very quick and well-coordinated Ferraris in front, and that Porsche, I think, has done really well to respond, Reese, here, so Ty Saville doesn't really have too much to go and deal with here. He knows that gap's out there at about half a second, and there's not much that you can do to hunt this down.
Yeah, I think that BMW is just focusing on getting to the end at the moment, as that's quite deep there in the S's there for the Porsche, losing a bit of speed on the way out of the dipper. Sam Chapman has been pushing hard in the braking zones over the course of this most recent green flag period. but I think Ty Saville might be trying to mount an attack here if that lack of pace continues.
So, we are going to sit and say that there is a lot of big battling that we have got out there at this stage. It's trying to line itself up at the moment for Ty Saville, and it is not quite happening at this point in time. I think we're going to take a little moment. I don't actually have permissions actually in this server, so I'm not going to have the chance to do it. So Jay's going to get that one for me. Jumping in with us now is Neil Waters here from Player One Simgear. Neil, how are you doing? What a wonderful running of a Bathurst 12-hour that we have had presented by your company, Player One Simgear. How have you been finding it sitting and watching some amazing racing action?
Jack, thank you very much for having me. You guys are doing an amazing job in the booth. It's been an incredible broadcast, and it's shaping up to be a ripper of a finish in the last hour.
Oh, it very much is. Now, talk us through Player One Simgear, how you've managed to see this company grow into the position that it's at, and what you're offering in the market here for all these fantastic viewers who want to get in on sim racing or have been sim racing for a while.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. Look, we started about 3-4 years ago, essentially with the sort of one remit, I guess. We wanted to have the widest range of the best quality sim gear in one place, because I was a racer and I was finding it frustrating finding all the good gear under one roof, so to speak. And then just combine that with what we hope is some pretty epic customer service. And that's kind of been the two pillars we've been built on. And sort of 4 years on, the business continues to grow thanks to all the awesome customers that we have to work with, all the amazing sort of builds from people just getting started in sim racing right up to people looking for full setup motion packages. So we're delighted to get to work with the community, and being able to help out and sponsor events like this is what makes this hobby just so awesome. And seeing the work you guys are doing and stuff, it's amazing, and we're delighted to be a part of it. So huge thank you to OSR for inviting us in.
And as we just get a little look here at Ty Saville from Team OCE, trying to get the move done on Vermilion Esports 101 along Conrod. This is a fantastic push along the straight and trying to find the move over at the chase. It's covered off once again, so once more good defence. Neil, in terms of then the sort of brands that you work with then at Player One, are you talking about you getting anything you want, or are there some select companies that you're looking at that people have really got an eye on and going, yeah, this is the one that's selling like hotcakes?
Yeah, thanks, Jack. So look, we try to have sort of everything, because we know that every sim racer is unique in terms of their own, wanting their own setup. So our goal is to have all the best stuff available. For example, we just got the new Solpec steering wheels in. They literally arrived yesterday, and I was unboxing them this morning. They're absolutely unbelievable. So anyone who's looking for a new wheel out there, give us a shout out and say you heard about us on OSR, and we'll make sure we look after you on the new OSR rim. Sorry, you got a new Solpec rim.
Yeah, that is of course brilliant on those Solpec rims. I know that Solpec Precision Racing have a fantastic sim racing team as well when they go out there and they do all of what they do. Neil, what are you eyeing up then here in this final hour? You've had an incredible race, and is this something for you, Player One Simgear, that you're hoping to see that this Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour continues to see your involvement with over the foreseeable future?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd love that. Look, this is our first time putting the Player One race team into the event. We were really just about got in there on the qualification, and we were very fortunate enough that the OSR team saw fit to give us a wild card through. Unfortunately, we had a technical error early in the race, which led to a DQ, so we didn't get the car turned around. But we learned a huge amount from it. And from the racing side, we're super excited about coming back next year and representing on track. And of course, from the sponsorship side, that's a no-brainer. We love this event, and we can't wait to be involved again.
Well, not a problem at all. We'll let you go and enjoy the remaining hour and 12 minutes of this race. Neil Waters joining us there from Player One Simgear. Absolutely fantastic to have him around. Reese, we just saw there what happened with Momentum's Porsche Cup car over the top of the hill. That was scary.
Oh, it certainly was, but the ANZ Mustang was right on the money, getting on the brakes to avoid running into them. Orbit Drop Bear Mars had the same issue, caught the puddle at the top of McPhillamy Park, so Tyson Broad was rounding out the top 5, now down to 7th, behind the 2 Eclipse Ferraris of Byron Pierce and Caleb Hydes. That's where Tyson currently sits at the moment, and He's just trying his best now to get it to the end. It's not the first time we've seen an orbit drop air BMW without a boot lid, and this is why it happened.
So here we go, top of the hill, looking over for it, and just catches it wrong at the exit, noses it in, back it around, backs it in, and a lot of smoke over the top for Tyson Broad, able to keep it going at the cost of a couple places, and a very, very cold rear.
Not ideal for Tyson Broad, and has well and truly given up a few more seconds to Byron Pierce and Caleb Hides, who are running times that aren't really gaining them all that much. As we check out the external view of Tyson Broad's incident, yep, there's the 2 hits to the front end, and the boot lid goes right there, just in time for Pierce and Hides to arrive on the scene. Last lap times from Pierce and Hides, 2:02.7 and a 2:02.9. Drivers ahead are still running 2:02.7s at least, and well, the fastest of them all, undoubtedly, has been Damon Woods, down to a 2:02.291 on the previous lap. So while the Eclipse Ferraris are doing a good job of flying in formation, it doesn't seem like they're making up too much position on the cars ahead.
Doors ajar as we watch this group here in second and third as Lewis Greathead hits the instant point limit. Lachlan Capel's holding on. Ty Savills lost the place now to Dennis Gatterick for Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alesco SSR as there are the Vermilion cars side by side, and here now comes the chance on the outside for Jackson Raihana to get the Ferrari of Summit Flash Graphics up a position, and they will. And now, welcome to the freight train. Here comes Blake Warboys. In comes Lockie Capel.
Okay, so looks like last pit stop cycle is beginning right now. Orbit Drop Air Jupiter, the first car to do so, and he's going to hand the car back over to Connor Nixon to take it to the finish. Now, what's the response going to be from everyone else? A lot of battles still to work out, particularly in this pack here. Sam Chapman and Dennis Gatterick leading the way as there's a problem there for the 778. Felipe Cabrera's around, and it looks like Kane Ryder might have been involved too.
So those two might have just had a little clumsy tangle, and they have. Cabrera diving down the inside, the door shut on him, he wasn't far enough along, and the pair of them scampering a bit red-faced there through the grass at the chase.
Yeah, it's an issue that you see many a time here. Great momentum for the Momentum Porsche, but Kane Ryder, obviously not thinking that the Porsche would get up the inside there. Wasn't quite prepared for that, and I don't know what race control is going to think about that, but they might put it on the Momentum car.
Yeah, I think it'll be more likely that than the other way around. There's not really too much that you can say for it. Chapman over the top, losing a place there, Vermilion. Then seeing Blake Warboy jump on through there and get that one sorted. And Sam Chapman again over the top of the hill. They were too wide then between Chapman and Saville going through Griffin's Mount. And then suddenly everyone jumped up on the scene and said, look, hi, how are you? Are you going to be on the right side, the wrong side? There was contact here through this left here in metal grey. That pushes out wide there as they go through, and that's the move, and that's the level. An hour to go. We can go too wide, too deep over the top of the mountain. That's crazy stuff.
Yeah, great stuff from Tom Freer, getting Synergy number 88 into the top 10 with that little maneuver, and he's right on the back of the 35 BMW as a result. Unfortunately, penalty incoming for the number 35. Turns out they were overspeeding under full course yellow conditions as well, so they're going to jump in for their drive-through penalty now, I presume, and then come back in a couple of laps to get their final pit stop out of the way.
Yeah, so that's going to cost them the equivalent of about 15 seconds down there as they will have to continue on. And remember the penalty situation here for Lachlan Pryke, who will have 5 seconds down at the end of the lane. Sam Muir at 4.4 behind. They have cleared Alexander Morris and the Australia-wide Racing Blue car, which is limping about a bit more with damage. But for the moment, Sam Muir here is looking at Lachlan Pryke, and Rapid Theft Racing here might have a chance to steal the Porsche Cup category of the Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Player One Sim Gear.
Yeah, this is going to be really tight when these cars come in for their final pit stop. Lachlan Pryke is getting a very nice slipstream from Connor Nixon in the GT3 McLaren up ahead. So that's going to be helping him in the short term down the straights. Checking back in with our Eclipse pair. Byron Pierce and Caleb Hyde still running those low 202s, and this time they were faster than the Momentum 78. And Dan Yaman and Orbit Drop Air Venus. Oh no, the Summit Flash graphics car. I mean, probably no prizes for guessing what mistake was made to cause that.
Would it start with P and end in Uddle?
Let's see. We're about to find out. Across the top of McPhillamy Park, dip a wheel into the water, over the curb, tried to recover it, but a massive smash to the front, massive smash to the rear, even more so. And unfortunately, Tom Freer got a face full of Ferrari bumper there.
Yeah, that's not helpful. Raihana's been able to get it out then of the S's, but critically, that Ferrari has nothing back there. I tell you what, when that thing's parked, I'm sure all of the different GT3 manufacturers will be taking extensive photographs of that.
Yes, extensive indeed. Well, Rihanna has been able to get rolling and still go at a good rate of speed, but that is going to be a potential top 10 run for that car coming to an end now, surely, with only an hour to go to get an incident like that. Yeah, there's basically no recovering from that no matter what happens, unless there's a safety car that comes out right now, which might save them. Side by side for 8th place, Blake Warboys, the inside of Tom Freer. Little trade between what are technically sister Synergy cars at the moment, though Warboys at the wheel of the WK&P livery machine. Very nice move at the inside of turn 2.
And so you see that pass and you go quite comfortable out there, and it's going to be a nice pass between the pair of them that are trying to work on up the order here. They've lost the ground now to Pulse and Orbit Drop Bear Mars, so that's going to be what they're trying to chase to then. Dylan Walker is going to get a drive through penalty in the 788 out there for Momentum Racing. Sorry, 778, sorry, that is there. So that's not Dylan Walker, but Felipe Cabrera, who is there currently in the car right now. So that's the move through. Tyson Broad, though, this is going to be going on for 6th place. Remember, damaged on the rear. Amazing that the boots come off and the spoilers stayed on.
Yeah, I got to wonder what the attachment points are like there on the BMW M4. It's actually just before the boot lid there that they are attached, just below the rear windscreen. But that's not going to matter much to Dennis Gaderick. He's got a pass to make. Great slipstream down Conrod. Need to be careful running side by side through the chase. There's still some standing water at the very edges of the racetrack here, and you've got to be careful of the curbs. Move made very nicely by Gaderick. There wasn't much of a response that Tyson Broad had there.
And Dennis Gatterick, when he was in qualifying yesterday, Reese, was looking around with that number 64 car going. We'd quite like in these wet conditions to be somewhere in the top 20. Was able to qualify the car and accidentally scrubbed out a 0. He got P2.
Yeah, and indeed he did. Excellent job from that car. And to find their way up as far as they have has been nothing short of fantastic. We've seen some incredible runs up through the field at the moment. As things stand, the pole position car is currently leading, but it was a very long road for them to get back there. Momentum Racing 78 gaining 20 positions so far. Orbit Drop Bear Venus 4th place start, with 3rd place currently running. That is a massive 31 positions gained for our leading BMW as we check in with the battle just outside the top 10 here. And Sam Chapman holding on to P10, but Andrew Skordelis is coming in the One Performance Racing Audi.
Yeah, trying to find the way back here on the car that has been a little bit in the mix at the moment, this 144. They've battered about with the curb at least once over the course of this run, and now leaving the pits goes that Momentum car, trying to get anything it can from it. Back to 18th now for Felipe Cabrera, then, as they will come out just in front of the Australia-wide blue Porsche Cup car then that runs on through. Down the hill then goes the two teams out there of Synergy WK&P, with Blake Warboys and Tom Freer then trying to get some work together done at this stage, because Skordelis and Chapman aren't a million miles away, and this is what happens when you get a group of two. You've got to try and find the chance to get near the drivers who are in and around and say, at least in the final stages, can we set ourselves up for that final pit window to make sure that the strategy all hits nicely. We talk about Connor Nixon being in the pits. We're talking about 5 minutes shy is about what we've got. And here's a little look then. Nice driving out there at this stage. It is going to be Connor Nixon out there at this point who works on through and they jump down the hill. Look, very happy with the way that's going on, but maybe 5 minutes shy on the fuel. It's probably going to rely on a couple of the Logitech G safety cars to come out.
So we've got some information from Scott Rankin about potential strategy runs for certain drivers, but we won't be able to give you that information in full. A bit uncertain. We've got to wait until the final stop to really figure out exactly what's going on there. But Connor Nixon, for the moment, bit of a competitive chance here for them, but regardless, they will have to rely on another safety car if they want to get to the end without having to stop again.
Well, so how are they going to sit themselves then in terms of their momentum out there? Oh, Yeaman, penalty, and that's going to really sting. I think that's instant limit.
Not ideal at all. So that's going to be the third place running car. Unfortunately, having to spend a bit of extra time in pit lane. That is a solid 10 seconds at least that they are going to lose. So that's going to be a free kick for all of the drivers behind them, at least within the top 10. An hour to go now, Sperry. This is where things really start getting set in stone.
11 hours down and 1 hour left here in the Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12 Hour, presented by Player One Sim Gear, and it's all starting to change as the limits start to constrict and tighten on many of the great drivers out there in this one. Orbit dropped there about 20 minutes ago, had 3 cars in the top 5. Now they're going to turn around and look at their position, and they're going to struggle to even have one out there. Shows you how tough this race is, that it can change on a moment. We're watching Sam Chapman here on the race going on for what is 9th position out there at this point, because of the fact that Tyson Broad, Blake Warboys and Tom Freer are now all together. So Chapman and Scordilis then working on through. Look at this group right now, 6 of them all in a line. And hello, there's Dan Yeaman in the background coming out of pits.
Yeah, so he's ended up re-emerging in 11th place. So top 10 still potentially on for that car. All depends on whether they will have to find their way through the pits a few seconds more. Let's keep our eyes peeled on this now 9th place battle that Andrew Scordilis finds himself in the midst of. Sam Chapman has been solid for the most part. He has had a couple of occasions where he's slipped off a little bit, fallen by the wayside, but still maintaining that top 10 spot. And I'm amazed to see that One Performance Racing car back up as high as they are. Team Max Boost coming in for their final pit stop, meanwhile Campbell Adams apparently taking that car to the finish, as it looks like we're going to be seeing Tyson Broad come under pressure from the 2 Porsches from Synergy and WK&P. Warboys and Freer mounting the attack.
Blake Warboys looking to now be the aggressor. And, oh, bang in the background, Vermilion. There they go in the 101. They have hit it hard at the Forest elbow. And Sam Chapman now will look around at that and be very, very upset with how much they have slammed into the wall. And I wonder whether they got help. They absolutely did from the One Performance 144.
Yep, that they did. Andrew Scordilis going for the move at Forest Elbow, not usually a conventional passing spot. You have the entirety of Comrade Straight to work with. Unfortunately, Sam Chapman wasn't expecting that, and that's going to be some heavy contact with the tyre barrier, and that's going to have to be some repairs, I reckon, for the 101. In the pits, Rodrigo Mies in the Momentum Racing 78. That's going to be that car's final pit stop done, as up the inside goes Blake Warboys. Tyson Broad dispatched for the top 5.
So that's not quite done yet. Yes, it is now. You'd certainly say he's getting a good run on the legs and trying to help Tom Freer get to the outside here. So Synergy and, of course, WKMP working together. Freer can't get the run, and so he's going to have to sit down. That's very, very bold. They're running on through and getting the corner that is needed there. Tom Freer will realise this and go, well, I'm going to have to be doubly aggressive to now move up into P6, and it's around that position that you often get to see these Synergy cars really starting to show what they're all about, pushing with all of what they've got. Now over the top of the parks on the outside and heading over towards here, Metal Grey, and now over through McPhillamy. Still Puddle on the outside. Broad just gives it a little bit of a wave as he goes by.
Oh, that's another twitch there coming down the hill. Oh, he's barely holding on to that thing. And Tom Freer is losing time hand over fist to Blake Warboys now. That's something he's not going to be entirely happy with. Tyson Broad with the smooth turn in for Forest Elbow still washes out a little wide on the exit. Freer's going to get him here.
Yeah, down the hill now and going to be in a very alert position here. Blake Warboys, he is GAW and gone out there from these drivers. Tyson Broad will now see that it is Tom Freer moving side by side and giving each other just enough room, and you're going to have to give that one up, Sunshine. Easy pass then as he goes on through, tries to cut him back up, and just the reaction to that is, I've still got half a chance here, I've still got half a chance to pit.
Yes, final pit stop then, going to get out of the way there for the Orbit Drop Bear number 862. So that's they've unfortunately already used their fast repair, we're hearing, so they don't have any left. It's going to be quite some time spent in the pits repairing that damage if they decide to repair it.
Well, it's just a case of whether their pit crew have a spare boot part available.
They've already gone through one spare at least for the other BMW, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Damon Woods still leading the way here. He's back into the 201s on race laps. It's taken us a long time to get back here with the track temperatures shifting and the weather coming through, rain blanketing the circuit. Tyson Broad is exited the pit box. Looks like they have not decided to repair the damage, but just coming out ahead of them there is another one of the Porsches, I believe, further down in the field. The pace back down to sub 202 for our number one machine. I don't think there's any stopping them now unless something drastic happens.
Well,
Meanwhile,
Lachlan Pryke leading this field in Porsche Cup. The gap 5.2 seconds over 9.5 Sim Sport with a 5-second hold that they need to take at their last stop. They'd be ahead by 0.2 pending on stop time.
yeah, pressure's on in the Porsche Cup class. And I've got to say, despite the penalty over his head, Lachlan Pryke has done a great job to extend that gap out. He's been sticking in the slipstream of whatever GT3 cars he can find out there. And, he's really benefited it, but that might cost him a couple of tenths. Tyson Broad still having some trouble across the top, and he's off!
Good save. Tyson Broad there giving a heart attack moment to Lachlan Pryke, abandoning the corner as well as Dylan Walker in the 788. Oh my goodness, welcome back to the race circuit. You don't want to be running into trouble now with about 52 minutes to go, because any big incident here is now they're going to scrap for position out there between each other, and this is going to be a drag race where Dylan Walker is going to win hands down. Last thing you want to be doing is getting involved in an incident late where you know that you're not going to be able to find the finish of the race.
Oh dear. This final hour is the most important. This is what everyone has been building up to. The entire day of racing, even going back to qualifying last night, it's all been building up to this final hour. Everything before now was just the setup. Now this final pit stop is coming around as we have 25, almost 26 laps completed on the stint for most of our cars out there. When do they decide to come in is the question.
I think as late as you possibly can. that's a bit too much grass there through Hell Corner, turn number 1. And so I think you're looking at how long you're going to go. And Reece, I don't know about you, drivers are normally at their happiest when their tanks are at their lowest.
Yes, I certainly can speak from personal experience there. I don't know how the Porsche drivers will feel about it. The fuel tank for the 911 is over the front axle, and so the front end gets incredibly light when the fuel goes down. So there's potentially going to be some trouble there, but we are going to be seeing plenty of lap times coming down for everyone at the front. Looks like the Eclipse SimSports Ferraris that have been chasing down Damon Woods are continuing to set some pretty fast lap times. Woods has dropped back into the high 202s. Meanwhile, Byron Pierce at 202.4, Caleb Hines at 202.3. Those Ferraris are looking good at the moment as the next incident limit black flag comes in for the ANZ 123.
And there's also one of a penalty for the 144 that has taken it immediately down into pit lane. So that is One Performance Racing who get dinged about. So that will promote Dan Yeaman and Orbit drop Bear Venus back up into 7th position then with their move. And so this is the long march for Andrew Scordilis to get back out onto circuit, passes the green commitment cone. He's going to get back up to speed just in front of Tony Baker's pulse tuning Lexus car, the 164, that's currently 1 lap down.
Yes, so probably still owing us a pit stop as well. So that car will not be a factor in the top 10, at least from my initial suspicion. Joshua Horton then in the Vermilion Esports number 12, keeping up with Leo Dreyer very nicely. But this car is the car in the top 10 that I think will be able to go the longest. They're going to be pitting last out of these guys, I think. 22nd lap of the stint. For everyone around him, they've done 26 laps on their 27th.
And so, if we think that this car can go the longest, you will say that they will take the least fuel at the final stop too, which will help to jump them out of this group, but they will also be affected because they've now got the damage here, Reece, to the rear of the car. Wouldn't you say, therefore, Vermilion, after the hit, I think they've actually got a bit okay with it then and used maybe the last of their fast repairs that they've had available. Do you think that they're going to be now looking around at this going, well, where am I going to be happy finding the results that are necessary? So for the moment, I look at Josh Houghton, I think they've got a good spot, and now how are they going to go and work with it?
Well, a little bit of slipstream off the car in front will certainly help, but I think the OCE BMW behind is a bit of a thorn in their side. Lots of pressure being put on there from Ty Saville as Saville is going to come into pit lane, so that's not going to be a problem for Josh Horton anymore.
It won't, so license to attack is there as they go through, and it's not really that long of a pit stop than 8 laps ago by comparison. So there is Ty Saville, hits the brakes, looking now for fuel and tyres to finish this off. Tom Freer has kept well with his teammate out there in Blake Warboys. These two just styling and profiling at the moment. Pryke, keep an eye on that gap with Sam Muir, because at the moment Sam is doing enough and he is closing in that gap. 4.3 seconds here, 9.5. Realise they've got a shot of victory and they are driving with intent. Now in comes Lachlan Pryke and he'll have to serve the 5 seconds down at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah, this is where the money is made for the Porsche Cup lead. 9.5 SimSports Sam Muir is going to go an extra lap here. He'll be hoping that that overcut will provide him what is necessary. A bit more time spent running on low fuel may just negate those extra few tenths that the Rapid Theft Racing car was able to pull. Alexander Morris still in contention as well, with the 405 now running in second, as Mitchell Curry is going to take over the number 65. We'll have to wait and see how that works out. Trouble for Vermilion across the top. The 101 has gone around. Eli Donaldson at the wheel. Looks like a hit once again with the McPhillamy Park puddle. He'll get back on track just alongside the fellow Porsche, Rodrigo Mies, the momentum at 78. It's been a rough go of things for the 101 in these last couple of stints.
Yeah, they're 3 laps down, and they would have been very scary as they were trying to get themselves back off the circuit. Puddle again, and then just having to drift around, trying to stay out of trouble. And, oh, lucky he hasn't actually collected someone else there in that effort. Eli, just make sure that you're keeping the car out of the way. And so they are now still in 23rd position. And the 101 not very happy with the day that it has gone. Here's another look.
Yeah, this is from on board with Tony Baker. Blind entry to the corner, so he has no idea what's happening ahead until he comes up on Joshua Horton. Has to... I'm amazed that he actually stayed on track there. If it was me, I would have cut across the runoff.
Well, it takes bravery. Certain drivers want to stay on, certain drivers don't want to break rhythm, so you take the risk at your own peril, surely.
Yeah, potentially they were worried about exceeding the incident limit as well. There's so many cars that have been hit with drive-throughs thanks to incident limit penalties, so maybe was trying his best to avoid that was Tony Baker. Meanwhile, Tom Freer back ahead of Blake Warboys and up into the top 5 now, once again for Synergy Sim Racing number 88. One of many cars in the top 10 for which it's been a long and hard road to actually get back to the position they were in before. You know, problems aplenty for the number 1 car, for both of the Eclipse machines running 2nd and 3rd right now, for the number 88, which was down outside the top 15 about an hour and a bit ago. It's been a steady rise up for Tom Freer and Brendan Hobson since taking the car back over from Damian Johnston. Once again, back to Joshua Horton and Leo Dreyer. Find themselves battling for 8th. These drivers are coming up on their 29th lap now. They're going to be extending this out as much as they can. I reckon about another lap or two, and we're going to be seeing the majority of our cars in.
Yeah, so for Leo Dreyer, this is Porsche versus Porsche, Mosaic versus Vermilion, and this is the number 12 that is trying to find its opportunity to get on in to that 7th or that 8th place at this stage. So under the Armorel Bridge and heading for Murray's Corner, there's no looks at a move at the moment. Matt Arnold for TriStar in for the final time then in Porsche Cup.
Okay. This is going to help decide those podium places. Mitchell Curry with a 33-second stop in the Rapid Theft Racing number 65. They're out there again, having just completed their first lap out of the pits. We're still waiting on the 9.5 SimSport and Australia-wide Racing Blue cars to find their way into the pits for the final time. Next car to come into the lane is the Pulse Tuning Lexus Melbourne machine of Tony Baker, the 164. Corey Bennett jumping into the Frog Leap Juice Racing machine. Campbell Adams in the Team Max Boost 81, apparently missing the rear end. Something has gone wrong for them.
It does look like that, doesn't it? And Team Max Boost, who are a lap down out there, and I think they've also found the puddle out there over the top of McPhillamy here. So they go through, and another one bites the dust there, going through, bang, losing the rear clip. Going over that Huracan, going for a helter-skelter of a ride. And that one, you need a little check into the pits now. Comes the likes then of Sam Muir. So this is the race in Porsche.
Yes, so we need to keep an eye out for Mitchell Curry here in the Rapid Theft Racing 65. A 33.9 second stop for this car, counting in the extra 5 seconds added to the stop time from the penalty this car was assigned earlier. The Australia-wide Racing Blue car is going to continue on for another lap, but Sam Muir rapidly approaching 30 seconds spent in the lane here. It's going to be all about how the outlap was here for Mitchell Curry. Was he able to find his way through? It looks to me like it's not the ideal spot for this Rapid Theft car, and that's going to be well ahead for Sam Muir.
And those 5 seconds, well, it's also the fact that it's not just 5 seconds there, Reese. It's also the time they would have taken to put less fuel in the car, because they fuel the car first and foremost. So that is the difference maker. 9.5 are in the driver's seat right now. In comes Leo Dreyer for Mosaic.
Yes, Leo Dreyer was a co-driver with Vermilion Esports in the V8 Pro Endurance races last year. So he's technically racing against them at the moment as we find our way to the S's once more. Andrew Scordilis pitting for the final time in the One Performance Racing 144. So 2 cars in the lane on this particular lap. Interesting to see that Tony Baker, since bringing the Pulse 164 into the pits, has not come back out. I get the feeling that car might be done for the day.
Looks it, doesn't it? And it's very, very tough when you have to deal with it. There's your overall leaders right now. Falcon Sim Racing. They have been a cut above in pace terms all day long as they're going to jump on through and into the pits. We're going to take this opportunity now to get a chat with Sam Chapman over from Vermilion Esports. Sam, how's it been for you out there? You know, you had a very tough end to your stint there.
Yeah, unfortunate end to the stint. Yeah, we had a really, I mean, it's been an up and down race for us, but yeah, we're really happy to be sort of up in that sort of top 6 there, fighting. And yeah, obviously I was having gearing issues where I wouldn't select a gear, which wasn't good with about 5 cars within a 6/10 behind me. But yeah, and then yeah, dive bomb and that's that. So our car's parked up now, unfortunately.
It's a real shame, but talk about how tough this has been for the team at Vermilion, because your Porsche's gone through the ringer a little bit, trying to get itself any opportunity that it can. But the team effort out there, you know, 12 hours is a long time as you try and set it all up together. Just how much work and effort have Vermilion put into it as we just see another car off the road and save it? But how much of an effort has it been for you?
Yeah, there's been a fair bit of effort, and you know, I haven't been as involved with the effort to get it set up, but they've given us a good car with a really good setup that's been really easy to drive, all things considered, around here, and really easy to fight with. So that's a credit to them. And yeah, a bit bad luck across the board here, really. So you know, disappointing, but that's the way these races run sometimes. It's just, yeah, hoping that we could bring this one home in the top 10.
Well, that is going to be pretty critical. We're just looking around here at the Eclipse Core Temp car, who have a penalty for incident point limit, and so they're going to be a little bit longer than what they want to be out there. But top 10 is certainly going to be a very good effort for you in the number 12. So you've got Josh Houghton at the moment just trying to bring the car back in one piece. Are you going to look at this as a success with the top 10?
Well, that team, I think they can look at it as a success. Our car less so. But you know, we're happy with how we raced today. I think Eli did an amazing job in the wet in particular, and good job as well. So yeah, we're happy with that. And then yeah, if that car can come home once again in the top 10, that'd be good. So yeah, I think they'll sort of see that as a success, although we would like to have a few more cars finish.
Well, we'll say commiserations on your run for your team, but hope that Vermilion in its entirety gets itself a good result at the end of this race. Sam Chapman there, joining us then from Vermilion Esports. Reese, someone's been stranded and they've forgotten him. They've left him at the bus stop, so to speak. Tony Baker's done 75 laps. He's got no co-drivers.
Yeah, that's the reason why our Pulse Tuning 164 has not re-emerged from pit lane. That's a real shame. Also, worth pointing out that Caleb Hides, in addition to getting a drive-through for the incident limit, he also sped on pit entry. The pit limiter wasn't activated when he crossed the line. He accelerated up and then went up to about 80 k's an hour ever so briefly. So the race has just completely upended right at the end for Eclipse number 67.
Yeah, a little bit concerned here about how much Cody Deeth is blinking, and race control have got to be aware of that right now. If it becomes too much of a threat, they might have to ask them to change their driver in the final stages of this race. So they've got to keep alert here to what's going on with Cody Deeth right now, and it's at very regular intervals here that you are seeing that blinking. It's been ever since he has jumped in the car. We have seen the likes then of Byron Pierce get in and continue on with what he's been doing for Eclipse LDP. X56 at the moment. They're back out and away in third place. This is Connor Nixon versus Felipe Cabrera. This for 6th and 7th. Now here comes the look to the inside. No chance. Nixon better on the outside line.
Oh, there we go. Nicely done from Connor Nixon, able to maintain the momentum despite the negative camber of the road on the outside at turn 2. But Felipe Cabrera is certainly a solid international competitor, and he'll give him one heck of a race. Henry King back in 15th place, now 16th as Reese Wakefield has just found his way past in the One Performance Racing 144. That car's already good to the end. Henry King we're expecting to have to come in once more. He's on his 28th lap right now with 36 minutes to go. No way that Mustang's going to get to the checkered flag without having to get another sip of fuel. But now, One Performance Racing 144 is going to try their best to catch up a little further. As
That's for the lead.
Yeah, it is. But keep in mind that the Vermilion Esports number 12 has yet to come into pit lane.
Yeah, so why would they just give the lead up like that?
I don't know.
Are they saving? Have they underfueled it and they need to save?
Potentially. I'm looking at the pit stop, though. It's 31.3 seconds. So I don't think there's any trouble on fuel strategy for the number 1. Potentially, they're just a bit worried about getting reported for blinking.
Well, they still will behind. I think that's the problem that they're going to sit down with. It doesn't matter whether they're in front or behind. It's still happening.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. I'm not entirely sure what the deal is. Regardless, when that Vermilion number 12 eventually pits, that is going to get them back into the lead. So now I have permission to read the information that Scott Rankin gave us about half an hour ago. So if Byron Pierce goes to the end, okay, we'll look. I'm not quite sure how to read this, Sperry. You might have to give me a bit of help with this.
Okay, so looking around at the spreads on the lap counts then at Clip SimSport LDPX 56. Byron Pierce at the time did 86 laps, Marina Morella 78 and Gianni Lutzu 79. Basically, Byron cannot get to the end of the race on lap spread because he would have done too many laps for the team. So if Gianna gets in any earlier than 19 laps to go, or Gianni gets in, then basically you're looking around at that. So the competitive information they're looking at is who are they going to put in at the final stop. I think it might have to be Morella's going to have to go back in again.
But they didn't do a driver swap, so
they're in trouble.
Yeah,
unless there's a safety car.
Yeah, so a safety car coming out would help them. It would decrease the overall lap count of the race. I get the feeling, regardless of what happens, as the cars for the lead together again, Joshua Horton bringing his way into pit lane finally. I think race control is going to have to sort some of this out post-race, considering what we're reading here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and we've seen it before where it's had to go over to the shooting team at the end. 5th, 6th and 7th now is the battle because Felipe Cabrera will pull over to the left-hand side. Connor Nixon has got his sights set now in that McLaren on the Porsche of Dennis Gatterick, who doesn't get much of a drive here out of the final corner. Now he's going to be eyeing up this move. Big move to the inside. Now you can start defending here in the final 33 minutes. Now you can get the elbows out and go, I don't want to lose a place.
Looking at a potential top 5 for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Same for Pulse Melbourne Lexus, number 64. Defensive for Dennis Gatterick. You still see a little bit of spray coming off of the wheels there as Nixon tried to get to the apex, just wasn't able to do it. And now it looks like he might be stuck behind across the top.
Yeah, no chance of catching here through the cutting, so you're in it for the ride, and this is where the Porsche's going to have to try and pull away here of Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alesco SSR. It's so long, it's clipping over my previous button in sim, the name of the team, but they're proving that a long name is not going to hold them back. They're going to try and push, and just there in the background, you saw Tom Freer. He's also trying to get close. Now, down in the pits there, that looks like the ANZ Motorsport team.
Yeah, that's going to be their final pit stop out of the way, done and dusted. Looks like Henry King's going to be staying in the car to the end. So just half an hour of driving left remaining for him. And fair enough, too. Looks like Dennis Gaderick has managed to extend the gap ever so slightly over Connor Nixon, but the McLaren is still within slipstream range. This is the highest battle on circuit and really the only proper fight in the GT3 category right now. The only two cars on track and class within a second of each other. And looks like the Australia Wide Racing Yellow Porsche Cup car, our current leader of Porsche Cup, still has yet to take their final pit stop as well. They've got about
Well, that's interesting, though.
Yeah, 16 seconds ahead of Sam Muir. So I think at the final pit stop, depending on how much fuel they have to put in, yeah, it might be tight for the podium.
Yeah, so I would look around at them and go, well, they probably won't need tyres. They'll just try and get it out and hope they're going to hold. And then it's not 15, 16 seconds that they're going to be able to beat in terms of margin. It's the 31, which is what they'll be looking at here from Mitch Curry, and the 38 of Shane Clancy. That's what they're going to be eyeing up here at Australia Wide Racing Yellow. To get the car on the podium, they just need a very quick and methodical stop as they brush the wall out the elbow.
Yeah, ever so slight brush. So the the Porsche Cup cars can make it just about the same distance that the GT3s can, but maybe a couple of laps less. So we need to be aware of Sam Culverwell potentially bringing it into the pits at the end of this lap or the next. I reckon a pit stop with a solid half an hour to go would be the way these guys are trying to get it. 20th place outright for our leading Porsche Cup car, but will it be in the lead for much longer? Into the pits they come for their final stop.
Yep, so they'll come in to pit. Sam Muir had to deal with the blinking Cody Deeth, your overall leader, to go by, which would have been very scary for them at this moment in time. Over and slowing down then just in front of them, Henry King, who is there. So now to position. Sam Muir will look to go, and we'll see what this looks like in terms of stop. Only just pulling into the box now goes Cam Culverwell, and so this now becomes a case of where the next car is going to be. That's going to be Mitch Curry. He's running through the final corner right now, and he's looking for drive here to go and jump up. Still no movement out there from the Porsche, but now you start looking around. Australia-wide blue. It's going to be a case of the Australia-wides together. There's the drive off the exit. There's going to be the look into turn one. For the moment, Cam Culverwell's going to get one over on the blue team. Shane Clancy, you're going to have to lock in, buddy.
Yeah, he will have the advantage of tyre temperature, though. Despite not changing tyres, Cam Culverwell will be dealing with tyres that are slightly cooler than when they were on the way in. So a little bit of standstill time influencing that. But he's gotten up to speed again very quickly. 21.4 seconds stopped in the box there for Cam Culverwell. Regardless of who wins this battle, it looks like Australia Wide Racing will have a car on the podium in Porsche Cup.
Yeah, they will, but which one will it be? And that's going to be what they all try and hope for here in the late stages. Which one is going to stand up on song? Dennis Gaderick and Connor Nixon still on this race for 4th and 5th. Over the mountain now, over through the various left-handers at the moment. There will be no random safety cars from this point onwards in the race, so they've just got to try and make sure that this race holds its ground and holds itself steady. They know that they're just reliant here on a safety car late if they want it. Oh, and that's very, very unsettled from Connor Nixon down the hill. No wonder he's lost a couple car lengths there.
Yeah, mighty unsettled in the McLaren. This is no longer the only battle in GT3 at the moment. We have another fight going on for P10. Orbit Drop Bear Mars, Tyson Broad trying to hold off Leo Dreyer in the Mosaic number 10. So there's still potential here to potentially lose one of our Orbit Drop Bear cars out from the top 10. For now, Connor Nixon is only focused on what's ahead of him. The man who, a mere 45 minutes before this race started today, he had no idea that he was even going to be driving. All things considered, it's been a stellar performance from Nixon, fitting right in to the strategy for the team. Nixon was going to join us in the commentary box for this race, but ultimately coming to naught. That's a review then.
He still can if he gets a podium.
Yeah, actually, he still could join us in the commentary box, but he'll have to make up some 14 seconds in order to pass Rodrigo Mies for that. That brief review of the weather, it's amazing how much effect that rain period had on the race. It was short, but it was heavy. And the way the track temperature has changed over the course of the race as well, very interesting to see. There was a huge dip when the rain came, and then once the track dried off, it immediately went back up to where it should be. And despite some very big variances over the course of those final stints, it's almost back to where it was at the start.
Well, almost is not quite, but you're looking around at these temperatures and they are trying to battle here with air temp, with track temp that find themselves very similar out there at this point. Gatterick, though, as they run an in-sim time of just gone 5:30 in the afternoon. We'll have traffic to work down the hill with, and just about clearing Shane Clancy. There goes Nixon and Gatterick then. Cam Culverwell will be the next car out there, 25 minutes. How long are you willing to wait out here? Because the longer that you wait, the less likely the move's going to come.
Yeah, only 25 minutes remain. Here's the other battle in the top 10. Tyson Broad holding on by his fingernails, what's left of them, to the last position in the top 10, with Leo Dreyer advancing on him once again. And just as I say that, immediately this has become a three-car battle. Look just behind them, that's Joseph Parkinson, who's taken over the Team OCE BMW for the final stint, and he's been setting some pretty stonking lap times. A 2:04.4 from Tyson Broad, plays a 2:03.6 from Leo Dreyer, 2:03.4 from Parkinson. He's in this now.
He very much is. Top 10 is on the horizon. So in terms of advancing, it's Joseph Parkinson, an Australian, fairly advancing at this moment. Here comes Leo Dreyer, though. The top speed's going to be the big difference now as they head themselves to the chase. And Tyson Broad doesn't have much, but Dryer's gone deep! And he's going to lose back out. Cuts over. Here comes the work. Bang! Contact there for Joseph Parkinson. He can't get through, but now he's all over the back of the Porsche.
Oh, goodness me. Went wrong for Leo Dreyer. He thought he might have had it on Tyson Broad, a clear pace advantage, but a little bit too greedy on the brakes into the chase. And now he's under pressure for losing 11th place now. Joseph Parkinson has been very steadily working his way up to the back of this battle. Barely any traffic, barely any cars to worry about. Look behind them as well. The number 67 of Caleb Hides for Eclipse Sim Sports. He's making up time hand over fist here. He set a 2:03.0 on the previous lap, so this could be a four-way fight in a few laps.
Yeah, it can, and so now there are going to be concerns about times here in terms of lap count. We got to note that Blake Warboys here may have gone to an 118th lap in this race and might be a little too far on his driver count, so keep that in mind for these drivers. So it could give them an extra to go and work with. Corteb, who started at the back of the field here after qualifying the car in third, have a chance of driving themselves right back into a top 10 here in the dying embers of this race. Dreyer in 11th, Tyson Broad holding himself steady over the top. Then of Skyline they will go, and now with that descent down the hill, look at the difference then on the brakes between positive and negative at the moment. The positive are the cars behind, the negative is the damage that is there for Orbit Drop Bear Mars.
Yeah, Tyson Broad has had the toughest job of all, I reckon, having to nurse this damaged car throughout the final stint. The fact that he's been able to still set times in the 2:04s, 2:05s with the damage that he has is certainly very good indeed. Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled then on the fight into the chase. Slightly wider through the kink for Leo Dreyer, but he's trying to stay off the water on the drier side of the track, so to speak. And for the moment, they'll stay in the same positions they're in. But surely there's going to be an attack mounted from one of these guys. It's defensive from Leo. And Joseph Parkinson will try the over-under out of Murray's.
No, he got balked in the middle of the straight there, so that's going to be difficult out there as they're really trying to put themselves in. But this is now going to be tough out there at this point as they start thinking about where do they want to go. 22 minutes. This is going on now for a top 5 in Porsche. TriStar have got their eyes on momentum. Jared Ambrose is trying to stave off Matt Arnold for position right now. So Jared is going to have to do his best, and on that last lap Arnold lost the place.
Yep, so trying to gain it back in these final 22 minutes. Now Leo Dreyer is in the BMW sandwich right now. It's Bratwurst with Pumpernickel surrounding it, and out of the cutting, a little bit of a worse exit than the BMW, but once again, it seems like Mr. Parkinson cannot take advantage. Every time that Porsche has a poor run through the corner, the BMW is blocked from really taking advantage.
Yeah, there's not much to do, and Dennis Gatterick, remember, he's still under an immense amount of pressure, all things said and told. Mitchell Curry there is the car second in the Porsche Cup category, then that's just behind, but this is about when Connor Nixon wants to just unlay a wonderful pass out there at this moment. Still can't quite find it, still can't quite see it, and now on the curb again, Gatterick is just using all of the road to his advantage, and he's got enough wherewithal at this stage to say, I'm not too fussed, I'm not too bothered with the way this is going. This is calm, this is cushy.
Yeah, not for Connor Nixon, though. Did you see that slide on the exit of the chase? He's pushing as hard as he possibly dares here in that McLaren, which is often a car that can be a little bit flighty on the rear end. The run up Mountain Straight will beckon. And, well, Dennis Gatterick is making sure that the traffic is aware of his presence, as once again, that's the OCE BMW on the outside into Murray's. There's going to be no change for position.
All the way to the pit wall, forcing him into the puddles. Leo Dreyer trying to save this top 10. Joseph Parkinson's through.
Excellent job. And look who's coming. Caleb Hydes. He's seen all of this happening in front of him. He's just been nailing it. That's a little wall tap there for for Connor Nixon. This is getting a bit crazy now, and there's more traffic ahead.
Side by side, out of the cutting, and then having to deal with the traffic. You never go too wide at the mount, and that very much was nearly Connor Nixon and also Orbit Drop Bed Jupiter's day. Done and dusted. Dennis Gatterick right now is sitting down on a song and saying, I'm going to make this as tough as possible. Look at this as they move through side by side, and you just have to get, you don't save those.
You just don't, do you? I'm amazed that Nixon was able to get out of that one, and he's still within slipstream range, still pressuring Gatterick all the way to the end. Every corner exit, he's ragging it in that McLaren. Can't wait to see what the exit of the chase is like here, let alone the entry. Gatterick defensive.
Yeah, on the outside, not going to get the line, but you got to try and pick up the run here off of the exit. This is where the drive is going to be most important here, and they're still looking behind as well. Split screen here, battle on for 4th and 10th here in GT3, and now trying to go again for an up and under, and there's going to be a half lazy move over. How far do you dare? You can cover half a circuit, you can cover a bit, about 2/3. There's the lunge down the inside, gets in the door. It won't be there. Now there's no drive along the straight, get back into slipstream, bud.
Yep, now needs to focus on finding the inside line into Griffin's Bend. You see what Connor Nixon thinks about all this. He's just having fun now at the moment, trying to find his way past Dennis. Going to be stuck on the outside here. Dennis, middle of the road, turns in. Nixon, a little bit more speed at the apex with that wider entry, but it'll be difficult to take advantage of that coming into the cutting. If you're going to make a move coming onto the mountain, now is the time, but it's covered very nicely by Dennis.
Little wide there, scrubbing there, up the hill there, the climb up the hill, just doing enough to make it a little bit tougher out there for that pass. Now up the mountain straight comes Tyson Broad and Joseph Parkinson, who goes to the outside of Griffin's Bender here at 2, but still can't quite get there. Tyson doing the job he needs to, make the wide boy as wide as possible.
Yes, the BMW, quite a pleasant car to drive when everything's going well, but not ideal when the boot lid is missing. Gatterick remaining ahead of Connor Nixon for now, but this is where the slipstream kicks in again down Conrad Straight as our 10th place battle fires across the top. I mean, where do you get the advantage here? I think in the 10th place battle, Tyson brought... Oh, hang on, there was a lot of dust there, or a lot of water being thrown. Someone hit the puddle at McPhillamy. I don't think it was any of the guys in the 10th place fight, but still worth keeping an eye out for, was it?
It was Caleb Hydes who was back there and pushing. He'd overcorrected then through that section, ran off the road, and critically kept the car pointing in a straight line. So he was trying to get by Leo Dreyer for position, and it's proving that in these final moments, everyone wants a place and everyone's trying to find something for a top 10, for fourth, which could be third if a pit stop needs to come late from Byron Pierce or for momentum or whoever. However, it needs to be done in this late stage of this one at the Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12 hour. Back up the mountain, we'll go again here with Dennis Gatterick and Connor Nixon. It's going to be half defend over the left-hand side. Connor happy to stay to the outside. I wasn't going to make a move there at that point. He's now going to try and find the angle, find the way to get that move, and again gets a great run heading towards the cutting. He'll think about the inside, but again it's covered off. It's pretty much driving defensive everywhere you go.
Okay, we're keeping an eye on this battle as well. The battle for second in Porsche Cup. Look at the massive amount of gains that Cam Culverwell has been able to make up on Mitch Curry. Joseph Parkinson, meanwhile, has finally gotten past Tyson Broad. He was the first one to make Tyson crack.
Yeah, Tyson couldn't really do anything about it. It was a wonderful run out of Hell's Corner. Here comes Caleb Hyde at the cutting. Dives down Leo Dreyer and says, I've got the remove now. And that puts me up into 12th. 2 cars for Caleb now to start thinking of top 10'sville.
And considering how much pace he has, I don't expect him to have too much trouble getting past Tyson Broad, though Tyson will put up one heck of a fight. Joseph Parkinson, on the other hand, that might be a different matter entirely. Here comes the slipstream down Conrod Straight. Can Connor Nixon make the move? No. Dennis Gatterick is putting on a stellar defensive drive at the moment. He is putting the car in all the right places. We're going to be going to a replay here of Culverwell. Just as we were talking about him and the gains he was making, this happened across the top.
Oh, don't tell me he puddles it. Oh, he's done so and then some. He's kept it on the straight and narrow, but it will cost him 2 cars then to go through. He's okay, but still Connor Nixon searches about, hoping. There's a car, one of the Momentum Porsches, then running off the road. Brock Gilchrist there, going straight on.
Yep, car 788. Last car on the lead lap, in fact, out of everybody. He's just trying his best to hold on to that. The race leader is not too far behind him. This is how it worked out for him. Is it another puddle hit? Yep, just glances off it, and whoa, that's massive. Hits the wall with the rear end, but fortunately doesn't seem to get too much more damage. Maybe a hit to the front left, but aside from that, he's able to continue on. Too late in the race to really think about pitting unless you don't want to complete the final lap. So, keeping our eyes on this fight between Dennis Gatterick and Connor Nixon. Last spot in the top 4 now, up for grabs between these guys. Is there anything that Connor Nixon could do to get past Dennis Gatterick?
Like
there is plenty that he can do at the top. Caleb Hyde,
he had a massive run of speed. Massive run of speed. He's clipped the wall there as he's gone through, and now he's dropping the time. So now the pressure eases. Then as they go by, my oh my, Connor Nixon, that was the moment. There he was trying to catch him over the top as they go by. One performance now, eyeing up Felipe Cabrera in the 778 right now. Reese Wakefield's turn.
Yes, could be a lot of potential for Wakefield to get into the top 14 there. Caleb Hyde certainly unafraid to use the puddle at McPhillamy. He's finally made his way past Tyson Broad. Looks like he did that either at turn 2 or at the cutting. And now his target is going to be Joseph Parkinson, trying to wrench that car into a top 10 spot after the late issues that they faced. This is how close things got for Connor Nixon. Lots of speed. Looked like Gatterick was just having trouble getting the momentum out of McPhillamy, and then a glance off the end of the tyre barrier. How on earth did Connor Nixon... Oh, it looks like Nixon's lost more time. He's coming to the pits. Tom Freer's passed him for 5th.
Has he got damage? That's the question. So. Did he pick up damage there as he's gone into pit lane? That's a heartbreak then for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Fast repairs had to be used for it, and so he was over aggressive, and there straight across the road goes the 10 of Mosaic. Then as they will cut the chicane and look to try and get themselves down into pit. So Leo Dreyer having a big moment out there late on. So what drama we are seeing late, because that is the black flag incident limit being hit for Leo. And now watch out on the exit, because straight into the top 10 battle now is going to come Connor Nixon straight out of the pits, and it's Joseph Parkinson directly behind him here along the straight. This for 9th as they now start to work between each other. Are we going to push each other through? No, we're going to go side by side, blocked by the traffic.
Oh, bit boxed in there. Yeah, I think we were so enthralled by the battle between Dennis Gaderick and Connor Nixon that we forgot that McLaren actually had to pit. They were 5 laps short on fuel. So now they're just doing everything they can to get past. Hello, this is how Caleb Byers can potentially get back to the top 10.
Safety car! What? Safety car is deployed, and that's going to change it all. It's all going to jump up again, and it's a big one up the top of the hill. It's Brock Gilchrist.
Oh, the engine's gone. That car is going nowhere. And it looks like that's the rare incident with the puddle at McPhillamy that will result in a huge hit to the outside wall, at which Brock Gilchrist was not able to recover from. I can't wait to see the replay of that, because it looked like a brutal hit.
It's a massive one, and there's going to be next to no time here to get this all sorted. So this could be one where you start wondering, how on earth does Brock Gilchrist factor into it on his own here at McPhillamy? Oh, lost it on entry, not even the puddle. Almost flips the car over in the gravel. Massive smash into the wall, and the engine pops as he tries to go back forward. A massive, massive crash then for him. Is he then just trying to back it out of the way of drivers out there? Yes, he is. And so that smoking engine and that wheel absolutely caved in there on the rear left, and that's going to go nowhere as it falls outside of the hub. Eclipse are now given a chance, but is there even enough time, Reese, to get all the cars around so that we've got a chance for 1 lap's worth of racing? I'm not sure we do.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think we're just going to have to take this moment by moment and figure it out. Race control are surely going to try and get through this safety car period as quickly as possible. But I think the problem is the waiver rounds. The waiver rounds are going to take up a little bit more time. How many cars actually do need to be waved around? I guess we won't find out for sure until everything's all sorted. The Australia-wide Racing Blue Porsche Cup car is going to fall outside the top 5, having to take one last pit stop there with 10 minutes to go. This gives Mitchell Curry in the Rapid Theft machine a chance at getting Sam Muir for victory. And also Cam Culverwell not out of this either for the Porsche battle. The Logitech safety car out on track now for what we presume is going to be the last time today. Pretty much guaranteed.
Logitech G safety car is here. There is no doubt that this will be the final time that we will see this one out here. The question will be, will it be for the remaining 8 minutes and 55? They're going to have to get this field sorted pretty quickly here. Cody Deeth has caught the back of the train out there, and everyone is going to have to run through. If they're going to get them all into position, there might be 15 to 20 cars that will all have to go through, and they will have to get their waiver rounds pretty much straight away to make sure that the category finds themselves together. This is going to have to be lightning fast here and needs a very, very quick and swift race control if we're going to get any more racing here in the Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Player One Sim Gear. Otherwise, this one might end under a, I would say, a neutralized condition.
Yeah, I certainly hope that doesn't happen. Jay in the background reckons it's going to be a 1-lap dash to the finish, and well, they really have to be on it here. They got to make sure that everyone catches up as quickly as possible so they can get those waiver rounds started and then bring us to the end. So for the moment, Cody Deeth currently has just one car in between himself and Byron Pierce. We have the 3rd place car just behind. Sam Muir, the leader of the Porsches, is going to stay in line. We've got the 240, the 123 in between them and Dennis Gaderick. So, yeah, looks like we're going to be having a few cars at least to try and find their way around. Might they be releasing the Porsche Cup cars with the GT3s just to speed things up?
Well, Reese, once upon a time, there was a Brit that said to an Australian, you only need 1 racing lap.
Yes, exactly right. And, well, potentially that is what we're going to be getting. But 7 minutes to go. The safety car periods have lasted around 3 or 4 laps usually, which under safety car conditions takes 9 minutes. And that is...
about as much time as we've got.
Yeah, a bit less, actually. There's the time that we've got to do that. So there's every potential that this race could finish under safety car conditions. We still don't know yet. We just need to wait for everyone to catch up.
So, Vulcan Sim Racing have the control of the field. Byron Pierce and Eclipse Simsport LDP by 5/6 a second. Momentum Racing 78 with Rodrigo Mies are third. It's then Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alexo SSR in fourth. And then the WK&P Synergy Sim Racing car is fifth with Tom Freer out there at this point. So now they are starting to think about what they need to do. Let's talk Porsches as well. 9.5 have the control of the category right now with Sam Muir. Second is Rapid Theft with Mitchell Curry, but they've now brought Cam Caldwell directly onto his rear. Momentum 7, 84th with Jared Ambrose, and TriStar currently in 5th. And safety cars pulled away, so they're going to give them 5 minutes of racing here. A very quick safety car. They're going to have 2.5 minutes, 2 laps, maybe 2.5 laps to go and decide this one. So a very quick safety car. There's one car in between Falcon and Eclipse right now, and they're going to have to go like anything.
Yep, no wave buys being done. And the car in between our race leaders is one of the Porsche Cup cars. It is going to be slightly slower off the get-go. What does Cody Deeth do? Does he go early? Yeah, he'll have to go quick. Let's see where he puts the power down.
Oh, he's not gone as quick as we've seen before, and so I think he's waiting for the longest limit, and I think this will also be on a fuel number out there, because the longer he waits, the more fuel he saves, the more likely he makes it. Car's going to pull left into the pit. That's perfect out there right now for Eclipse Simsport. They have the ability to sit directly on the back of Falcon, who have played Couch Commander almost all day long. We've got ourselves a 3-lap shootout at Bathurst to decide the 12-hour.
Here we go, into turn 1. Byron Pierce trying to make up that time. Rodrigo Mies finding himself in sight of the race lead. And now, for the drivers behind, there's a few lap cars they'll have to make their way past. Dennis Gadderick under lots of pressure from Tom Freer, but they've got 2 lapped GT3 cars in between themselves and the next positions, plus one of the Porsche Cup cars. Gadderick defensive again then, into turn 2, but he'll get held up at the apex by the Aston Martin.
He will, and that's going to be huge as they now look to try and get by Jake Slade there from AITX. They've got to be careful about how they make this launch. There goes the dive down the inside, immediately followed then by Tom Freer. Will get the clearance, and there's almost contact there as he clips the wall on the exit there to Slade. Blake Warboys was the driver who had to be very cautious about that going about. They've now got clearance here, the front 3, and one of the Orbit drop back cars around. Connor Nixon.
Oh, he was fighting for a top 5 earlier, but after that pit stop, it looks like things have gone all sorts of wrong. The water kicked up at the puddle at McPhillamy Park. Still looking at potential here for Joseph Parkinson to get into the top 10. Tyson Broad finding his way back past as the pack for 4th place, still behind the ANZ 123, but they get up the inside at the elbow. Now it's time to try and get that slipstream off the Porsche Cup car and lose as little time to the top 3 as possible. But look at how far ahead they are.
Mitchell Curry's had to take a tow. He's been given license to it. He was buried in the wall. He was turned across the nose by Joseph Parkinson. So that's the end of that for the podium in Porsche. Caldwell and Ambrose now, 2nd and 3rd. Pierce, half a second, not close enough yet. 2 laps to go.
And Cody Deeth leading the way by 0.6 of a second. Slipstream range is certainly in sight for Byron Pierce and Rodrigo Mies, but the consistency, the pace from this Falcon Sim Racing team number 1 has been nothing short of fantastic.
Momentum.
First lap away.
Momentum Porsche, they're up to 2nd in Porsche category then. They've got by Australia-wide yellow, an important move for them now as they are going to say we're 2nd unless something happens to 9.5.
Yep, close fight. Jared Ambrose ahead of Cam Culverwell. Shane Clancy not too far behind, and Blake Neck in the TriStar racing car could potentially see a podium if something happens ahead of them. The races all come down to this one last safety car period, and it looks like our top two are starting to break away from Rodrigo Mies. Cody Death and Byron Pierce, it's just going to be between the two of them as it's side by side between the Porsches. Culverwell on the outside. Jared Ambrose going to keep it there through Griffin's Bend as Culverwell washes wide.
Yeah, and that's going to put Shane Clancy on the podium there, who makes the move. Now TriStar are going to want to get in on the action on the outside. Blake Neck trying to extend his neck out to get through. Josh Parkinson, drive-through penalty then. That's going to really sting at the moment. Gap is 4/10 at the front of this field. I think Eclipse are getting in. Oh, that's big. There as they go through. Blake Neck just about muscles through with a bit of carbon fibre going off through. Trouble for War Boys.
Big trouble for Blake Warboys as well. It looks like he has indeed lost that pace there, and Caleb Hides is going to try and take advantage, trying to sneak up the inside of the elbow, just enough room being given, but there's trouble everywhere you look on this second last lap. White flag is in the air, and Byron Pierce has made up a couple of tenths now on Cody Death. It's nothing short of saying the race is on here. After 11 hours and 59 minutes of racing, just 40 seconds going to be left on the timer here as they come around to take the white flag. Sperry, this is going to be huge.
Well, Cody Death has run at roughshot. There's Barney. He's waving it ready for everyone. And the gap as they cross the line is officially 0.413 as they go. Momentum and Rodrigo Mies can only watch on at these two Ferraris who will duke it out for the 12-hour honours here in Oceanic Sim Racing. Eclipse have been putting the hard yards in to try and get themselves close. Falcon have held themselves steady all day long, but critically, Cody Death has an arm's length out there at the moment. It's not close enough up the mountain straight. This needs to be the best mountain of Byron Pierce's life out there at this point. Back in the pack. Here's one performance. Still looking to try and get themselves involved in something late here. This is to get by then and jump on up towards a top 10 to 11th for Felipe Cabrera. It's not working for them. Up through the mount then. We're going to see with Byron Pierce, and he knows now he still holds at 0.4 of a second. He's got to get within 3 and arguably within 2 if he wants a chance at the fastest corner of Australian sim racing. Mind the puddle for the final time, and they have done so brilliantly. Now here comes the left and right of the Whitewater Rapids down the hill, the Big Dipper and the Forest Elbow, a clip of the wall there for Cody Death, who's taking every extremity out there. He's in flow state as he now looks to go. Half a second is the gap as they hit the Forest Elbow. Cody Death now just needs to extend the range of the cylinders of the Ferrari to get himself home. Byron Pierce knows that he needs time, knows that he needs a bit more, but Falcon are stretching their legs. It's 0.4 of a second. I don't think he's going to be close enough. He'll need a send from an absolute mile back to get something to happen here. Last chance saloon calls along for Eclipse Sim Sport LDP X56. It's not going to get there because car 1 flying above everything here at Bathurst is a Falcon. It's going to be Cody Death. It's going to be James Boumé. It's going to be Lewis Woods who'll go and get it done. Damon Woods, sorry. What a way to get it done. The Oceanic Bathurst 12-hour presented by P1 Sim. It's Falcons.
Incredible stuff. Only 3.5 tenths in it at the end for our top two. And Rodrigo Mies could just watch on in the background to get the podium in the end. Dennis Gatterick beating Tom Freer to the line by 0.6 of a second. Mere fractions there is a problem for one of our Porsches there. Out of Murray's corner. That's not going to be ideal. 9.5
Australia wide. That's Clancy.
It is. Was in contention for the podium there, but unfortunately we'll have to settle for 5th. In the end, it was 9.5 SimSport who came away with victory in Porsche Cup. A couple of seconds in it between themselves and the Momentum Racing 780 of Jared Ambrose.
Oh, and it was a car reversing to get over the line. Jackson Raihan has finished the race backwards after contact then in at the final corner. So there goes the Pacific car, it looks like, down the inside. Tags then on the rear, and so they think, well, there's no point trying to turn it around. Let's find reverse gear and get it back. Comes across the circuit. There's one Porsche. Bang.
Yeah, I don't think Race Control are going to be too happy with that. That completely mixed up the battle for Porsche to the line. So far from proper, but everything proper up the front for the Falcon Sim Racing team. Woods, Bome, and Deeth, an absolute super team up the front. And they've been up the front the majority of the way. Yes, they had their bumps in the road, as did everybody here today. I don't think there was a single car that didn't have some kind of problem befall them over the course of the race, but what an incredible drive from these guys up the front. They deserve this.
What a day, and let's get then unofficially classified results then up on your screens. Let's just see whether there's going to be more doughies. Oh, absolutely there is. Look at this, Reese. Just a true sign of a strong performance over 12 hours, burning it down. They dominated practices, qualifying, and the race.
Yeah, nothing short of dominance from this team. They had to put in a lot of work to get there in the end, but they will be rewarded with the win. Eclipse and Momentum completing your podium as the celebrations begin across the top. It looks like a rapidly evolving junkyard of cars.
As it normally does in sim racing spheres. Let's get the unofficial confirmation then. We will await the official race control directives for any positions that will change late on. But Falcon Sim Racing Team 1 have got it done. 0.3 of a second over Byron Pierce and Eclipse Sim Sport LDP X56. That is Rodrigo Mies in third for Momentum Racing 78, with Dennis Gatterick fourth for Pulse Melbourne Lexus by Blueprint by Alesco SSR, and a top 5 for Synergy WK and P Sim Sports 88 through Tom Freer. It's Vermilion Esports 12 in 6th, with Orbit Drop Bear Venus in 7th position, which means that the commentary team was the best team of all the Orbit Drop Bears. So who saw that one coming? Caleb Hyde's in 8th for Eclipse Sim Sport Core Temp, with Blake Warboys 9th, the second of the Synergy WK and P Sim Sport cars, as Orbit Drop Bear Mars will end up with a top 10 for their troubles. Over the page, you see the likes there of Felipe Cabrera, as there will be 15 cars on the lead lap, including a late penalty for Joseph Parkinson that would be taken here. Henry King and William Morgan a lap down, with Jackson Raihana at 2, Jake Slade at 4, and Brock Gilchrist's engine going pop with damage at 10 minutes to go, completely changing the context of this race. You then look over to the next page, because it is 9-5 who will have the answer, but we will go through the GT cars first, as Lewis Greathead, Campbell Adams. This is a litany of cars that have retired, the likes of Vermilion 101 we saw late on into troubles, Jaden Green, Ryan O'Sullivan there, John Trott also finding themselves involved in 30th position in a lot of issues. Team Jinx Shifters down the order also got caught out, so too did Proline. Then as we continue on looking on forward through the field, so there was a number of cars that did not get the days that they all wanted. There you can see them, the likes of Kieran Potter, for example, Stefan McCarthy, Benny Smith for the ERT7 team, Christopher Ireland and Dave Holly with a disqualification for Player One Racing that they wouldn't have been too happy with. Dylan Shepherd as well, because there is a number of cars that have all tried to put the efforts in today. But what a field. Reese, Porsches.
Yep, Sam Muir for the 9-5 SimSport crew ultimately taking victory there. Jared Ambrose piloting to the end for Momentum Racing 780. 2 seconds in between them at the end. Could have been a potential podium for Shane Clancy, but he'll finish behind Blake Neck and Cam Culverwell in 5th place at the very end, with Corey Bennett bringing the Frog Leap Juiced Green 297 to the line in 6th. Mitchell Curry, the Rapid Theft Racing team, they did such a good job to try and overcome that 5-second penalty that they got handed before the final pit stop, but things went very wrong for them in the final stint. The Locked On Lads car still on track, albeit 3 laps down. And then the Momentum Racing 708 out very shortly from the end. Rick Kuznetsov and the crew at Vermilion Esports, they were right up the front in the Porsche Cup class, but taken out, unfortunately, into turn 2. they will be the top 10 in Porsche at the very end of things today. And, well, we had only a few more to go. HTS Racing Yellow retired early on. It was a disqualification for drive time infringements for the Pacific Esports Racing team, and unfortunately the Frog Leap Juice Blue 197 retiring as well. 164 laps from the end. Not the most numerous class that we had today, but certainly made up for it in terms of excitement.
They absolutely did, and we have got absolutely everyone. I think they've got everyone who wants to try and have an interview with us, but let's try and drag in some winners here of class, because we've got one Mr. Damon Woods, we have got one Mr. James Boumet here with us, and one Mr. Cody Deeth along. Lads, you are Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour champions.
On the three-peat as well, baby. So, I mean, yeah, can't be more happy. So, big ups to the boys. They did an awesome job. So, yeah, they were faultless all day. We got the driver strategy spot on. We split it as evenly as we could. So, yeah, we just set ourselves up, and, yeah, we came out with the goods.
Absolutely incredible to see. James, happy Mother's Day, first and foremost, for everyone who's here in the UK. Going through the night, as an English driver in an Oceanic race, you've got pretty much every single thing in sim racing sphere that means it's the toughest challenge that you can possibly do. So talk about trying to deal with these driver switches, going through the night and putting yourself completely opposite then in terms of a schedule to what you're normally used to.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was challenging to say the least. I can say that I'm feeling worse for wear at the moment. I think it was one of those things where, obviously, with the driver share, it was ideal for me to stay up as long as I could in case something went wrong and we need to make adjustments to our strategy. So after 2 Red Bulls and 4 coffees, I think I've done a decent effort with that. But yeah, it's gone really well, I think, and it's best possible outcome for sure. Best possible outcome.
Seeing he's using the Jay Kennedy diet out here to try and keep away for the racing action. Cody, you had the job of trying to keep the car home. There was a little bit of worries there with blinking with about 25, 30 minutes to go, which obviously managed to sort themselves out. But that safety car, did that put you with any worries there for the final 3 laps? Or were you thinking, well, we've had the pace all day, there's no way we're going to lose it?
Yeah, look, wasn't as comfortable as I thought it was going to be with the safety car at the end, but I had Byron behind me, and we've been working with them all week to get a car going that we think we can win the race with. So, yeah, it's just good to have us in P1 and a good mates of ours in P2.
And gentlemen, for all of you, what's the next challenge after 3 in a row here in the Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour? What's the next challenge then for Falcon Sim Racing team?
Well, I mean, getting a good result in a special event would be really nice. We've been on for a few solid results, but unfortunately some luck hasn't gone our way. So I guess that's on the next agenda is bag a podium or a win in a special event. I think it's due time. We've been around for long enough, and obviously we've been competitive. It's just things haven't gone our way. But then in terms of OSR, I guess we go for the 4-peat next year.
It seems pretty simple at that. Well, go and enjoy and celebrate, lads. Damon Woods there, James Boumet and Cody Deeth. A victory for the 3rd straight year in the Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour. Reese Gardner has been able to walk down the virtual paddock. He's got himself then a Byron Pierce. I believe he's got himself a Gianni Lutzu. And I believe that he's also got a Marina Morella, your team, who finished 2nd at Eclipse Sim Sport LDP X56.
Yes, I've got one of each variety of driver here sitting with us, and man, what an incredible drive it was from you guys as well. We'll go to Byron first, being the driver that finished the car. Such an intense climb back up through the field after the myriad of issues that the car suffered over the course of the race, but that final safety car probably came at the exact right time for you.
I'm not sure about the right time, that very last safety car, but you're right. Pretty much the whole second half of the race, we were on the back foot a lot. We just kept on just pushing through, trying to work out our numbers, just keep putting in the laps and just slowly chipping away at it. And before we knew it, we just slowly climbed our way up, and the car was just so good at the end. Like, yeah, credit to Eclipse for the set work during the week, and the car was just a rocket. So I was just able to really hustle it to try and get the overcut on the momentum car, and yeah, it was such a roller coaster of a race, but it's so glad it ended the way it did.
Yeah, as you should be. It was a fantastic drive, particularly at the end of the race, but certainly wasn't the only portion of action that we saw from you guys. Marino, a quick word from you. You were in the car around the time the track was wet and drying out. The McPhillamy Park puddle did claim you a couple of times, but altogether it was just about keeping the car on track and making sure that you were in the right position towards the end. Like there must have been so much strategy talk going on in amongst you guys when that rain was letting up.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Reese. I'm certainly not the only person that was claimed by the McPhillamy puddle, but maybe the first to do it under safety car whilst trying to clear it. I think I'll take the record for that on that one. But I don't think there was a moment in the last 2-3 hours that someone wasn't talking over the radio, trying to figure out numbers and make sure we got to the line with the stringent driver stint rules and driver timing. But look, I at current, I know the results are unofficial, but I'm 100% sure that we've made it there. And look, I just can't thank the guys enough for the effort. I was a bit of an anchor this race, but look, when you've got two amazing drivers like Gianni and Byron, like it's pretty astounding how far we can turn our race from an abysmal race to to just success like this. Big thank you to all the guys that made it possible.
And finally, Gianni, being a part of such a great team at Eclipse, you're certainly no shortage of skill yourself. It's good to be back in an interview booth with you after a long time out of that. You certainly put your real world karting experience in action, trying to wrestle that car around the wet phases in the middle of the race and peppered with a bunch of caution periods.
Yeah, no, definitely the LDP 5.6 car definitely had a race today. I think yeah, I mean from the moment I woke up this morning, we were already on the back foot, and you know, I think big tops to obviously Byron and Marino. I mean, just a big testament for them. We never gave up, when I think it's so easy in these long endurance races to just get really battered down and get a negative mindset, but every time we had a bad moment, we really sort of cheered each other up and found a way to keep persevering through. And I said it to Scott yesterday in the interview after qualifying. It's it really doesn't matter where you start, and honestly, it doesn't really matter where you are in the race. You can get to any spot you want almost in a way if you just all work as a team and play your cards right. So yeah, the rain definitely wasn't easy. The rain isn't ever really my strong suit, but yeah, we made it work. And of course, yeah, the SC write-off wasn't exactly one of my finest moments, but look, it's one of those tracks that it can happen. And I suppose, yeah, again, like I said, you got to just be positive, keep working hard, and you can see that it sort of works out like that. So yeah, big thanks to the boys for everything today. I mean, it's amazing working with such a great team, and it's always a pleasure. So yeah, it's good to be back on the podium, and yeah, my first OSR event actually. So great to start it off with the podium.
Yeah, indeed. Fantastic. Yeah, from the lowest of lows in this race to just 3, maybe 4/10 of a second behind the lead at the very end after 12 hours of racing. Congratulations, guys, and hopefully you're back next year to continue the fight.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Gianni Lutzu, Byron Pierce, and Marino Morella there from the Eclipse Sim Sports LDPX 5.6 entry. And in the number 78 entry for Momentum Sperry, I understand you caught up with Tim Hancock, Jack Wittes, and Rodrigo Mies.
Gentlemen, it is a podium here today around Mount Panorama Bathurst. Your 12 hours of hard work and dedication have not gone unnoticed. But really a day where you can say that opportunities were there for the team that had always been up there in and around the top 5 and has constantly put the effort on. We'll start with you, Jack. What a day this has been for you and the team of Momentum.
Yeah, it's been wild. So much fun, but we definitely had our fair share of dramas through the race.
And so let's talk about those dramas. Tim, I'm going to go to you with this because you seem to be the driver who has been the least averse to finding the dramas out there with the 2 instant points that you got over the course of the race. Talk us through what momentum had to go through over the course of those 12 hours to keep yourself in line for a podium.
Yeah, mate. We were running pretty well in the first kind of phase of the race. Jack had a spin, lost his rear wing, which kind of phased us back. And we were very lucky to pit for wets at the right time when the rain started, which meant after the safety car, we kind of ended up in P4. I took it very, very, very gingerly through the wet phase of the race. I think we lost about 10 spots over the course of about a stint and a bit or so. But that set us up well once the rain cleared, that we were there or thereabouts, which is what it's about in these races, that, you know, you're not really racing for 12 hours, you're racing to get to the final hour.
And Rodrigo, from your perspective then, watching that one then in front for the final lap battle, you've had a bumper weekend's worth of racing. I know that you've jumped in either, I believe, for Fisley Forward in terms of action. So trying to do 2 endurance races in the same weekend, what's prompted you to get in and do that?
Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, it's very exciting. Very exciting. I only slept 1 hour since yesterday, so you can imagine. And right now it's 7 a.m. in Chile, but I really enjoy doing this. I want to thank the team for inviting me, Jack Vlahovic, and my teammates Jack and Tim. They were amazing on the track, and it's very good results, so I'm really happy, though I didn't sleep at all, like only barely 1 hour.
Well, there's a lot of positivity to go around from that, and clearly 1 hour of sleep very much with all the excitement going on. Absolutely incredible. Gentlemen, go and celebrate your podium. Rodrigo Mies there joining us, with also Tim Hancock there and Jack Widdus, who would go and get the results. Porsche's category then ends up in a victory. Reese, who have you managed to catch up with over there?
Let me just figure out where the Discord server is again so I can scroll down to it and help things out there. Jay Kennedy apparently has it. So our Porsche victors at the moment, Jaden Wilcox, Sam Muir, and Craig Schultz joining us now. And goodness me, guys, what an incredible race it was in the Porsche category as well. Plenty of dramas for everybody in that category. We'll go to Craig first, being one of the more regular drivers in the car here. Quite difficult runnings, especially when the rain came down. How did you find it?
Yeah, it was a bit tricky. Luckily, the other guys handled most of the rain racing, but yeah, that puddle at the top certainly caught me out a few times.
Yeah, as it did just about everybody in the field. Jaden, some incredible pace from you today. But, you know, driving in the second class in a race like this, it's more about just trying to stay safe, to be able to facilitate those passes cleanly. Obviously, a few run-ins sometimes with traffic, but the race would ultimately come to you in the end.
Yeah, it's a lot easier sitting watching the other two race. I can tell you that much. I just kept getting frustrated sitting behind cars where I couldn't get past them. But no, it's been a long day. I think all of us are ready for a good sleep. But it all just, we had bad luck and then good luck, but just fell our way, I guess.
Yeah, indeed. You also have the fastest lap of the car at a 204.937. Finally, Sam, you were in the car for the last couple of stints of the race, all the way from lap 240 to 288. That is quite the stint to be putting down in a Porsche Cup car. And you were dealing with that late safety car, as well as the really intense fight with the rapid theft guys, who ended up getting that 5-second penalty in the pit lane.
Yeah, I was just praying that they wouldn't call that final safety car. We had a good gap back to P2, but no, thankfully we were able to survive in the end. And yeah, massive shout out to all the Porsche Cup guys. It was an awesome battle all day. Unlucky to the Vermilion guys. They were probably the car to beat, but yeah, just didn't have the luck. And yeah, massive shout out to Jaden and Craig. They did magnificent stints dealing with the wet to dry stuff. Pretty much when I was in the car, it was fully wet or fully dry, so I had it all easy. But no, they did a great job.
Yeah, of course. A brilliant job from all three of you. Top honours in the Porsche Cup class here at the OSR Bathurst 12 Hour. Hopefully, we're seeing you back again next year, ready to defend that title.
Absolutely, can't wait. Thanks, guys.
Well, Craig Schultz, Jaden Wilcox, and Sam Muir can hold their heads high. They have the silverware up the top. Meanwhile, in second place in Porsche Sperry, I understand Daryl Carter, Raymond Mallon, and Jared Ambrose are about to join us, or at least Daryl Carter and Raymond Mallon.
Yeah, well, 2 of the 3 ain't too bad, and a second position, making it a double podium in categories for momentum, I think is a job well done. Daryl, the team found itself right place, right time by the looks of it.
Yeah, we did, mate. It was extremely, very lucky, mate, towards the end there. We were, just before that last safety car came out, we're obviously like a minute and a bit down, and yeah, just kind of all worked in our favour in the end there.
And Raymond, in terms of trying to put yourself into position here, the Porsche Cup car had a lot of balance of performance done to it, and especially for you and the team, trying to work out the strategy, a late change, meaning that you had 20% less in the fuel tank. How tough was that to try and deal with the night before the race?
Yeah, no, it was a bit difficult just trying to work out stints and stuff like that, but we managed to get it worked out in the end, and yeah, awesome for Jared, finished really strong. Awesome comeback, thanks to that safety car.
What then, lads, for you is going to be the next phase for momentum? Because obviously you've got some now, as you now start to work over towards the next races going through. Where do you normally find yourself racing, and what are you going to catch yourself up then doing over the next couple months?
I think we've got the Sebring 12 Hour in a couple of weeks, so I'll probably start going into that, start doing some prep and get ready for that one.
And A2, Raymond?
Yeah, probably a bit of Porsche Cup, probably get some laps in and probably just look forward to see what other Enduros are around because they're quite fun.
Well, gentlemen, go out and celebrate. Wish you the best of luck with all of the great racing you've got coming up next. Daryl Carter and Raymond Mallon there joining us and getting positions. Finally, Reece Gardner has got himself with, I would say, some of the best out there at the moment. He's got himself with Blake Neck, Brock Cadday, and Matt Arnold.
Yep, from the TriStar Racing 999, third place in the Porsche class. Start with you, Blake. You were the one who both started and finished the car. A very long day for you, but that late driver change, was that because you guys thought you were in danger of exceeding those drive time limits?
Yeah, coming towards the last safety car when I was driving, we thought that if I ran the tank dry, it would put me borderline on going over the 40% marker. So I thought jump out while we're still in the safety car, not lose too much time, and only a little bit of track position, and save a little bit of a buffer in case we get the late safety car like we did today.
Matt, you were second in the car, jumping in around lap 56 or so, and that was really the period where we started to see the rain start to come down. It was obviously quite fear-inducing, probably, seeing that creep up on the weather radar.
I must admit, I'd be lying if I didn't say we didn't plan our strategy around the rain. I certainly wasn't looking forward to that. It's not my strength. But yeah, we just managed to survive, and we're up and down, but these boys did a fantastic job. Super proud of them, and virtual hugs.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brock, finally, a second last driver in the car, or you would have if it weren't for that late change between Matt and Blake. Your thoughts about how the race went? Certainly, Porsche Cup was quite competitive. You had to deal with the GT3 traffic, often splitting you from your competitors on those safety car restarts.
Yeah, g'day guys. Look, it was a hugely competitive and difficult day out there. I think we were just talking about, we use the term to describe our day, snakes and ladders, and that's really, we started last, we ended up close to the top, then we went back a couple of laps down. Blake and Matt drove a phenomenal race today, and to get us to where we are, third on the podium, couldn't have dreamt of that when we started racing today. So there was rain, there was sun, there was traffic, whatever you could throw at this race, we had to take on, and so did everyone else. And I'm really proud of the boys to be here in third.
Yeah, basically just drive the track in front of you and hope for the best, and the best is what came near enough with third place for you guys. TriStar Racing is going to take those podium honours, and well, now I guess your thoughts are moving forward to 2027 whenever that comes around. Hopefully we're seeing you guys back again. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
And those are our Porsche third place runners, TriStar Racing 999. Finally, Jake, I understand we've had a chance to catch up with the crew from Oceanic Sim Racing themselves. Mike Korolev and Simon Black, our race administrators, are with us.
Yes, the Godfather and the right-hand man seemingly have come along here with us at this moment in time. Mike, what a day of racing what a day of racing we have had here out there at this moment in time. The 2026 Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Player One Sim Gear has now concluded itself. Of course, there's still work that you gentlemen will have to do behind the scenes to officially wrap this all up. But just let's get a sum up of what this event has been like for you over in Race Control, the amazing fans that have been watching, the event that's gone through, all the trials and tribulations that have led to this wonderful race finding its conclusion.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the effort that you guys put into it, because that's what makes it exciting for the viewers to watch and for the sponsors that come along and help us to go to this. From our point of view, we had quite a busy day in Race Control because obviously you saw the amount of safety cars that there were, but we actually had a good day from the point of view that we weren't having to really hum and ha. The decisions were relatively easy to make. We just had procedures to go through, and I think we kept those. I think we made one or two little mistakes procedurally today that caused a few little glitches that we sorted out later. Apologise to one team for, but outside of that, what an event. I mean, I've got to thank Simon Black because he's so good in the background with the stuff that he does. I know I'm sitting in race director and I like to have that umbrella over the top of it, watching what's going on and being involved in that side of it. But Peter Baxter, Nick Parker, Simon Black, you cannot run this race without those guys, and the effort that they put in is absolutely fantastic. But you've got drivers and all that sort of stuff. So what a fantastic event. We really enjoyed what we did. It seemed to go relatively quick for a 12-hour event. So great day. Thank you very much from everybody. And yeah, it's a lot of work, but wow, it's a lot of fun too.
Simon from... No, it's fine. You go ahead.
Having the trophies and all of the promotion and everything, so big shout out to him.
Cheers.
Simon, I'm going to come to you now with this next question because you sit down and you understand that it's not just you, it's not just Mike, it's the entire team that has been there over the course of Oceanic Sim Racing's run. Just talk us through some of the procedures that you've had to put in place, the people that were there able to help you out, all the sponsors that had to come along to make this event a reality, and actually just how strong of a field that you've got here in the Oceanic region.
Well, yeah, to start with the field, there's some very impressive drivers out there. I mean, I think the I rating of the GT3 field, I'd have to go back and look, but it was right up there for a 37-car field. I think it was well over 3,000, so that's very, very strong especially for multi-car racing. Yeah, as far as the rest of it goes, over time we've come up with the procedures and things that work for the racing, the safety cars and the full course yellows. We didn't use it that much tonight, but I thought the times that we used the full course yellows were quite effective. We didn't have to shut down the whole field, and we had a gap where we could sort of clean up that car, and that worked pretty good. I think over time we got better and better at the safety car procedure as well, so that's always good. But yeah, that sort of stuff doesn't happen without the guys like Nick and Peter helping us in the background. We need someone to drive the safety car and keep an eye on things and open and close the pits and all of that sort of stuff. So none of it can be done on our own. So yep, big shout out to everyone else. And in saying that, we can't share it with our fans, and the sponsors like Player One and Logitech can't share all of the fun stuff without them seeing the broadcast. So a big shout out to the team in the broadcast, or Jake and Jay and Reese. Thank you very much, guys.
Well, it's no problem at all from our end. Mike, I know we were supposed to have some special guests, but apparently 2 Brits in the commentary box is just a little bit too much, I think, for the Oceanic Sim Racing.
It's oil and water, he told me. It was oil and water, and if Sperry's there, I can't match him, so I'm not coming. So he hopped on a plane and he flew to Sebring for the 12-hour.
No, it's absolutely fine. So we were going to have the voice of IMSA, John Hindhoff, here with us, but unfortunately, technical issues would say otherwise. But Mike, as far as now looking towards a 7th year is going to go with this Bathurst 12-hour, what are you looking for over the course of the next 12 months to gear yourself up, to get yourself ready? I know you're also going to be very, very busy with the work that ASRG provides.
Yeah, well, that does keep us busy through the year, which is nice, and it keeps our hand in, which is good. We do enjoy doing that with ASRG, and it provides a wonderful series. But I think we're probably going to, we're due for a rule rewrite, and excuse me, we're going to change some rules a little bit, because we were always worried with the driver, some of the driver stipulations, and I think we vet drivers coming in here now well enough that we don't need to have as harsh a penalty. So for guys that might make a mistake in their time in and out of the car, I think next year we're going to alter that so that they don't score a DQ for the team. It's horrible to have to go and tell them. So we're going to make some adjustments there so that it works out better. But yeah, more of the same.
More of the same is what we love to hear. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here, and what an incredible Bathurst 12-hour that has been put on. Mike Korolev and Simon Black there joining us then for this run. Reese, let's get some final thoughts then on the board. It is done and dusted here for 2026, but I am sure that once February and March roll around again, Bathurst will be on the mind of many.
Oh, it certainly will. I mean, the sheer amount of competition that we had here today was ridiculous. We have been live for 13 hours now here on SimSpeed TV, and it's always a pleasure to bring this event to the community. It's one of the great sim races, this Bathurst 12-hour, and we got an incredible standard of competition that's come to this place as well. More and more international competitors taking part as well, which is always fantastic to see, and I hope that momentum continues into next year. Once again, thank you to Mike and Simon and all the crew at OSR for putting this together, as well as the Balin Stewart Foundation was supporting, as well as the iRace ANZ chat show and Sued Speed. Shout out to them as well for their support of this event and the Australian sim racing community, but not least Logitech G and Player One Sim Gear. Without them, this event would certainly not be the same. It's an absolutely huge run that we've had this year, and I hope the momentum continues.
What a race we have had. And gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone who is watching, what an incredible showcase of great sim racing you have just been able to witness. It is a day like no other for those who have a victory, as the sun will begin to set here at the mountain, and joy upon joy will be found for those who got the results that they needed. They'll know over in the Porsche 992.2 Cup class that the day belongs to a 9 and a 5, as 9.5 Sim Sport get the job done, held their ground, put themselves perfectly in position for the final 2 hours, and got everything they wanted and then some. But as far as a run will go, 3 in a row is what is going to be heard, a cry loud around this mountain is that of a singular falcon, the #1 team, getting the job done on victory here from Damon Woods, Cody Deeth, and James Boumé, new to the team. A wonderful result from all. A great Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Player One Sim Gear. More to come next year, and more to come on SimSpeed TV in the upcoming weeks.
You've always felt it. That spark, that pull. Watching the greats carve through history. Every turn, risk, reward. Now you don't just watch. You step inside. You take the wheel. Together, we're breaking barriers between sim and sport. Setting a new standard for performance. So that the power in your palms, the roar in your ears, and the position of a pro Let's turn dream to drive and play to podium. Our legacy, now yours. Welcome to the grid.